and welcome to week 5 of the LCK. Degon here alongside Wolf and the Atlantalist, Max Atlas Anderson. Welcome.
Hi. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I'm very happy that I am.
So why are you here, Max?
I think it's because Daniel Ox Harrison is currently underwater.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Oh.
His apartment flooded. Looks like his balcony overflowed somehow. It's very rainy. The rainy season in Korea started just recently. So, unfortunately, for Mr. Harrison, he won't be joining us today because he's got to clean up his apartment. He did tell us, though, that all of his electronics are safe. And we all know as gamers, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, otherwise he would have been walking through that water slightly electrocuted, which would not be great.
Yeah, and also wouldn't be able to play anything right now. But he's able to watch us. So hi, Dan. We hope that you're doing well.
Hi,
Take
Dan.
a look at
Swim
the standings here from so far in the season. 4 weeks in the books. A perfect 8-0 Gen G, 16 games in a row. We'll touch on that. Also on the opposite side, 0-8 for the Bros, who are up today against E+.
Yeah, is it more impressive that like Gen.G is more winning than Bro is losing with how this season has started so far? Hard to say, but Bro have taken 4 games. Okay, so even though they're 0-8, they were 1 game away 4 times, but couldn't get it done.
Yeah, not quite going to be breaking too many records as far as game score in the first round robin is concerned, but there is always round robin 2, you know?
Yeah, there's an opportunity. We can do it. Let's go, Bros. I know you all are out here in force. Let's take a look at some of the Bros at the top of the POG standings. And a lot of them play the jungle role. Canyon, Lucid, Peanut, and Owner with the Goat Faker also sitting at 3rd.
He's in the middle.
Yeah,
well,
I was going to say,
cool.
like, he's mid, he's right in the center, he's front and center as he is on most graphics as well across his career. He's the most important one.
That actually sounds too powerful, by the way. Like, Faker and 4 junglers? My god, that's a team comp.
And these were Preds from last week as, again, the elusive 10-10 evades us yet again. Atlas very, very close, but he and I...
Losing because of a bro Pred, though, that feels good. If there's a way to lose a 10 out of 10, I'd give it to the Bros. That's bro tax for the week.
Yeah, Degon could have been with us too, but he voted Kwangdong over Gen.G, and I thought that one was going to be closer than it was. It certainly was not. It was not.
I thought maybe the scheduling and the jet lag, no excuses there as Gen.G took care of business. Speaking of Gen.G and champions that win a lot, boom, here's our week 4
segue.
Ick ban percentage as Rumble has shot up the ranks. And as you can see, also where they were compared to last week, Tristana slowly slipping down, Corki slowly slipping down, and seeing some new picks in the mid lane, as well Leona popping on up.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ezreal didn't jump up even higher. I mentioned last week, at the beginning of the week, okay, he's going to shoot up a ton this week. He did go up significantly, but only moves up 1 spot in the standing. Corki's dropped down a little bit as people are still favoring Tristana. The Renekton one, I think, is a big standout, as well as the Gnar with the Skarner nerfs. You know, we're seeing a lot more top lane diversity at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, though, because there's only one champion that seems a definite must-pick or ban right now, because these are very low win rates for the champions that have very, very high pick percentages, which just means that this meta currently on this patch, and we've only had a week, right? But it seems pretty unsolved at this point in time.
Yep. And that allows us to take a look at this next graphic, which is Gen.G can play anything and win. No losses across all their champs, and a huge, huge pool here for Keen on the top side.
I mean, Chovy is playing almost exclusively Corki, and this just keeps allowing. They just keep allowing it, and he keeps playing it, and he's winning into Tristana. It's pretty insane. Keen is the fun one because after Skarner got nerfed, he was playing some other champs before that, but now his champion pool is even more diverse than it was before.
And I found it really fun that we bring up that graphic as well, because you see all of these picks, it doesn't mean they're good. It means that Gen.G can carry from any role out of anyone on the team, and therefore, if they pick a champion that isn't necessarily that good, it does not matter because somebody else is going to hard carry that game. So if, like, Chovy dies at the beginning of a team fight, Pays is going to pop off, you know? Like, these sorts of things seem to be happening all over the place. Speaking of Pays right there, picking up some kills, but Canyon on this Zyra, I think, is probably the biggest one because up until very recently, he was the only one to actually pick up a win.
Yeah, he's playing incredibly well in this pick, and when you have winning lanes everywhere because your team is so good, you have so much more agency. This is the closest to a loss Gen.G had all season, and then Chovy just has an amazing ultimate here, has his Zonias, just pushed over the wall and then just kills them over the wall, doesn't care. And I mean, this team just right now looks like they are going to do it. Looks like they are going to get the perfect round robin. No team has ever done that.
Yeah, and they are having a lot of fun doing it. As I remember in this clip, they showed the comms between the players. They're like, haha, Chovy, you died while Pays was still trying to get his penta.
Yeah. And Pays has got a few pentas. This was one of the big moments. Lahen's interrupting Zeri, doing the annoying Zeri thing, getting out of absolutely anything ever. And I imagine there's a lot of catharsis for a lot of people that watch that play. Thank you, Lahens.
Very satisfying to watch. Unfortunately, Bro did not put up a whole lot of resistance in this one. This was I love this one. This is when the Senna ult was the pick Senna comp. They just kept sniping people. This was a bit of a...
I love how this is in the highlights.
Yeah,
this is like Lahens' adventures, where like he can just get away with doing this, and it doesn't have an effect on the outcome.
It just doesn't affect the game at all. It doesn't matter. They still win.
Just goes and buys his belt. It's fine.
Kane's just like, so don't you think you probably shouldn't do that? Like,
as it turns out, still works.
Yeah, again, just showing the fact that Gen.G had been dominant and having a ton of fun while doing it. And speaking of dominant, here are some of the all-time undefeated round records that teams have had. These are some long streaks that have been up and down the board here, as well as but the big point about all this is that no one has gone undefeated.
Yeah, no one's ever gone 18-0. The plus 18, so elusive. All we have to see is Gen.G take it 2-0, one more, and they'll be the first and only team to hold that.
Yeah, and remember, this is just a round robin. There's a lot of these teams that you can see listed here that were actually able to go the distance throughout the entirety of the seasons. But if you look at those lists, you can see in your mind, like, those times and just how dominant those teams were. And to join those ranks, I mean, one of them is just Gen.G last season. Like, this squad is absolutely historical in the amount of dominance that they're providing.
Yeah, Griffin, and of course the dominant year for Damwon in 2020.
Yeah.
Those are, if you've been watching LCK for the last, half a decade, you remember those times. It's pretty hard to forget.
Well, as much as we like to take a look at the teams at the top, sometimes there are records down at the bottom.
Oh, this is my favorite list.
All-time winless round records, again, since the 10-team structure.
Yeah.
With teams going 0-9.
Let's just let it be known. Like, sometimes people say if you have a horrible season, you'll be forgotten. No, you will be immortalized on this list with teams such as Spinning, Sonic Boom, Generic Greenwings, BBQ Olivers, Kongdu Monsters, Soleil One Prince. That's right.
Oh,
immortalized in history.
And Generic Greenwings, of course, the ones to do it the best out of the worst. The -17, beautifully successful there. And the Bros not going to be meeting them this time around, currently -12, and they could make it to -14 by the end, but there is still an entire round robin remaining. I believe in them.
That's right. Being the best at something.
Exactly.
Well, let's go back to the top and take a look at, let's take a look at, again, Fate, the quite possible changing of the tide here for the Bros coming into the mid lane, since it's been a revolving door.
Yeah, Fate's a player I really enjoyed when I first came to the LCK in 2021, 2022. I thought he was really good. He was insanely good at Syndra, specifically when there's a Syndra meta. He was very strong there. Reminded me of Fly's playstyle as well. He was like flexing a lot of weird picks that no one else was playing, but he fell off in a big way, and he's never been on, if you look at the list of teams here, a top roster, and that's not going to change for him, unfortunately, this time around.
And he's also been a player that a lot of people have said is great to work with. I remember talking to Yamato when he was coaching Sandbox, and him saying that, Fate's one of his favorites, definite up-and-comer, but I don't think it's going to change Bros at all.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with the Bros as we take a look at the fight for second place here. And we named it Square of Success, but Atlas, you had another one for us.
It's the Trestle of Triumph and Tribulation.
Okay.
I like that. Yeah, pretty easy to remember.
Yeah, or a lattice of liberation and lament, or something like that. But it's like not a square, because it's got triangles in the middle.
It's almost a square.
This is pretty wild, though. Like, all of our teams fighting for second place right now. Gen.G almost feels like it's a lock for first, right? But all of these teams look like they might possibly be able to get second place. Qualina Freaks have fallen off in a big way in their last few matches, but if they can step it back up to what we saw from them weeks 1, week 2, maybe they could contest for second, but that's the most interesting part of the standings.
All right, well, now, guys, it's time for my favorite part of the show.
Oh.
It's time for Dagon's Fact of the Week! And we have a new contestant today, Max Atlas Anderson. Welcome!
I'm so excited. I don't know very many things, but I'm going to try my hardest.
All right, and Wolf did well last time, so we had him back again. All right, let's go. Time is of the essence, so question number 1. The current single season record from the LCK game record, that Gen G are attempting to break this week is 17 games. What teams currently are holding the record? There are 3 teams.
We did see Griffin, Damwon Gaming, and Gen G on the list on the graphic earlier. I think those might be the ones.
They could be the ones. I think perhaps there was a spoiler earlier on, but I would have to agree that Wolf might be onto something.
I'm gonna go with those.
No. There was SKT 15 Summer, Gen G 22 Summer, and KT 23 Summer. I did the
okay, so no, this is holding
so
the
you
record
mean
of
like
single
in
season.
a row?
in a row.
So I should have known SK Telecom 2015, Gen G 22 Summer. I would have probably guessed
2022 T1,
yeah,
right?
2022. I probably would have guessed and gotten that one wrong.
Yes.
Yep, I would have too. I think
there it is.
the KT 2023 is the weirdest one. The fact that exists is so strange.
All right, question number 2 to build upon that. 2015 SKT were stopped by KT that year. Gen G 22 were stopped by DK, or I guess it was Damwon Gaming that year. KT 2023, this was last year, gents. Were stopped by whom?
It's got to be a trick question, but I feel like for me, like thinking of the teams, I know it wasn't T1, it wasn't Gen G that crushed Gen G. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's Kwangdong
Damwon.
Freaks.
I'm gonna guess D+.
I'm gonna go Kwangdong Freaks, but the real answer to the question is that my alarm was going off, and the other one.
This is when Max
building
normally
suspense.
wakes up at like
Building
4:45.
suspense. The real answer is Hirai when he chose T1 over Harmon Life Esports.
The answer is
D+.
It was Hanwha Life.
Dang it. I feel like for some reason that's in between Kwangdong Freaks and D+.
Yeah.
It was
I
close.
feel like together, by our powers combined, the average of our answers would have been Harmon Life Esports.
We have no winner this week in Dagon's Fact of the Week, as both of them got wrong. But you know who was on that Hanwha Life esports squad that defeated KT? This week's Woody Bank Gold King Viper.
Who's Woody Bank?
Woody Bank.
All right, well, Viper, you know, he had a fantastic week. T1 gave him Ezreal every single game. And you know what? He utilized the pick incredibly well and brought Hanwha back to the brink of some unwinnable games.
Not to mention he had a few standout games on the Kaiser as well when he got very upset for not getting POG. He was like, how do I do it? Well, I guess I'm going to have to pop off super hard, play the Kaiser, and just assassinate people. It was like we were seeing an assassin meta all over again. It was beautiful.
Fantastic week. He played extremely late games, farmed a ton. He's the Gold King. And 2 back-to-back weeks where aiming didn't get it, and D+ played through aiming exclusively last week as well, and he still didn't get it.
I'm worried for the bros. I'm really worried for the bros in our first match today.
Again, congratulations to Viper being the Woody Bank Gold King. He'll get his silver coin. But now, time for this week's OP.GG Player of the Week, which gets graded by the OP score. This one also going to Viper as well, as voted by the panelists here in the LCK.
And I think that, I assume this is going to be unanimous, right? I don't think that there were any other choices that you could possibly go for this week. Viper was absolutely outstanding, and it was a difficult week for Harmon Life Esports. They really had to step up, and they absolutely did.
It's usually the difficulty of strength of schedule of the player of that week that plays a huge factor in T1. The fact they were able to get that upset win, I think, is a huge part of why. And not an upset for everyone on this desk, because some people did predict Hanwha. But anyway, I do think that there was some objective steals in that series, though, as well. There was some really good early games from a particular player that I voted for. I wanted to vote for Viper, but I thought Peanut, I needed to shout. I gave it to him. Helios did as well.
Explain yourself, Deacon.
Canyon has been dominant, won yet another POG twice this week, but still just being robbed. However, Viper did have 2 perfect 10 out of 10 games this week, so definitely understand the Viper votes, which is why Viper is your
Maybe there's another week where you could choose Canyon and then he'll win.
I mean, how many games do they have to win? They've been undefeated.
I voted for him one week when you guys should have, and he lost. That was
Who did
when he
we vote
should have
for?
won.
We voted for the same one again that week.
I can't remember.
If it was Viper, I would be so incredibly
Viper.
happy. We should have done this in rehearsal so that we could have the
Pioshik
information
It was
afterwards.
Pioshik. It was the Pioshik win. That was
Ah.
Pioshik defeating the T1 match, and it played through him. So again, same.
Oh, I don't think it was that week. I hope it wasn't that week.
It was
'cause
that week.
I agree
It
with
was
the
that
I agree with the Pioshik for that week.
Take a look at the schedule here as we kick things off with the Bros taking on D+ here today, along with Hanwha Life and Kwangdong Freaks. That's a big one. Speaking of big ones, it's the total Saturday showdown as T1 versus Hanwha Life, then Gen G versus D+. Saturday's going to be big.
Kwangdong against Hanwha today, and then later, that's when the round 2 starts. So a big week for Kwangdong, I'd say. Pred's overall pretty basic this week.
I'm so worried though,
Right?
guys. We are unanimously predicting KT. So there is a very high chance that it's going to be one of the other teams going to take home a win in that one.
Yeah, we're a little split on the T1 Hanwha Life one. I think Gen G's run finishes after they break the record, and then maybe a win here by T+, and then at the very end, Noodle Boys will take down DRX. I am off the rails here, looking at a 7-10 this week.
At best.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I voted for T1. I think they're going to bounce back. I think they're going to improve their drafting. They have really ramped up a lot this year, and they've improved a lot. They're pretty fast on week to week how they've grown in terms of their drafting, so I think they'll get it done this time.
I think Hanwha won last time. They'll do it again. It was like last week.
All right, y'all. Well, it has been a great pre-show, a great 4 weeks. Let's kick off week 5 with a bang. D+ versus Bro. See you in a bit.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I'm standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
야, 파이팅!
Ready, set, bro! We are ready for another week of the LCK with our first matchup here, D+ Kia up against the aforementioned Bro. As I am Valdez, with me is Chronicler. How are you doing today?
Yeah, ready, set, bro. Really caught me off guard. The weather outside is frightful, but today we got some high-quality rivalries in DK versus Bro. 2 years ago. Right about now, I don't
Still
think...
counts.
There is still a little bit of rivalry, which we'll talk about later. Individually, but unfortunately, the era where Brion was, always in the back of our minds for getting a cool upset, I don't think it's likely this time around. DK obviously took a big beating, losing to Gen.G in very unceremonious fashion, but I think today they'll bounce back.
Yep, everybody has, it turns out, lost very unceremoniously to Gen.G. Last match of round 1. Which team will triumph? DK's win streak was put to a halt because of Gen.G and Bro are on the verge of a winless round, as Atlas was talking about during our very delightfully unhinged pre-show. Bro, they're not going to break any records with this winless round, but they always have the second round to do that. We're hoping that Bro can turn things around, and maybe with the addition of Fate or Pulbay.
Well, you see that face that Pulbay's making, that's like, that's my ex-teammate on the other end of the screen, and I'm on Bro, and I'm contemplating my life choices, as it does look like, again, we are going to send Pulbay and Envy as starters. I'm very biased towards Pulbay. I think that him over Karis outside of Vizier maybe makes sense. Envy, though, I think he struggled too much. I think we keep seeing this pairing, so this is very clearly premeditated, but really it feels to me like we got to try and swap up, try maybe starting with Samver as well, because I think every time he's subbed in, he looks a lot better. As Edgar pinpointing the team shaky macro. I don't think Pulbay, of all people, is going to be the one that makes changes there.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to work with Pulbay in the mid lane, to be very honest. I think he's still very new. He has the ability, but maybe not the ability to lead the team in the correct direction. As first LCK matchup of Lucid versus Pulbay, and they did win Challenger League together. And now they're reunited as rivals, as you were talking about, Chronicler, as enemies here on the Rift for the LCK. They've both been promoted, at least. They've made progress in their own individual careers, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, really the whole team is scattered around the world, which saddens me greatly. But they're doing well individually. Thanatos and Rahel obviously still doing great. Bible still with DK as a coach. And DK, they were unable to stand up to Gen.G, not even giving us the one game that I think we were expecting. But this team has undoubtedly leveled up throughout this split compared to the spring season.
Aiming's got a sick mullet going right now.
Yeah,
I'm actually a bit jealous. Like, the hair game is off the charts right now for this guy. I think, he knew he was playing up against Bro, so he really had to bring his A game in terms of vibes. And he really has brought it today. So want to shout out the cool hair from Aiming. How long is he going to go? That's really the only question left for me, Chronicler.
I've been seeing the loving nickname Mullet Man fly around, and Aiming on his champions. We always talk about this. Has been good. I do think he was one of the weak points against Gen.G, not in the Aiming way of getting caught and losing the game, but just didn't have the impact that I think we normally see of him when he gets his resources. And he will have to step it up here today as Brion. We've talked in many a way about what really is wrong with this team, where they're not hitting the mark. But really it just boils down to they're not able to win games. Against Nongshim, they've been in winning positions. It isn't like there is absolutely zero hope when it comes to individually playing out some of the fights, but you just never get the sense, and we've seen this with DRX in 2022, we've seen this with Hanwha Life back when they were in 10th place, it just doesn't feel like they know how to win right now. And against DK, that's not going to be enough.
It's going to be a rough ask. I think that DK is one of the teams that, although they're not like the best team in the LCK, they really punch down hard, right? When it comes down to facing against teams that they feel like they're better than, it's almost like they try even harder. And we might see that today as our key player matchup will be Aiming up against Envy. Aiming, oftentimes, as we've talked about many times, he's given a lot of resources. He's given a bunch of gold, which could be part of the reason why his damage per gold is pretty low. And his CSD is very high because they play to him, they play around his lane, they make sure he gets going so that he can carry. Whereas Envy on the other side feels like he's not given too many resources, although I still feel like Bro, they have a lot of issues, and their laning is one of those issues, and so it might not necessarily be Envy's problem alone. We'll see how he does do here up against Aiming and Kellen, who also, by the way, we haven't mentioned him too much, has had a nice glow up in recent weeks.
Really has. Kingen as well, player that we know is one of extremely high peaks, particularly when his champions are meta. does feel like he is a little bit reliant on that, but has also stepped it up. And I think it's especially...
You know who's meta? Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, it's
Aatrox.
It's Aatrox, yeah.
He's
Aatrox, Gnar, GP. All of these are relevant champions. All of these are very great, and also they're good into Renekton. And Morgan, even on Renekton, I think hasn't really hit the highs that he used to. As Lucid, undoubtedly happy to face off against his former teammate. And it was him, Thanatos, and Pulbe that were, without a shadow of a doubt, the best topside, and were so insanely good in challengers for like a year and a half in their ability to get back from game deficit just through sheer fighting, skirmishing power, and topside dominance. And Showmaker, you know, maybe not against Chovy, but outside of that, I think he's had a bit of a steady rise this season. Still, team is very reliant on him. If he's having an off day, which has happened every now and then, I do think we really see how much the team struggles, and that is, I think, something Pulbe is going to have to hope for.
Yeah.
Because if not, I think Showmaker is really going to make his life very hard.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw that aiming got pretty far ahead up against Gen G, and there was that one game that they almost won, but, you know, then Chovy happened. So, can you really blame them? I'm not so sure, but it does feel like DK are a team that kind of need everybody to be going, not just aiming, even though he is generally the one who is most fed. But against Bro, I think they're going to have a lot of angles because, yes, Bro have won some early games, but Edgar did also highlight some of our frustration that we very much showed on the broadcast the last time around, is that Bro could get leads, yet they could not end the game. And that is pretty rough. They don't seem to know how to win just yet. So even if they do get this lead against DK, can they figure out how to win a game up against DK is another question.
I did cast that Bro Nongshim series, and we walked away with a lot of lessons. None of them necessarily great, but all of them very educational.
Yeah.
See if Breon have taken those lessons. That alone is not going to be enough. They're going to have to bring their A game, even just a game win against Breon, I think, or for Breon rather, would be huge here against DK, who are currently 6-2, only losing to Genji and T1.
And that's fine. I think if you are a team that loses to Genji and T1,
Yeah.
you're probably still a good team if you beat everybody else. Just not our #1 team. As we're going to take a look at the draft here, Renekton is the first ban, so you were talking about that. Kane could play a lot of things into it, but might as well just take it away from Morgan.
Good vibes for DK as they ban away the Corki and the Tristana. Showmaker, we saw this again, and I think that he has really embraced this style. And this is something that on a team with aiming makes even more sense, but I think it's important to note we even saw Showmaker do this like throughout last year, the year before that. Hasn't really been the laner that he used to be back in 2021, where he would really be, not necessarily Chovy-esque, but very impressive nonetheless. He's been playing much more as a facilitator, something we've seen Faker do as well. And against Chovy, obviously that backfires because Genji just generates money just by standing around. Against OK Member, I think you have a lot more leeway in the plays that you go for on the map as Lucid with a right
Look at his face.
on his face.
Oh
like,
no!
I guess it's Sejuani duty again. And you know what the worst thing is? Well, that's the 0.14 patch dropped today, and there are no Sejuani nerfs, if I remember correctly, and there's a lot of AP jungler nerfs.
Great.
So if you thought the Sejuani B1 was getting old, it's at least 3 more weeks of this, and until...
Maybe she gets banned more often in that case?
I don't know, maybe, I hope so, but I'm not seeing any AP jungle bans right now, so I'm a little bit apprehensive. Sejuani being a B1 pick is not where you want your meta to be.
None of the junglers like it too. I mean, you saw Lucid's face. I think Owner was very outspoken about like really hating having to just play tank junglers
counters
every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just not
rough.
It's not that fun, to be honest, to play Sejuani.
That's fun.
Brand is very fun. Brand does do the boom damage and the burn damage. So that's kind of the two for with them.
Oh god. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of fun with this one, but it's most likely going to be just Azir.
Yeah.
With Tristana and Corki both gone. Showmaker also has in the past.
I mean, you can flex Sejuani to the top lane, but I don't think there's any good reason to do that, especially blind.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about this combo specifically, especially if they go for the Talia as well, which is, I think, most likely. I think this trio of picks is considered so insanely high. Like every single team is doing this, right? And there's part of it that makes sense. You have the CC combo between the Sejuani and then the Taliyah. So Sejuani's a lot of CC. Taliyah can follow up very nicely. And then Mega Gnar adds to that. Mega Gnar is also really hard to reliably counter. I do think that we've seen a little bit. That's fun. I like that a lot more because it also forces a response out from Poolbay right now. Because if he doesn't, we're probably going to see some LeBlanc counter bans. Doesn't work necessarily that well with the Sejuani specifically, but it is Showmaker. We know LeBlanc is one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc has been popping up more and more in this meta, and we're seeing it here. We're seeing it in other regions very often as well. Braum also rising in popularity as the Ezreal Braum lane is going to be prioritized instead of like Ezreal Leona, Ezreal Alistar, a lot of these other popular duos. And I guess they just saw the top side of the map and they're like, we're going to need a Braum here.
Yeah, I actually quite like it. I think with Ezreal and Brand, you already have a composition with a good amount of poke, and then add to that the fact that if you can stand behind Braum and just fire away, get everyone clumped up, it is really strong. Also means that you don't have to ban things like Leona. You don't have to ban things like Nautilus because you have the Braum already, and like trying to play those into Braum is kind of a nightmare.
Yep.
You can go like Rel Alistar. I feel like those are a little bit more playable, but it's still not going to feel amazing. So we'll see what the call is going to be here when it comes to that final ban. I wonder if we're going to see like a Gangplank ban here to come through as well. It's been one of the more popular matchups in Tibnar. Rakan is another example of it's fine. It's not going to make you very excited, but they know this area is coming, right? Like that's kind of that's the no-brainer. Main question is what is going to be played alongside it.
Kind of surprised they didn't just ban it away. I mean, they are aiming Zeri.
Is it going to be like Zeri Yumi? I know Kellen has been hinting towards it, and to be fair, into Braum, that's a free lane.
Yeah, it feels good. Yone, another 80 mid, is going to be taken away. It feels like they really want to just cut down the pool here of what Poolbay can play.
Yeah.
Especially because they did not pick their mid laner yet, and we already had Corki Tristana bans.
Well, actually, it could be Ezreal.
It could be, sure.
We haven't discussed this yet, but in theory, this could end up being like Caitlyn Braum bot lane, which, you know, wouldn't be a bad shout, honestly. And I think with this Cassante pick, they also kind of acknowledge that there is still some flex potential here. This is a self-counter pick, though. It's going to be really hard. I think Gnar came up as a counter pick to Cassante, and then people were like, wait, he's just Gnar. He's still as strong as he was many a time, and Cassante does really struggle with him.
Yeah, I feel like it might come down to champion pool issues as well on the side of Brionne for that one, as Kai'Sa is going to be the choice here. He saw some Viper play, and he's like, well, you know what? Kai'Sa's pretty strong, and I'll just play that. Don't need to force the Zeri.
Yeah, there was also the, what was it, like 13-game streak that Aiming had last year on Kai'Sa when he was on KT.
Yeah, he's a fantastic Kai'Sa player, and I think this is a absolutely fine pick, as the Ashe is going to come through. Exactly what you mentioned here. Ashe Braum for the bottom lane and Ezreal in the mid lane.
Do quite like this. We've seen these 80 mid picks come up. The obvious downside is that the engage for Brionne it's not great. You have Ashe Arrow, that's basically it, but your poke's good. The main issue that I have with a composition like this is that it is reliant on you doing well enough in lane that you can be in an objective first. Because if you take control of an objective early and you just sit there, you know, you can't really engage because the Braum, the Cassante, and then the Ashe is poking, the Ezreal's poking. I can see in theory how that works. But then you look at the other end. The engage for D+ is great between the Sejuani and the Alistar. Then you have Gnar even in a flanking scenario. And are you actually going to have prio? Because I think a lot of that will come down. I think in theory, like bot lane should have prio, as Braum is a really strong bot lane, a lot of CC, a lot of damage available. I just don't know if I can trust, as that is that Kingen like flexing? Love that.
A lot of Kingen fans. It is his 5th anniversary. A lot of fans are celebrating that 5th anniversary since his debut as a pro gamer.
Did you see the Polu dinosaur? That's so apt, because Polu's tall, guys.
Yeah.
I'm a tall guy, and Polu is definitely something.
He goes even further beyond
a Dutch guy, which is nuts.
That is pretty insane. Pulbe playing Ezreal here up against DK, up against Showmaker. We'll see how that works. Going up against Showmaker's LeBlanc here for game number 1.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you invade. You.
Yeah.
They have Alistar. You have Ash Braum and Ezreal.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer for sure.
And that's great. I mean, you talked about the prio on the bottom side with Ash Braum. You can potentially set up vertical jungling. You can steal a buff away or something like that and allow yourself to put on even more pressure. But as we do see, they put a ward in and then they do not commit to it.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. I really feel like there is no observable, and I actually think they had a good setup. Like Morgan was actually standing at the ready there to check if anyone was going to go in. Now, the one upside for Breon is that this hasn't been read yet, but I think they're seeing everyone in the lane, so they're like, I think we're just fine.
Yeah.
Not going to be a problem, and it's just going to be normal jungle start. And that's... I actually was going to talk about one of the big things that we have seen with Breon is that the early game is actually not that weak, right? Like, they can do set plays. I feel like that's a great example of a play that I would love to see. And then, yeah, there would still be the normal caveats of can they actually execute upon it as the match goes on. Like, this is so insanely strong level 1.
Yeah.
And maybe you know, Youngjae clears his top side and then does the crossover into bot. But we'll have to see, because if they don't use that, I think it will be a huge waste. I really like this draft angle from Breon, but you are relying on doing well in lane.
Absolutely, and I think they should have been playing to it. They're still going to do well early on.
This is great.
And the healer's even going to come out just to make sure Ignite, just to try to zone them off, but that's not going to work. Kelly gets extremely low. And very well played here early on from Envy and Palu. Seems like Aiming and Kellen not really respecting it enough.
It's really good to see one of the things we always talk about, which is, you know, Alistar's level 1. And then we say that, and then Alistar's completely fine. And now he actually gets punished. The problem is, as we're seeing here, Lucid is completely fine. That, I think, is one of the big advantages that Sejuani has, is that her clear speed is actually insane. And Brand is one of the weakest when it comes to his first clear. I know you're a big Brand player, or have played it a lot yourself as well. As we do see, it is not that long, about a year, that Bulldog played. Of course, it's Bulldog. Loves his weird mids. Definitely someone that is very creative. But it means that Youngjae just doesn't really have the timing window. And we'll see if they maybe can look for a dive here. Kellen also did go for Phase Rush as opposed to going for something tankier. Aftershock is one we obviously often see, which does give you a lot of extra utility. But I don't think the timing is quite going to work out here. I think Lucid also might read the play. We'll see. The wave has already crashed in, and it doesn't look like they're actually going to get anything out of it. And I think it's a bit of a waste. This is still a big win, you know, like Envy's getting ahead. A lot of CS is being missed. But I would love to have to try and see them push that edge just a little bit further.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Bro, that could be one of the things that you put a lot of practice into, you know, just trying to get early consistent leads. I'm sure that after some of the late games we saw, they're also trying to practice, trying to get some damage into the clone. I thought maybe he was going to bounce it off with his E onto the real one and then maybe try to do something onto it, but it did not happen as Lucid did get in there, put a ward down, and then backed away. But now he does see Youngjae and might go for a return.
Little steal?
No, he's actually trying to use the vision against him. And there's the flash and a pull bay, but he is Ezreal. It might not matter, though, as the chains will connect. And Lucid will help pick up first blood here for the team.
Oh, man. That is a beautiful gank there. Lucid finds his old teammates' as pull bay. Now you know how it feels. Because obviously this was something we saw a lot back in Challengers. Actually sneaks around there, just outside of the vision of that ward in the river as...
Kian is dead here. The only question is, does he get Morgan? As he got to hit a stun, and there's the flash, and maybe now he's not dead, actually, as he is on the run down the river, but the slow does come in. And Morgan kind of blocks Youngjae a little bit. Flash comes in, and there is the flash from Youngjae with the killer instinct on the Brand.
Oh, big win there. Nicely done by Youngjae. Really important that he gets that kill Otherwise, he wastes a lot of time. Dragon would have gone down to DK. Dragon's still going to be given over, but at least it's a good trade. The fact that Lucid's going to get this Dragon, though, that should not be allowed. And Paulo is going to spot him here. I don't know if he alone can do enough, though. I think, yeah, with Kellen coming over as well, I don't think Paulo has the damage. Also gone for a more defensive summoner set, so he might actually be in trouble here.
Wait, is he just gonna die now? As you see Lucid, he wants to get the Dragon first, but now Paulo's just dead?
Yes, sir.
No, he's gonna jump over. The Ignite comes in, and Youngjae gets there just on time to save his life, but that was very close.
A little bit dicey there, but with his thumbs up, I think Paulo made the right read. Knows that I think just harassing could have been enough. As yeah, just another look at this.
Says I'll go first with Q.
Flash Q, so not a lot of counterplay there. Nicely done. As he's like that. That's my old buddy. Got him good.
Got him good. This is the replay. That did come in on the Kingen, who in the 1v1 was doing a great job, but obviously Morgan was just baiting it, and then eventually he does force a flash out of Youngjae, but the kill is still fantastic.
Yeah, really wondering if for Kingen maybe the call there is to just accept that I think he made the read that he could maybe still live, and if Youngjae misses, then that's true. As obviously Brand does a great job at clearing these very quickly, but I think he might have been able to kill Morgan because Youngjae doesn't have that much ability haste yet, right? So like he's actually going to take a good amount of time before he actually has damage after you flash. The initial combo could have been an angle for Kingen to at least trade 1-for-1. Not going to be a case, not the end of the world. He had TP still, so he was able to make his way back to the lane.
We do see Alistair hiding on bush here. Kellen at the tri-brush. There is a caution ping that did go down in that tri-brush. And you see that Paulo's going to come over, check the brush, going to see Kellen as well. And might even be able to get something going here, but no, just the combo to come out. As Envy, though, does have his arrow. There it is, the hit on Kellen, who does not have his flash, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Down he will go, as Envy will pick up the free kill onto Kellen.
And Brion, the early game, again, looking good. Bot lane really struggling, the level 1. That was the start. Kellen not having his sums, ends up going down. And Paulo, I think really, as we have gone over these weeks, I think we're slowly starting to see the development that the player that has come in and obviously hasn't had the best of times here on this Brion roster as doing Youngjae.
Yeah, King and no flash, and Morgan's got his, and you do see a little bit of counter synergy, but it is just fine as Kingen just gonna go down. Youngjae throws the ult in, and Bro have a very fantastic lead early on.
Lucid
waiting, hiding on brush, but pull bait is Ezreal after all, and will just arcane shift away.
Yeah, this time they had a read, and there was a ward in the banana brush, so I imagine that maybe he got spotted on that. Paulo's timings have been great, even if Pullbait gets hit there, like he doesn't die because the Braum is there. Youngjae also getting further and further ahead, and this is what we see, and why I think it's important to mention. First clear Brand, obviously, oh, he almost got it. Lucid actually forced a smite there. The Brand is going to be like relatively even pace or slightly behind the Sejuani. Once you get Faded Ashes, once you get your Haunting guys, you are going to chew through the jungle. Lucid has been making a lot of moves on the map, but Youngjae, because of the clear speed, is able to do both. As we take another look at this, this really nicely done here. Envy, I think, actually played that well. Very respectful. Just moving forward far enough to bait Kellen in, and then Kellen thought that he'd already walked it up, but I also think if he just walks up, like he gets hit by the Braum passive and he just dies in a different manner, right? He doesn't have his ult, so I think he's just dead.
He is just dead. Nice setup up here as well. Morgan saying, well, I'm Cassante and I have Flash, and the Gnar doesn't. There's no Mega Gnar. The timing is just perfect. And there's really nothing that Kingen can do except play more passively in that case. As with 2 kills, Youngjae already has Leandries as Brand 9 minutes into the game. Surely, bro, with this kind of lead, and get something going.
This is where the real test begins. We've seen early games of Brion like this, and this is pretty much what we wanted, right? Yeah, Pullbay has struggled, has been the heavy focus, so he's behind substantially. I imagine he's going to get his Mercs, which against this 2v2 is really, really good. Going to be really high value, so that's something at least, but he doesn't have a lot of offensive power. with only Mercs and a Tear as the TP comes. A couple of long swords, but that's not going to be the difference maker. But bot lane is winning, and your jungle matchup actually is looking really good because of the ganks Youngjae has found towards the top lane. So this is kind of a dream scenario where you should have Prio in mid, should be able to get to that higher number of grubs and start heavily contesting for dragons. And now we need to actually see it, right? I want to see Brion play with confidence, because right now they're really, really strong. As you're saying, that Leandri's such an insane power spike here for the brand.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. Also gets his magical footwear, and he's going to be ready to tear through this first dragon, as Showmaker's just not missing these chains, though, and Polbey is forced to flash once again, takes a huge chunk right before this dragon spawns. And let's see now if DK can do something about challenging here, as they do have a 4v3 on the bottom side of the map. And trying to posture just a bit, but it looks like there was vision to spot out the jungler of DK.
Oh, I think they still can, because Kellen's level 4. Really under-leveled here.
Yeah.
Apollo a lot better when it comes to the experience.
Luci's going to make the good call to just take the grubs away.
Yeah, and I think that's the right choice here by DK. We see Kellen back in as well. And Polbey, the punish remains effective here. No flash on the Ezreal, even with the built-in flash. That's going to be tough. Any setup now found by Showmaker can be a big problem for this Ezreal. So, going to see more pressure levy towards the bot side, but those grubs are going to be taken as well. And I do think that it's very telling that despite everything that's happened top lane, Kingen is still up 10 CS. And I would love a dive on aiming here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, Kellen, he's still level 4. Paulo is level 6, so the support gap right now is huge. And yeah, they just cannot approach this, although we do have a bit of a rotation coming down from Showmaker, but it looks like he's just getting the plant as Polbey is following him there. Little skirmish, it looks like, on the minimap between our two mid laners, as, you know, aiming is denying more CS. He's down more than 20 CS at this point in time, so we talked a bit about how aiming very often Gold King, very often played around on the side of DK, but he's not allowed to play the early game here.
It's also, especially after level 1, like, unless you send Showmaker down as well, Lucid showing up in bot lane doesn't do anything, because it's Ashe Brom. So, like, it's really hard with the level lead that they've been having consistently, as we do get a great look at it here, about a full level ahead of Palu, or is Palu ahead of Kellen, rather. It's a really big win. Dragon's been taken. Infernal Dragon. That would be absolutely huge for Brian. Imagine a Brand, an Ezreal with an Infernal Drake. Going to make it a lot easier to chew for a lot of the beefy frontline that is available for DK.
Yeah. The brand feels so nice as well, especially because he's fed. Because if DK commit to a fight, Showmaker should be okay, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Everybody else has to go in. They have to charge in order to actually do anything in a team fight, including the Kaisa most often. So, you know, you just throw an ult. If it bounces a bunch of times, you're going to be doing insane amounts of damage. And that's just the brand. So if they build a lot of MR, you have to deal with all the damage from the 280 carries as well.
And they have Brom, right? So that alone, especially when you add Cassante to the mix as well, who has so much zoning just with his W, with his Q free threat, makes it a really hard comp to engage on. The one thing I am worried about, though, is Brion actually playing to that. I don't want to see people like randomly get caught out in side lanes, right? So they need to be very mindful of particularly where Lucid and Showmaker go. I think they generally are the axis through which DK plays, makes plays around the map, and as long as they can keep those two down, they should be fine. And plays like this. This is
Orange
textbook.
Buff, the return. Will he go 0-3? He is going to get a nice hop off and a flash. So he does get away, but he's still being farmed by Bro early on in this game. And he is going to have to go for a back. So a little bit of a siege up here in the mid turret, though. DK would actually very much like this trade if they can take mid tier 1.
They have free grubs themselves as well. So at the very least, they have a little bit of damage. I don't think it's going to be much more than that. And yeah, Mercs are there for Lucid, so he's not going to be too bothered necessarily.
We do see Showmaker going in. Immediately, he is going to be stunned down, and now he's got to back away, as Showmaker doesn't really exist anymore. Lucid also took a ton of damage from the Brand, who is really popping off in a big way. You know, honestly, I'm not sure why Youngjae himself went for the Merc trades. I understand it into this comp, of course, but it feels like if you're caught, you're dead as Brand anyway, so...
I agree, especially when you have Cassante and Braum. I don't think that you should be going for anything but full damage. You're Brand, you're fed.
And also, Sorkpen boots are just they're
they're-
just cracked on him. Like
Yeah.
there is really no other option for Brand most of the time.
I'm with you,
And,
Valdez.
yeah.
And this is the type of... is this going to make or break the game? Generally, probably not, right? Especially with how Brion have been played. But I do wholeheartedly agree with you. I think this is an expression of what Brion have been going through. I think if Brion have, like, you know, the usual, like, 2-3 wins, they beat Nongshim, contest DRX.
Yeah.
I don't think Youngjae goes Mercs. And yes, he's playing into the Sejuani. Yes, he's playing into LeBlanc, but...
It's a lot of burst damage. Even the Kai'Sa's going to build AP. And still, we want to see the the Sork Pen. As Envy, maybe he needs Merc Treads as well, as he's going to be chunked out by the LeBlanc already.
But they got Herald. This is what I'm talking about. Rayon.
Bro had the lead. Get the objectives. Do stuff. Now they are going to get the bot turret because of this, right?
It's a good goal trade. And maybe they want to prioritize dragons, which I would be okay with, as long as they get it. This is a big gold influx. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Everyone needs to get their backs in now if they do want to get them. You know, people like Morgan, I don't think they really need to. Showmaker's not going to be looking to go in on him.
Pulbay is top without TP. He can't be there.
Hey,
Go down to the dragon and be ready. Okay, will he get there on time, though? I mean...
So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. If that's Morgan towards the top side, that makes his late back, it's fine. I think Pulbay will make it between the Cinder speed up as well as his E. Should be in time. But I wanted them to already be in place, and I think DK have a window here where they can aggressively push.
Exactly. That's the issue. And
No
we'll see
cleanse.
if DK, if they realize it, right? I mean...
They do. Look.
They're trying to get in position here. There is the one ward that has seen everybody on the side of DK, but yeah, all 5 members of DK, and they drop the Herald in mid as well. Trying to go for a play on this one. Now, Pulbay is here, but the ult is going to be thrown into the problem as they dogpile it, and it's Showmaker to get the dragon as a ton of damage is going out to the side of DK, but they get away scot-free. Nobody dies on the side of D plus Kia, and they did a ton of damage to the mid turret. D plus Kia right back in the game.
Oh, that's the problem right there, is the lack of engage for Brion. It's really hard to actually follow through, right? It's much easier said than done. But if you don't lock someone down with the Braum passive, like DK can move in and move back. So we see some of the poke lands. I don't think it's quite enough. I really would have liked Morgan to be much more upfront way earlier. Because the reason why DK can just walk up like that is because there's no one stopping them.
Yeah.
Right? Palu, he's great at keeping people at bay, but only passively. And right there, if Morgan is standing further forward, I think there was an angle as Pulbay might be in trouble here.
Showmaker is certainly trying to exert that pressure as well as he possibly can, as he did go Sork Pin Boots, and he is looking to chunk out Pulbay as often as he possibly can. So, yeah, you know, I think it's a little bit of bro just... this is what happens when you lose a lot. You just kind of lose confidence as a team
They're
to
still
make
in
plays.
They're still fine, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, but it's the feeling, Valdez. Like
Yeah.
we've seen them in this position countless times.
Yeah, we definitely have, and it has been a problem for them as no cleanse. Envy has to flash here in mid. Lucid, very proactive, always looking for picks, especially in the mid lane, and he is able to get another summoner out of a bro 80 carry.
And Sejuani, it's definitely better than his Maokai, particularly thinking back to the Maokai of Spring. But one of the big pieces of criticisms we saw is, I mean, he's going to have to cleanse, that we saw for Lucid, particularly when playing against better teams, was that he was actually fairly inactive on the Sejuani. And I think this is a game where we're seeing him against a weaker opponent, sure, but trying to really step that up a little bit. And it has worked out in terms of impact. We're also seeing, because of Brion contesting, we're not really getting a whole lot done. Youngjae actually kind of getting caught up in terms of farm, and ideally, with how early he got that Leandro, you really want to try and keep that lead going and actually build upon it. Isn't really the case. Brion, still a slight gold lead, but the fights have got to look more decisive. You got to find someone either with the arrow, with Braum, or Morgan dragging them into the team and blow them up, because you have a big range advantage and you have a lot of poke.
Yeah, you definitely do. I feel like Showmaker especially is doing a great job in this game of just making his presence well known. He's the one big guy in this game for the side of D plus Kia, him and Lucid essentially, as you know, this is what he's doing. He's going to get another chain down onto Pulbay. He doesn't have the kill pressure yet, especially because Pulbay has flash, but Pulbay has to back now. He's not in the lane, he's not farming, he's already behind more than 30 CS, and Showmaker might just get a tier 1 by himself, just by, you know, chunking them out.
And this is what I was talking about, the pressure in side lanes. Showmaker completely running over Poolbay, who just keeps walking back into lane and then getting completely crushed, and they opted into this matchup, right? And it doesn't seem to really be working out.
Nice try, but it doesn't matter. They've gotten Alistair, and the Brand ult is doing a ton of damage to everybody on that front line. This is what I was expecting. Actually, a lot of cinders on the ground here as well. But DK did get the tier 1 turret in mid. So at the end of the day, it's a trade, but now D plus Kia are in the lead.
This is my issue, is exactly what I was talking about in terms of side laning. Like, Kingen in the side lane has prio. He doesn't need to kill Morgan, he just needs to keep Morgan locked underneath a turret. Poolbay has the back, which means that there's an opportunity for DK to find the pressure, and here, yeah, he gets the sidestep, but that sets up. I think Calendar realizing he's probably going to be dead, and they're like, maybe we can turn onto Youngjae. I think he turns, and then Brom shows up, so they know he's dead, but that's fine. You get mid lane turret, you deny one of the most fat members on Brion, ton of farm, and Youngjae, he's the only one still standing, but there we see the gold difference now going in favor. One thing I do want to note, which is actually interesting, is that aiming has gone, or is going for the, I imagine the more AD heavy build. We'll see if he's going to pivot from that, but with Kraken Slayer, generally that is what you are going to be expecting, which makes their range issues even worse. I just don't think they care.
they don't care. No.
They definitely don't.
Yeah. I think D plus K are feeling pretty good about the way this game is going so far. And even with some of the laning issues and the fact that Bro had a lead, I don't think they really are feeling that at the mid game.
No.
At this point in time, they have 2 very valuable Drakes individual, and they are setting up to get another one. There is a nice ward there, but it is going to be cleared out here by the plant. And now Bro, they are trying to get mid prio, which is going to be good. And we'll see if they can move into here as, look at Cullen's positioning as well. Level 7, though. And you see Paulo, he seems to know, but is going to miss the Q. And now they're about to be flanked by an Alistair over the wall. And look at Poolbay, or rather, Showmaker to get to that backline. Immediately just going to assassinate Envy. Down he goes. No AD carries left over, and the flank comes in. Might just be a clean ace here as in goes aiming, looking for it, as he will be the one guy to go down. But everybody on the side of Bro does perish, and DK now are looking at Baron.
And Brion, unfortunately, looking at the gray screen again. This time, it was the flank set up by Kellen, outsmarting the rest of the team, just barely out of vision there. As, yeah, this Nash is going to be gone. And then Showmaker gets a ton of damage here. Envy just, he's just 100-0, right? Like, even if they don't actually get that knockup from the Alistair, I think the fight is already won with Envy going down right from the get-go. Just, you gotta check your corners. Corners not a, and they even, like, that's the worst part. It's like, Paulo's like, wait, I got a suspicion something's wrong.
He knew, like, they had a suspicion.
But even then, like, walking up to that brush, as was the case right there, was still a risk to be taken. You need someone to check that. You need someone to keep your backline safe.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like, I think it's also much easier said than done. There's a reason why Showmaker, his LeBlanc, just keeps getting banned very often. And I think we're seeing in this game how much pressure it really exerts.
It's a good ban in general, I think, nowadays, especially when you want to pick stuff like a AP jungler who might not necessarily be able to trade back very efficiently. Bro are going to get one individual Infernal Drake here. That's because DK went after the fight directly to Baron and had to back immediately after. So Bro do get a consolation prize, but at least it's somewhat relevant as a consolation prize. Unfortunately for them, they are losing a lot of their base. A lot of structures are falling. We saw a TP to the bottom lane from Poolbay, and then DK just pushed the top lane and the mid lane. Or at least they're attempting to push the mid lane here, trying to set up a play once again onto Envy, who he's going to avoid the chain, but it doesn't matter. He still gets chunked out.
Yeah, playing a stationary AD carry into a Fat LeBlanc is not great. He doesn't have death cap yet. He just hit level 16.
He was doing a lot of the damage with one item.
Yeah, one of the... Well, he has a Rise and Focus as well, right? So
I mean, he was doing it with one.
Way back.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I think the issue with Poolbay...
He still doesn't have his Muramana on.
No.
It's 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's... So that early gank was already rough, and then a couple of the laning phases, and then... or a laning kills were or rather, man, I'm getting thrown about what's happening in front of me. Showmaker found an insane amount of pressure in the lane.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I like the idea behind the Ezreal. I was a little bit worried because I feel like 80 mids into LeBlanc is very snowbally. Like, either you can out-trade her or you can't. I think we've also, I remember we were seeing like Kai'Sa and Varus for the same reason, because they are really bursty. But if you do fall behind, like, you just don't get to contest even remotely. And I'm sure Poolbay and Envy are playing this game 1 and maybe probably in line with what we've seen, not game number 2.
Yeah.
And I really like the idea. And then the bot lane plan kind of worked, but also not really, because they still, gave up a bunch of dragons. And then the mid lane plan was a horrendous disaster. And now the game is in a pretty abhorrent state for Brion. I don't think it's going to change.
Yep, Flash comes in. Poolbay is 100% dead. Nothing he can do here, just way too far up the lane. No vision in the jungle, and he just gets rotated on. So that's another kill over to Aiming, who, by the way, after the Kraken Slayer, did go for AP, actually. So kind of funny, the build that he did go for here. At the end of the day, he probably could have built a Magi's and died, and it would not have mattered. They probably would still win. But he's going to go for just a heavy AP builds, and they just have so much pressure, so much chunk potential. The poke is insane because LeBlanc is kind of a mobile poke machine anyway. So, yeah, if you're Bro and you're trying to play an AD carry, or any champion, actually, on the side of Bro, you're not going to have a good time. Yeah.
That's their tank. Well, one of them.
I was going to say, Braum is pretty good into the poke, but actually, once the door cooldown is down, even with the door cooldown up, doesn't do very well into LeBlanc.
I wanted to believe Valdez. I really did.
I'll be honest with you guys. True transparency, I did not believe for a single second.
Well, I
was not on the belief bus, okay?
I didn't say I believed.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to.
You wanted to believe, yeah.
And as we're seeing...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No.
No, please, no! Cover your eyes!
Hey, that was not too bad a trade. This will be.
Oh, well, he doesn't have Arcane Shift, so he has to flash.
Oh, Poolbay.
He got his Muramana.
Yeah, he did.
That's good, right?
Yeah, I guess. Is this how it feels when I'm like, actually, it's not that bad, Valdez. Here's how they can play.
Yeah, we don't have too much to analyze here because it just feels kind of doomed for Bro. They're down 10,000 gold.
Yeah. Hey,
And the Baron is about to
it's
spawn.
only 9,000.
Yep, they did shore up a little bit.
That's not great. Second death cap is about to be done here for Aiming.
He got 2 death caps? Wow.
Well, for the
How did he do that? He must have broken the game again. Aiming and items, always a fun story. Envy.
He does feature in a lot of the funny ones.
He does. Envy, I mean, like you said, they got this lead in the lane, and it just never mattered.
Oh,
because,
God.
yeah, this is getting rough, as now he's going to be hit by the Q of the Sejuani. He does have a wall in front of him, but Showmaker hasn't even joined the fight yet. It's now, look at the damage, it's just disgusting. Close your eyes again, as in goes Aiming, waits for the perfect moment. It is a triple kill for Showmaker, trying to pick up the Penta, and Aiming says no for some reason. And I think Poolbay would have denied it anyway. He's going to be able to Arcane Shift away. And, well, he might go down anyway. In goes Aiming. It is the full house. Showmaker kills, full of Aiming kills. And that's going to do it for this game. 30 minutes in, DK pulled the trigger on another fight here in the mid lane. And will end it for their first victory against Bro in the best of 3.
Bot lane struggled a little bit. Kingen got ganked a few times, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. Lucid with a proactive early game, but obviously, they're the main character in this first game, Showmaker, against his former teammate in a way, right? Or at least organization on him in Poolbay. Just ran him over. Wasn't close, wasn't competitive. After the early gank, even before that, it was not looking too good, but after the gank, there wasn't really a whole lot to be done. The chains were consistent, The mid lane gap was massive. And Brion, I'm sure, are going to do the same thing that we've done before. We're going to see the swap. I like the idea in draft, but I think the barrier of execution may be a little bit too hard for this team. And
Yeah.
that is how it, and also, oh man,
I wonder who's going to get the POG. There might be some votes for Lucid. I think that's fair.
yeah, I think Lucid had
He set up
Showmaker
Showmaker excellently. I think it's actually totally fair to vote for Lucid.
Yeah.
It just ended up that Showmaker did so much with his lead that
But it's
He's the POG.
it's also like the fact that Young Jay was so fat and they weren't able to do anything at all. He's Brand.
Yeah.
16k damage when you're 2-0 early on, and it's because the team just can't find the angles.
couldn't find the team fights there on the side of Bro. We'll see if Game 2 looks any better as we will take a break and have the space to break down that first one. We'll be right back.
천천히 나 혼자 봐볼게 여기서. 나 멀다. 애쉬. 앞라인. 애쉬 높여 브랜드 높여. 천천히. 애쉬부터 올게. 애쉬부터. 앞라인부터. 앞라인부터 올게. 앞라인부터 볼게. 가자. 딴테부터 때려. 애쉬 높여. 브람 높여. 딴테. 에이지 높여. 가이사. 펜타 주나요? 펜타 주나요? 나 안 때렸다. 나비. 레드야 레드. 이즈 노플이다 이거. 할거 바텀 매자 바텀. 이전 받았고. 미드 바텀이 크다. 바텀 나가자요. 바텀. 좋았다. 나이스.
He's not going to get hit by 3 abilities from Owner. As now it's actually T1 who are in trouble as a massive sweep. The Wombo combo! It comes to life! As Bro will pick up the kills. They will take down 3 members of T1. Victor does get in and takes out Follow, but man, now we know what this comp does.
Commander Karis swoops in from the mid lane.
He is very low on health bar. And Dudu on the flank angle. Yehu going to be moving on over. Rocket jumps in. Let's see whether they can get the flanking Aatrox before he gets the flank off. As he is so incredibly strong. Finds the sweet spot on Yehu. If this Tristana goes down, it is disaster. And it is exactly that. Teddy not really out and getting yet. This guy is just a monster. And that's exactly what Stevie Max meant. For Hanwha, they do want to stick around here to try and take them 5 now. The only opportunity that they have. The flash now onto 3. The culling comes through. It's the Wombo combo. Killer instinct in the backline as well from Viper. They do take down the Gnar, but I'd say he's done his job. As now Clear finding what he can, but I think that it's going to be chased down. The flash forward from Zaka. The flash forward from Viper. And there they go. Double kill for the Kai'Sa.
Now Finger gonna hop in, he's gonna flash this time. As he will not do that again, but the stun comes in, and a bit of damage now, and the lineup from Zeka, and the follow-up from Doran. It is huge here for the side of Hololive Esports. T1 in a lot of trouble, the flash just come in, Zeus will go down. Hololive Esports take off 3, and they're looking for more. The magical journey on in, they get Keria, and Guba as well being chased down here. And they're looking at, okay, are they actually gonna do this? Here comes Viper, oh man. Getting pretty risky with it, but not going to commit. And now the push commences.
Yeah.
And that's Leona as True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line is being flashed on, but the turret ultimate timing is very good. He's going to spend live, and the Yone ultimate in the front line, the huge shockwave from BDD might just get the trick done, and now you've got Perfect finally able to front line. Down will go Barrel.
Turn it into the outer turret. That's okay. Ignore the bottom lane. Ignore that.
Toby didn't have teleport, so he's like, sorry guys, you're on your own. I'm winning the game over here. That's an inhib turret down.
Well, now he's on a flank angle. It's okay. Canyon looking for an opportunity here as the door cannot go multiple directions as Chovy, he's going to get himself out of there. True Shot Barrage does land on top of him as Bulldog's doing his very best. Killer Instinct into the backline. Leap is going to be sniped by Pays, and he's able to take both of them. Canyon to the rescue. On top of that, as Supercharger's there to avoid Dudu, who is a very big crocodile, and he's not even able to take down the Hens. Cuz wanted it as well. I think they're not going to test the waters this much. As Keen, he's teleported in. Chovy wants it. Everett's divide on Testary. And he goes golden as well. Canyon has to get out of there. The seismic shove is just as good. And he takes down the Zeri. Chovy almost falling for it as
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
The Giga Chads took the early lead, but D Plus clawed their way back, and it's D Plus up 1-0 over the Bros. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Wolf and Atlas. As it was a classic bro thing. Giga Chad take the win. Giga Chad just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, we often say that there's a blueprint for the game. There's also a bro print, right? And a bro print means 10 minutes, everything is good. From that point on, keyboards are thrown out the window, mice are strewn all over the floor, and they just let their Nexus explode. And that's precisely what happened here.
Yeah, a lot of getting ahead and then not, following up on it. Take a look at the draft. You could see that either D Plus weren't worried about the Ezreal flex to mid because they had LeBlanc, which I think is more likely, or they just didn't see it coming. I thought the draft was smart, though, by Bro overall. Edgar has this plan where they got the Braum early. Ezreal Braum quite strong, but then the Ashe is left open, so they locked that one in late. I was a little bit disappointed D Plus didn't take the opportunity to get Ashe Sejuani themselves. This really high prio on the Gnar right now, blind, feels a little bit odd. It isn't really working in the LCK. Kingen did get collapsed on, did have a rough early game. I would have rather them see them take the Ashe away, but in a series like this, it might just not matter.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to commend Bro for, like you said, the draft was great. I don't necessarily feel that strongly about the Ezreal flex, just because if LeBlanc's already there, this is Showmaker's LeBlanc. And in a volatile matchup like that, he's going to win 9 out of 10 times against most of the mid laners here in the LCK. But the Braum on 3 I thought was fantastic. You deny the Braum away from your opposition so they don't get to use it against the brand, and that is actually pretty cool. But we see this from Bro all the time. Like, they often have really good drafts. really good ideas behind it. You can see their road to victory, and unfortunately, they can't.
No, not the case. You guys are pointing out things way later than what I liked about the draft. It was both Corki and Tristana banned. So you're
that's
forced
true.
to
That bit
play.
was very good. That was very good. Yeah.
Well,
and
the way-
Rumble as well. That was also banned.
Yeah. Well, the way that it all shook up here, started off with early lead by Bro with a focus on the top and bottom side.
I think Kingen just really not playing very respectfully here topside. In this moment, looks like he has some kill pressure actually, but as a result, unfortunately, is way too far up and will be punished. Also commits his flash here, thinking he could get out. Doesn't try to go topside, but actually goes down and is taken out. So a bit of an issue there. Then Kellen here, this is a really huge problem. They were already pretty far behind in the lane, but he's just way up in the front in this pixel brush, and I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is here, but this was a lane that was already ahead, then pushed further ahead, and you can't be up against an Ashe Braum. You will die 100%, and then the follow-up here on King on a second time.
Yeah, the bottom lane I can sort of understand just because they wanted to triage that lane that went so poorly very early on. This was, of course, just once again, Kingen getting punished for not having flash. So, Bro really ticking the boxes, and the way that Envy played on that bottom side of the map really respectfully because he had an idea that something was happening. They play around it. They're like a well-oiled machine, but unfortunately, the oil always has to run out, Digo.
Yep, if you don't refill it. Let's take a look at the moment where the oil did run out. After it was stalled out for a little bit here in the mid game, we're wondering, hey, when are you going to fight? They didn't fight over the second Drake. This is the third Drake. Bro try to work their way on in, get surprised by the engage around the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately here for Bro, they're just trying to group because they don't have great engage, and you can see they're like, okay, if we stay in the brush here, maybe Cassante goes in and has a big moment, but they have absolutely no idea where LeBlanc is approaching from, and it's just a great follow-up from Kellen with a 3-man pull of knockup combo, and Showmaker just blasts Envy to 100 from 100 to 0 instantly before the fight even starts. We haven't really talked about what was going on in the early game for D+, where it was constantly Lucid kind of only mid lane, and Showmaker got ahead in a matchup he was already favored in, and with the money he had with the hesitation from Bro, he just popped off.
Yeah, Showmaker was an absolute beast. We know how good he is on the LeBlanc as, yeah, even the Frog completely unfazed because the Frog also knew the Bro-print. Bro-print? It's really difficult to say because I want to say blueprint so bad, but it's the Bro-print that's the real issue on show here today.
Yeah, so again, for us wanting to believe like Mao, thank goodness he didn't really fully believe him.
I didn't even really want to. I just accepted it.
Let's see who the POG is here for game number 1. And it is Bromaker in the middle.
Whoa, that's a DPM number.
Yeah, a DPM number indeed, a high KP. This is what I was talking about with Lucid earlier. I knew Showmaker was going to be POG. We didn't put this in the highlights, but Pulbay punished really hard early, and I think this is why D+ didn't really expect the Ezreal to be flex mid. He's super fragile against a burst mage. You know, you can win a lot of the matchups as Ezreal because you have good wave clear, you have insane damage on your Q, but Showmaker showed up, and when he showed up in the late game with the money he had, with the gold he had, he just made people disappear.
He did. And I actually think that it was part of their strategy for the draft, right? We'll stop this Ezreal from being flexed, and it's a 12 out of 12. Well-deserved there for Showmaker. But they'll deny the flex purely by putting it in a bad matchup on, like, already face up, right? Yep. And so you say, it has to be in the bottom lane, pick a mid laner, and they're like, no. And he's like, all right, well, I guess we win the game, and I get 12 out of 12 and do 1,200 DPM.
Yep, well, a very clean game there by Showmaker and D+. How will things shake out for game number 2? Let's send it back on over to the casters to find out.
Thank you, Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown as we are getting ready for game number 2. Showmaker very happy with the whole situation. 1, he got to play LeBlanc. 2, he picked up POG. 3, he's probably going home early. We do have some subs here. Kars is coming in for Pulbay. And you would imagine that Samver probably going to be coming in here for Envy. Although I do not know 100%, so maybe not. As Kars does appear to be our only sub that we've been shown so far. And in fact, he will be the only sub. So Bro will be going over to the blue side.
I wouldn't have minded the Envy sub. Again, I think Envy in that game as well, getting the early lead, that was well done, the laning phase. But his positioning outside of lane was questionable, and this has been a consistent problem for this team.
Yeah.
And that, again, the pool-based sub makes complete sense to me. I think that is definitely warranted after a really rough game number 1. And we will continue with the 5 bands, and that's the face of a man who knows. If it isn't B1 by OK Membro, he is playing Sejuani again. And he's not
Yeah. I would imagine it does get B1'd by Youngjae. I think he can definitely play the champ. And so perhaps Lucid gets to play something else, such as Maokai. We have kind of slowly returned to that prio.
Except for Canyon, because he's Canyon.
Yeah, he can do whatever
Maybe
he wants.
Lucid will play Lee game. That's fun. LeBlanc's banned though, so I think that Ult of Lee did take a bit of a nosedive. That is definitely one of the combos that you want to play towards. Ahri really hasn't been at the forefront of the meta, so outside of that, maybe they'll play Lee and Syndra, and we'll have a lot of fun. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, Veldas?
That would be a lot of fun to watch, especially given the players that would be playing them.
I don't think it's happening, though, unfortunately.
It's almost definitely not going to happen. The LeBlanc ban, rather, did definitely happen, which is a good thing after Game 1. We mentioned it. They're going to move to the blue side. They're going to ban LeBlanc. And Rumble definitely deserves to be that final ban there. And let's see that Sejuani.
All right, hear me out. Sejuani, Nartalia, or Ezreal Nar, maybe. You know, if you wanna get crazy with it. And then Ezreal gets picked by whoever didn't end up picking him.
They're picking a jungle here, based on the amount of talking that Lucid is doing. So maybe Gnar in a jungle?
There you go. That's one. Okay. I would love that. That would make me very happy. Lee, obviously, no longer banned. Was banned last week because of a bug. Now completely fine. Will have not been winning. Lucid, not necessarily the standout that he is on the... Yeah. Not the standard on AP junglers that he is on. I think the AD junglers, Divide, the Lee, definitely his most iconic ones, as it's most likely aiming Ezreal, but there is, of course, some flex potential. So, Renekton to Leah.
Ezreal jungle, perhaps.
Man, remember that. That was a thing.
Yeah.
There's a world
I feel
skin.
like you can.
There's a world skin for that, guys.
Yeah, it was Haru.
Yep.
Right? Who did get that? I think I actually have that skin.
Yeah.
The Azir,
what am I
the
doing?
Renekton, the Sejuani.
Oh, yeah. The flips, the
flips for objectives.
Honestly, it's on me that I called for Talia knowing that Karis is playing. We all know what was going to happen. And then
Hey,
Lucid got to
It's
hover
Maokai.
some fun champions before locking in Maokai.
Maokai's great into this comp. I think you have to pick it here, and they will.
It's gotten better. You know, it's still not what you want Lucid on, but it's not the debacles of Spring where he would like flash W onto people
And then die.
and then just die immediately.
Yeah. But no, I think it's gotten better at it. I think it's very strong with what they have already, with the boomerangs, the mystic shots. You create a lot of space. You're great against the heavy engage from OK Savings Bank Breon. Braum is going to be banned. Definitely a strong ban.
See what else they add. Gnar into Renekton, definitely a good matchup for Kingen, as long as he can respect Morgan a little bit, or Youngjae rather, a little bit more than he did in the previous game. This is the most obvious Leona on B4 that I think I've ever seen. And there it is banned away. So that is definitely a good shout. There is still the flex potential. Showmaker could play Ezreal mid here. That's the direction that they want to go into. We are going to hover some stuff, but we're not going to get carried away until it actually gets locked in.
Ziggs.
Is that's 6 mid, I imagine.
Any
we don't know
APA
for sure.
enjoyers?
Yeah, well, we're not sure yet.
We're not sure. It definitely could still be bought. You can absolutely play Ezreal into Azir. You just Arcane Shift his ult, and you're totally fine.
We'll see.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird to pick Ziggs now if you're playing a bot without knowing what you're playing into, right?
Yeah, I imagine that they are actually looking to put it mid, which is fun.
Yeah, just based on that pick position of the Ziggs.
I would agree with you. Also,
But-
I think it's good to have, and I know Maokai's probably going to go Leandris, but I like having at least some sort of AP topside. That kind of confirms it.
Yeah.
Ezreal Karma here for aiming in Kellen.
It's not going to be Ziggs Karma. I'll tell you that. I really don't think so, at least. Yeah, should be Ezreal Karma. Just a classic duo bot lane. Feeling really good. But the interesting part of it is really that Showmaker's going to be playing Ziggs mid into Azir.
APA, man. Yapton America.
Yappa.
Showing his influence beyond the borders. LCS going to be, if I remember correctly, back again this weekend as well. Bit of a rough time zone for us. On
I mean, if we wake up early, it's not bad.
Yeah, but we do work nights.
Yeah, I do often get home at 12:30 a.m.
Yeah,
That does happen.
And you don't, and then you need to actually calm down and, freshen up, take off the makeup so you don't fall asleep. That early is, Brian. The bro fans, man, the bro leavers, they're giving it their best.
Jen's health. Oh, it's happy 6th anniversary. I said earlier it was 5th anniversary, but my bad.
Kingen,
6th anniversary for Kingen.
he's been around. He's seen incredible lows, 10th place with DRX, into incredible highs, winning a world championship.
Winning Worlds is pretty good.
It's about as good as winning Worlds Finals MVP. It's not bad, Valdez.
He hasn't won LCK yet, right?
I don't think
I don't
so.
believe so.
Oh.
Maybe that's his next goal. Either way, guys, we are getting ready to hop on the rift for game number 2. OK Savings Bank Brion up against D+ Kia.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game 2. Bro, get the blue side. But now they got to deal with Showmaker's Ziggs, which I'm sure they are probably not ready for.
I don't know if we're ready. I don't even know if Showmaker's ready. I know he just loves locking in stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anyone that has a more funny record than Ruler when it comes to winning Worlds before you win domestically. Because that was, what, 5 years, because he won in 2017, and then he won his first title in 2022 with Gen G.
Did take him a while there.
Yeah, it really did.
And then he left us. He abandoned us.
Yeah,
we love Ruler.
I still miss Ruler.
Wish we had him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. We did get Viper, who is also very good, but I wish Ruler would come back. We'll see. Maybe one day. Showmaker, Ox isn't here, and we're still getting mid lane Ziggs. He would love this.
Yeah.
Very appreciative.
I'm a big Ziggs enjoyer myself as well.
I know you are.
Lucid tried to invade, and instead he's going to have to go back to his jungle.
Ouch.
Unlucky.
Painful, unfortunate for Lucid there. Youngjae is actually starting on the same side. Starts at the Raptors. I think he had a ward there early, so I imagine that's what spotted him. So going to be a nice little advantage here for Youngjae. I think Lucid got like a tiny Raptor, so not going to be feeling great about that.
So Showmaker hit level 2 first, and he is going to miss his second Q, but he's already done a nice amount of harass here to Karis. As meanwhile, down at the bottom lane, 2v2 level 2s as the shield comes in, aiming, looking to continue with the pressure, but not going to overextend. But it does look like aiming is in a pretty good spot in this lane.
It is so telling to the current state of Ezreal that one of his best counter picks of old, which is the Kai'Sa specifically, just doesn't feel like it really wins the matchup anymore. Is
DRX.
Oh my god.
Chovy. DRX Chovy. 2020.
DRX Chovy.
Yeah, DRX Chovy.
Man, that was a lineup. Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and Keria.
Oh my god.
I know.
What a team.
That was a historic team.
Yeah, that was the year that I realized Keria was the best support in the world. It took him a while to actually hit it, but he did. Youngjae.
He did waste a lot of time with his bot lane gank shenanigans and didn't really get that much here.
Yeah, he was level 2 because he didn't hit level 3 from his 3 camps because Lucid stole the little raptor. So it was actually, I guess, a Lucid win at the end of the day.
It really is, especially because he also showed bot.
Showmaker does not have his satchel, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's just going to walk it off.
Yeah.
He does have walk. He utilizes walk. It's super effective.
You've been playing a lot of Poker Rogue, haven't you?
Yeah, me and Max, me and Atlas have just been grinding that a lot. He's been doing it a bit more than I have, but I have also been doing that. And it's been super effective for ruining my sleep schedule. Here's Palu trying to stop a back or something, but instead just going to get chunked out.
I mean, that's not a bad trade. Cancels the back, gets a cleanse. I think he'll take it like this from Youngjae. I don't know if the setup is that good. As we see, Lucid's like, well, if you at first you don't succeed, just try again. Raptors ×2. The top side of Youngjae's jungle has not been taken. My guy, you need to farm.
No.
Like, this doesn't work.
Kill orange buff.
They're in shambles.
Youngjae's taking turret shots, and he might die here as Kingen hitting Meganar does get the wallop down onto Morgan, and is totally fine in the 1v2.
Oh, Veldas. Oh, Youngjae.
I'm sorry, Chronicler.
Yeah, that's a full-fledged disaster. So that, because basically you flip a lot of the early game just on that play right there. Because trying the gank when it's very obvious that the gank is coming, and then not having the gank, like you got flash, but that's fine. If you're getting flash for a gank is great if your top side is not up. But Youngjae is going to be monstrously far behind. He does have a bag advantage, so he'll be
Okay, he's got catch-up experience.
Well, yeah, I know. And he'll be okay. You know, he'll be taking his camps and they'll respawn. But it's still a lot of gold that I think Lucid gets, and it's a lot of experience. And Kingen obviously not in the slightest inconvenienced by what transpired. He's a little bit behind when it comes to the experience, so I guess it's fine. But I'm not looking for fine here, Veldas, because I think if things are fine for Brion, they will not be fine by 15 minutes. They need to be great. Right now, they're not.
Yeah. They were pretty great at the beginning of game 1, but they weren't able to put the cap on it. And as you mentioned, if they go even in the early game with D plus Kia, they're probably going to get rolled. So let's see. Youngjae coming on in. Did go for a ping, but now he has been spotted and potentially in some danger here, as he is Sejuani. Karis level 6. They will respect that. Ziggs at this point in time with the tier is really not going to be doing much. So not going to commit to the 2v2.
Lucid also doesn't have his ult yet. Doesn't want to run the risk. Making too aggressive of a play. Will be some of the grubs picked up here by Youngjae, as they might be making play towards bot. Don't forget, Showmaker has his ultimate available. Even just a no, you know, even the poke. Yeah.
Just going to plop it down, helps clear the wave.
Still big. Even if they don't take damage, you know, they need to walk off. And, yeah, oh man. At some point, they're just going to rotate Showmaker over, and he's going to get this bot lane turret.
Oh, yeah. They absolutely should.
So free.
They absolutely should. I mean, he could even start coming down now.
That is
he doesn't have his TP, though.
That is taking some of Aiming's gold, so...
yeah.
But no, I'm joking. With these backs, I actually think that is what's going to happen. Going to rotate Aiming towards mid, hopefully.
Right.
Because they really should.
Just send the Ziggs bot and put a satchel on the turret and take the plates.
I forgot.
And then go back mid.
Yeah, I forgot which team it was that did this. It was like, I think it was DRX that actually played towards it. Was it DRX with Teddy? That got him like...
That sounds right.
15... Like, because DRX is a very, like, lower middle of the pack team.
But they're the only team that seemingly knows how to use Ziggs.
If they don't, I'm actually going to be annoyed.
They're not.
On behalf... Well, they still have some time. But on behalf, I know Ox would be very upset.
I'm very upset right now.
Well, yeah. Well, that makes two of us. They still have time. Hopefully they will. As long as they get the plates, it's fine. But they're really... That's the reason why. Make that free. Yundo also mad. That's good. We should collectively...
Well, yeah, the thing is like, he can't just waltz down there and, you know, drop it down. It's not in range of the satchel yet. And also, he'd have to do a 1v2 against Envy. So for now, he's not going to try for it. Now, if they dive Envy and Paulo, they might just be able to get it regardless of what Ziggs does.
Okay, we have Prio mid. There we go. Yep. Ult's about to come back up. This is it. It's happening, Veldas.
He's got a big bomb.
I can feel it.
And he's not afraid to use it. About 2 seconds away, and now this bottom lane is in so much trouble. They're just up against the wall. They have to flash away from the bomb, and they do get out of there. But they're being zoned away once again as the Mantra Q comes out and misses, and Paulo and Envy will survive.
That could have been a lot better, Veldas. I'm a little disappointed because they didn't sync up Lucid's ult and Showmaker's ult. And they didn't really get a whole lot outside of a cleanse. I think they got Palu's flash as well. Oh, the wards.
Yep.
Oh, Youngjae gonna get spotted here.
Spotted for days. They know exactly where he is. Morgan's playing aggressively on the top side of the map while this is happening. So Lucid can potentially come in here and try to force a 2v1 knowing where Youngjae is. But Morgan is going to drop a ward. And now we got an engage on the bottom side here. Kellen in a little bit of trouble, but Palu maybe in more as 1Q is going to line it up. And Kellen, oh, the long range ult from Youngjae does knock him down and trades a kill back over to Envy.
Big win there for Envy. Envy actually was falling very far behind because of the continued attention paid towards the bot side by Lucid. Showmaker throwing a couple of assistant ults as well. But that kill is gonna put him in a much better spot in this game. Very, very big win here for Brian, not alone by itself. And I think we've been so busy complaining about the fact that Showmaker hasn't taken the bot lane turret yet, that there's still time. You know, we don't have to actually get mad yet. Even though I feel like we probably will end up being so. You know, Morgan's actually doing a great job towards the top side in isolation. This matchup working out nicely. I think it's important to note that specifically with Renekton into Gnar, there are a lot of windows where you can be in trouble with Gnar because of the easy gap close that's available for the Renekton, and with the early attention paid by Youngjae, King is going to be a little bit behind on tempo. So that ends up being a slight win for Brion, but mid lane pretty substantially behind. Jungle pretty substantially behind. And bot lane a little bit better now with this kill, but I say better. He's still down 25 CS, and Aiming also got the kill.
Aiming got the kill here on to Palu.
And yeah, Palu just takes too much damage there. It's pretty straightforward, right? Like Hex flashes into the Q. Then this, nicely done by Youngjae. There's not really a way out there for Kellen because if he walks back, he will just get autoed and die. Ends up going down. And right now, bot lane turret getting lower and lower. The poke working out. We have a relevant dragon. No dragon actually has been taken just yet.
Seems like the Korean broadcast is really highlighting the Karma. We've been calling for Ezreal Karma many, many times, especially now that Ezreal is back in the meta. It's just such a dominant lane. And even without all the attention from the jungle and mid, you can put on so much pressure with this duo.
All right, this is it. Showmaker is going to TP towards display.
He's TPing mid. And the True Shot Barrage is going to hit two people here. They're really trying to get on top of Lucid, who does flash away. But the Steal of the Dragon comes in. Kingen is here. Lucid's still low, but Envy is isolated by himself in the backline. Now Morgan going to TP into this play himself, but he is 1v4. And he will swiftly be traded back. Eventually, they give the kill over to Showmaker, who now has 2 kills under his belt.
What? Go mid! No, don't go mid. Go bot! Oh, Showmaker! This is your opportunity. You just got the double. You can get first turret blood.
I want to give a little extra chance over to the bros. You know, a lot of people paid their bro tax today. So they're like, okay, I understand. But yeah, he could have just literally walked bot and dropped a satchel on that. And it would be dead before 14 minutes. But instead, it's just going to stay alive.
I credit to Brion. They take a lot of poke, but I actually like their willingness to go in here. I think the problem is they over-invest, right? Palu uses his full set of cooldowns, and that play then works if you actually 100-0 Lucid, which they don't, and then they take so much damage coming through. The backline is completely fine, and Showmaker is legitimately just throwing...
That's a Ziggs impression.
It's really good.
In Korean.
Really? Showmaker does have big Ziggs energy.
He does,
like,
yeah. And Vagar.
Yep, as well.
Kind of similar. As I think it's Yundo, might be G-Sun. One of our producers is getting very angry about the Ziggs not going bot. Very sad about it.
It's
understandable.
And,
it's
and realistically, like, it's not going to matter for the outcome of the game. But it is one of those things.
Well, they could take a free earlier lead.
Yeah. Well,
Now, it looks like Aiming's going to get the turret anyway, because everybody went mid on the side of Bro and or top. So Kingen is very dead, absolutely 100% super dead, as 3 people will isolate and kill him. And Aiming was given a free lane in the bottom side. So at least he got the turret.
Yeah, but they could have gotten both. And you know what? Maybe
They could have.
It will win.
But you know what? They're going to get 2 plates. And now they're getting even more kills on Apollo, who's having a rough time in this one. They can absolutely get this turret. If Showmaker has satchel cooldown, aiming...
he just used it.
They don't... Yeah. I guess if he had it, they could have just tanked the turret and gotten it low enough. But instead, Morgan also going to get a free full turret, rather, of plates in the top side before 14 minutes. There it goes.
Those 10 seconds, Veldas, ended up making all the difference.
They did. DK are still very far ahead.
Doesn't matter. No, 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 it doesn't. We're just molding.
It's just not very efficient.
As
play.
we're taking a look here at the topside play. Nice overload here from Brion, especially Mininar. There's just no way to realistically outplay that. But because they invest 3 people, might have actually wanted to not show, and then maybe DK couldn't go quite as hard. As we take a look right there, Lucid just comes in from the bot side where they are obviously way stronger. Gonna be the very easy pickup, and this gold lead is not looking good here for Brian. 3K, DK's composition, obviously skills amazing. Really the one weakness it has is that I don't think it's like snap engage is that good. You know, Maokai, if you engage, we've seen that can lead to problems. Same for Gnar, really. Doesn't really provide anything. Great CC, but nothing. But they have Ziggs and Ezreal, so like, who cares that you can't engage?
Just don't engage, just poke them. And
saplings, and also engaging into you
and Karma
is a nightmare.
Boomerangs.
Oh god, yeah.
Every champ has got something to throw at the enemy, and or disengage as well. So it's a great comp here from DK. And Morgan's on the flank. This is one way to deal with poke comps, is to find a really good flank. Now he's going to be spotted. TP is coming in, and Karis not going to find the divide. Finally gets in there and divides the Maokai. Showmaker, though, is isolated and killed. Down he will go, but the roots are coming down here onto Karis, who will have to back away as Morgan taken for a little walk by the Karma. As you see, they're trying to take this 4v5. Morgan is isolated and taken down, as Bro is not able to help him out all too much.
The one weakness of Ziggs is getting engaged on, and there the angles from Brion prove a little bit too much for Showmaker, as yeah, the Herald should definitely go their way. Dragons have been very low priority this game, so that would be a possibility here. In 20 seconds, Cloud Drake's going to come through. A lot of good dragons that are still available here. Take another look at this play. Really, most of this is just Morgan, I think, with a good angle. And then here, the TP, it feels okay. Until they realize that they're getting flanked on from 2 angles, so there's not really a way out. Showmaker has the flash deal from Young Jay, and then ends up just getting taken down. And then Kellen actually, good job there, locking down, because if he doesn't, Morgan just walks it up, so they at least get the trade kill. And DK, still with the better health bars, still will get the Herald, and still in a great position in this game.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about the Ziggs. It's actually Aiming who is trying to pick up another Gold King award, potentially here in week 5, I believe we are. Didn't have a great start to it in game 1, but here in game 2, I wouldn't be surprised if he has the most gold on the Rift.
Maybe that was why that turned. Had to go the way of the Gold King.
He needed the plates, not Shomi.
Right now is about to hit that Manamune spike, and I like this aggressiveness from Brion, but it's going to be about the fight. The dragon is going to be gone.
Yeah, Young Jake goes in trying to steal the Drake, but instead nearly dies. In goes Envy into 5 people. Is doing a lot of damage here to Aiming, but eventually he gets taken out as a very optimistic play, I would say, from Envy. And the rest of the team is now just being run off here. As Morgan's super low, Young Jay looks like he will get away, but can't say the same about the Croc, as they have ample amounts of CC. Even the Gnar into the wall, just for good measure. As Aiming picks up his 4th kill, and Showmaker gets 2 of his own to match it. DK are running away with this game.
Slowly looking worse and worse here. Well, that's not a whole lot to be done, as this was, I think, the final chance for Brion to make it happen. Youngjin doesn't get the smite, and then we have a very split call here. Karis can't go in. So
he disengaged a long time ago.
Well, not only that, but like if he wasn't rooted and he like somehow finds a shuffle when Envy, that like with Renekton and Kai'Sa, like that play can maybe work, but instead they just throw themselves to their death, and that's the end of it. And right now, DK taking a 5.5k gold lead. Dragon went over to them as well. It's a Hextech Drake, but I don't think we're going to be seeing the soul in this one, Veldas. Paulo caught between a Ziggs and a Nara. I don't think he's getting out.
Nope, he will not. Down he goes. He just accepts his fate. No need to flash there, as he does take his 5th death in this game. Not going too well for him here. And D plus Kia, you know, they don't have the Baron, but it feels like they do with the amount of map pressure that they have. And they're just utilizing their lead here to get the Ziggs into a position to do an insane amount of damage to the turrets. They will be taking out this turret, and they don't even need the Satchel to do so. Down it will go, and that is, I think, 2 turrets, maybe 3, that were just scooped up here by DK.
Now we're looking at a 7K gold lead, Veldas. Oh.
Can I get 8K?
Yeah, you
8K gold lead?
We will. We will.
How about 9K?
So how's your day been, Veldas? what have you been up to? Because I know it was raining a lot. And
I
you had
went
to come
to
all the way over.
Cafe with my wife before
Nice.
work.
The-
Had
the-
some
the-
coffee.
The good cafe near your house. The
We just went to Starbucks
okay.
this time.
Okay. That's a bit disappointing. I really like the
Yeah,
the
there's some great cafes, but we just, you know, kept it simple today. We like to mix it up, you know. Went to that one recently. So
sure.
little mix up.
Variety
And
is the
then
spice
I
of life.
drove to work in the rain,
Uh-huh.
and
That must have been a lot.
yeah, it took me about an hour.
No, that's not too bad.
Wasn't so bad.
Could have been worse.
Definitely
okay.
could have been worse.
Okay.
Didn't run into any flooding. There was some flooding in Seoul and in Korea, but managed to avoid much of that. And yeah, what did you do, Chronicler? What did you do today?
I made a really nice mac and cheese yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, well, I ate leftovers this morning.
Oh, okay.
That was great. Did some mopping.
You helped out our man Ox.
Yeah, there were some flooding issues, and then went to work, and I was like, man, remember when
You
Brian
bought me a protein bar.
I did buy it, yeah, because I went to go to another place to get Brendan an actual bowl of food, but then the place was closed, unfortunately.
On a Wednesday,
Yeah, and
During the day.
Normally they're open during this
near a
time,
bunch
so
of offices.
I don't know what was up with that. It's very unfortunate. Maybe it's like the break time, but I feel like I've gotten food there around this time before, so that was very tragic. And then I got here and I was like, remember when DK versus Brian that was a real rivalry.
Yeah.
When DK was at their best, Brian just somehow found a way.
Tell us the story. The story of Umpty.
Well, it is the story of it's a story of Delight. Back when, you know, saying Delight was a good support was still kind of a hipster thing to do.
Yeah.
You're like,
we knew.
man,
We knew.
we knew. We talked about it.
We knew
all
ahead of
the
time. Yeah.
LOL King Lava,
Oh man, yeah.
I know.
Remember LOL King Lava?
who just randomly would wake up and be like, what if I gapped Showmaker today? That
He did sometime.
And that was 2021 Showmaker, okay? Like, I think Showmaker is still top tier mid, but the 2020, 2021 Showmaker, a little different.
Yeah. He was on another level at that point. There was a lot of discussion about, was it Chovy? Was it Showmaker? Who deserves first MVP for the mid lane? A lot of discussion around that time, I remember.
Good times. Yeah, that's when I just joined the LCK.
Lucid? Okay, Showmaker's going to get it. You know what? Showmaker needs some extra gold, so
Yeah, he's really,
give it to him.
He's really lacking for funds, Veldas.
Yeah.
He's down 18 CS. It's very sad.
Getting absolutely gapped by Karis here
Yeah.
in CS.
It's because he made all those rotations to side lanes to pick up.
Yeah, all those plates he got for
Yeah.
free
Yeah.
with his satchel and his passive. No, we don't need those. They are going to get a Hextech Drake here. First one of the game. And it doesn't look like they need Showmaker. He's just going to stick top and eat the waves. I'm very happy to see Ziggs in the meta nowadays. Just everywhere, not just in the bottom lane. Showmaker maybe waking up early, watching some APA, saying, hey, I can do that. And I can definitely do that against Bro. And here he is. 5-1-2.
I love that there's so many troll picks that he keeps hovering that it gives you some hope, and then he locks in other random stuff. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another Diana game of him for some reason.
Why not?
Why not? When he sees the angle.
Let the show begin.
It really, again, for Showmaker, and this has been true for as long as DK has been good, and obviously recently I think his form has been more up and down, but the team just relies on him so much. Like,
Yeah, it definitely does.
To such an insane extent. Even when you go look at a lot of the Gen G losses, it's because in crucial points, like Chovy just gets the better of him, he's just not able to make it work. And, you know, Heavy is the hat that wears the crown. For Showmaker, if he doesn't perform, it's also why Gen G is so good, because if someone doesn't perform, everyone else is like...
Yeah, they have a lot of crowns over there. Everybody's wearing a crown.
Yeah, I don't know
So
what form of government they use, but it's very successful. Well, Vision, I don't think it'll matter, Valdez.
they could just start it. I mean, everybody here on the side of Bro is kind of just hanging around mid lane. We saw the side lane is in absolute shambles with Morgan, who was down 2 levels.
Yeah, I know they have Vision. I like the Observer showing it, but does it matter?
I don't think so. I personally don't think so, because their turn is insanely strong. They don't have a lot of engage, but you've got Maokai, and by insanely strong...
Aiming is just...
Yeah, wait! Yeah, so this is the turn I was talking about, I guess. Their ability to just poke them down before they even get there. They're not even there! They can't even get to the Baron! The Morgan's here, okay, he's gonna try to turn onto aiming, and now we've got a lot of damage on aiming. He's in a bit of trouble. Kellen also is very low, but aiming is gonna survive. They can't even take down the Ezreal, as Kellen is going to be the one guy who goes down. Everybody's chasing an Ezreal while Morgan dies in mid. And so it was a very messy fight, but D plus Kia come out ahead anyway.
I gotta say, that's a win for Breon. Can't believe I'm saying this.
I guess so. I guess so.
No, it is. They okay, well, they still get Baron, so I guess win is relative. I don't know, Valdez. I'm scrambling on this one.
The Bro fans win because they got to see more action.
There you go. That's the angle. Yeah. Yeah, aiming already getting everyone to that. Like, that's not even necessary. It's a bit gratuitous, you know? Like, they were already going to take that match.
Yeah. Well, Lucid,
maybe dead.
He's got Flash.
Nah.
I think he's just going to not use it. There's the passive.
Phase rush.
Taking a bunch of damage. He's just running away.
Oh, he has to flash.
And here comes Young Jae. The flash away from Young Jae, and he's going to get away. Meanwhile, yeah, Palu died, guys. Yeah, there you go. Envy? Okay. All right, take it away, Chronicler.
I don't want to take it. You take it away, Valdez.
Hey, give us that heavy-hitting analysis.
Yeah, I'm not even going to do it as a joke. DK are monstrously far ahead. There's nothing that Breon can do. And I do not know if they can kill aiming. Because he is monstrously fed, and he has a Karma.
Yeah, well,
at the ready.
Young Jae is on the flank, and no cleanse available. That's a lot of damage. There's 2 carries from Bro who are here. Surely you can kill aiming, right? Okay, they finally got him. And now Karis is probably going to die for it. He does have Flash, and Paulo is nearby. I don't think Lucid can kill him alone, although he is trying. And there's the Flash eventually.
Wow,
and you know what?
Pingen?
Pingen's just in the base, and I guess Lucid's just going to run down Karis? Is anybody going to help him? No. The answer is no. Pingen's going to kill him, as Kingen does eventually go down to Morgan here. And now Morgan might meet the same fate. Lucid getting so much value, by the way, out of his passive here, just healing insane amounts in this game. And, well, Young Jae, not very long for this world himself, although he is going to dodge the rest of it, and he will be totally fine.
Yeah, he's able to make it out. Doesn't have Warmux yet, but is on this fountain, so not going to be too worried. They keep the base alive, but at what cost, Valdez? They'll keep
Just at the cost of our sanity. It's
well, yeah, and then the Pro Leafers, you know, this is what they come for. I feel bad for Morgan and Paulo because they're the ones that gonna have to. They just have to keep trying, right? Try and do stuff. As yeah, very straightforward here. Fed Ezreal with a Karma, you're not really gonna get away from.
Oh,
that was so much damage on that last Q.
yeah.
As we take another look here, actually nicely done by Young Jae. Gets the ultimate on top of aiming, and then I can't believe it's this close. As Lucid is playing Arena. Like, this is not a Summoner's Rift Maokai.
He feels like he's playing Earth. Like, he has cooldowns forever. He just keeps rooting them.
Oh, yeah.
He has learn the ways of Maokai, I guess. Well, at least in games where he's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Brion, I don't think is a worthy opponent for Lucid Maokai.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, third inhib's gonna fall, and the Nexus soon to follow, Valdez.
The Nexus looks like it is not very long for this world here. In game number 2, Lucid gonna throw out an ult, just try to zone them away. Karis once again not able to do much, takes his Ziggs bomb and a True Shot Barrage to the face. Is gonna heal up in the fountain. Maybe an angle, but Redemption is online now for Kellen, you would imagine. Suppose there's a chance that Lucid got it, but I doubt it. And they are holding on to their base. You know, they do have Azir. They've gotten a Azir turret, and Youngjae nearly dies to the Ezreal. And here comes Morgan on the flank. They found aiming once again, but the shields are many. And Envy rather is going to fall as he does go to the back line, tries to assassinate aiming, who will not be assassinated, he says. And DK just going to win this game number 2. Youngjae gonna throw one out. He actually does hit aiming, funnily enough. But I don't think aiming's falling in this game once again. The Gnar comes in, aiming, just gonna flash away from Karis, who has no chance. Down goes Youngjae, and Morgan may be the lucky one here. Or is he? As he eats a Ziggs bomb, and down he goes at the very end, and down will go the Nexus. GG, DK gonna take the 2-0 tonight.
Nothing too surprising here in this game number 2. A dominant performance from DK. Don't really see a lot of angles for Brion in this one. Karis tried his best, not end up actually enough, as the DK, they were expected to take this with a quick and comfortable 2-0. I think that's what we saw of them. Game number 1, we're a little bit rough around the edges. Game number 2 wasn't even close, Valdez.
Yeah. They came here, they did their job. Showmaker had a bit of fun. Aiming also had some, I think Lucid also had a bit of fun. They had a lot of fun, to be honest, in game 2. A lot of pressing W, the twisted advance from Lucid. And who do you think gets Pog for this one?
I think it's between Lucid and aiming. I think Lucid, to me, as is known, I think even Showmaker isn't that. Like, Showmaker actually had a lot of impact on the side lanes, but he didn't get the plate. So I know Oaks will be disappointed in me if I voted for him. I imagine you would be as well.
Yeah.
I think aiming had a lot of heroics, but I think Kellen on the Karma ended up having a really good game. A lot of impact around the map. Lucid really did outpath Youngjae by a very substantial amount. And D plus Kia will, right now take over second place again, but Humble Life obviously is going to be playing next. And them against Kwangdong actually going to be big if Kwangdong end up getting an upset win there. Could be huge for the standings in the LCK.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, Kwangdong Freaks have been having a little bit of trouble recently, but
yeah.
And Humble Life Esports, I feel like the opposite kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a lot of wins against strong opponents. But yeah, just taking a look at some of the plays in this game. A lot of times it feels like, bro, even in even game situations, they're not really playing as a squad. It feels like they got the message from Edgar, which was, you guys need to play more aggressively. You need to make plays. You need to be proactive.
And I still think they look better than they did at the beginning of summer and even some parts of spring. Like, it's hard to see when the game is this lopsided, but I think there are improvements. It's just the problem is against DK, like a little bit of improvement and like 20% more productivity isn't really going to change the fact that their team fights are as disjointed. Thank you very much. Are as disjointed as they are, as we see Lucid playing Earth here. This is the second time this year that we've had these tank junglers with like unreasonably cheap builds buying. Before it was tank items, it was Koenig Broken and Frozen Hard. And now it's Warmogs and Zeeks every game.
Renekton's,
Nice to have fun for like a patch. Yeah, that was it.
We had some fun for a patch. The top gap is absurd, someone said. Why is Renekton so strong? As they're just making fun of Kingin.
I was thinking.
Coming for the toss. He's still mimicking Ziggs.
끝내 끝내.
GG.
This team is so unserious. I love it.
It's very unhinged. Showmaker did more damage than Ezreal, who was aiming, who was extremely fed. So, yeah, Ziggs pretty good. I don't think this was a great game to say, like, hey, this is
It was
evidence that Ziggs should be in every single game, but it's good.
I think especially with Maokai, Ox and I have played a lot of Arena Ziggs Maokai because there's so much you see. Like it's so easy. One of the big weaknesses of Ziggs, it's all skill shots. It doesn't matter when you have as much lockdown.
Just hold them in place and win the game. That's what DK did against Bro in this series. We're going to send it off to the space to break this one down.
Thank you very much, guys. As D+ take care of business, Brion falls to Bro and 9. Welcome back to the space, Degon, alongside Wolf and Atlas here to break down that last series. It's fast. Reddit had thoughts. People had thoughts.
It was
What are your
fast,
thoughts?
and if you were a Bro fan, you were furious.
Oh, I like that.
I feel like watching this. Let's pull up the draft because the draft is, I think, really key here. The Azir, you knew it was coming. So Kara subbed in. You just write that one down. It doesn't matter where it is in the draft. Unless you're banning it, as D+, you know it's coming. Zig's so good into the Azir at range. They have the Karma to win bottom lane, so you're winning mid, you're winning bot. You've got the Gnar that's ranged into the Renekton. They staved off that top gank as well. And D+ just have a draft that's so good that I wish that they had this against Gen G or something like that because they didn't even use the Ziggs to its fullest potential, as the casters pointed out, but this draft is just so insane.
Yeah, and Ziggs into Azir is like a really good matchup as well, so Showmaker being able to flex that one, the fact that it was still flexible until the very end of the draft, like aiming, we know that he can play the Ziggs as well. We've actually seen Showmaker play the Ezreal also, as he played it in the bottom lane when Malrunk subbed in and played Rumble that one time, if you guys remember all the way back. And Showmaker was actually a very good Ezreal player, so like we're expecting that they do have that flexibility as well, but when you've got Ziggs into Azir, it is basically free, and even though he fell behind in some CS, it didn't matter. He was killing champions instead.
We didn't see Samber, which is a little bit sad, especially because they ended up with the counter pick of the Kais into Ezreal, but it's tough with the Karma there. And I just don't know why we're going down this path where we're subbing Carson every time to just play Azir. He played in Challengers on Monday as well in the Azir, lost that game, looked really rough there. I'm not really sure what's going on in the headspace with the Bro coaching staff right now, but the draft in game 1 at least was very good, but then they were like, we got to put Carson on Azir, and we've seen the story 9 times. 9 times, actually. This is the 9th time.
This is the thing that really worries me as well, is seeing that Samber wasn't subbed in this time around tells me that they do it based on the game 1 performance, and if that's the case, looking back at all the other games, I feel like there should have been very different subs that were actually coming in instead of doing the double swap that time around. It might have been maybe Samber just didn't want to play today, wasn't feeling well or something like that, Envy had to, but I hope that's not the case. I hope it's not just a case-by-case basis.
And of course, earlier today we highlighted the addition of Fate to Brion, but those changes don't come in until the second round robin, which starts after this match here for Bro. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, as a lot of action on the top side of the map, which then led to the mid lane.
Yeah, so Kingen is being collapsed on here. He flashes away, buys a ton of time. They're getting the turret bottom, so Aiming is getting that turret. He's gold kinging, right? And then in mid, they actually have the setup here to get even more, as there's just not really much they could do to defend, as Lucid has had full control over the bottom side of the jungle this entire game to get to set up this long-range engage with his Nature's Grasp. So, yeah, you tried to get Kingen. You ultimately did kill him. You had to spend a ton of resources, but you're losing literally everything into this pushing Ezreal, pushing Ziggs.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you spend all of your time trying to map a play and not doing anything about playing the map. You know, that's
playing the wrong part of the map, especially.
Yeah, severely. And this was just after that dragon fight that did go poorly for Bro, and this was the response that they had, was trying to dogpile top lane, and D+ just had a way better choice of just destroying bot, destroying mid, and honestly, at that point, game was over.
Yeah, different type of fast pushing towards towers when you have Ziggs at 80 carry, compared to like a Trist hitting towers or a Jax hitting towers. But when you make a mistake like that, you lose a lot. Here you go in the mid lane. After that, no mid tower. D+ trying to push on in, or D+ pushing on into Bro.
This was one of the closest and best fights I think Bro could have ever gotten the opportunity for, is aiming flashes here. But actually, the knockup from Lucid is so good to prevent Morgan from getting on top of him. And then Karas's ult just completely whiffs, unfortunately. Aiming's able to flash it. And then you were so close to maybe you get back into this game, but D+ just outplay them.
Yeah, and at this point, it's an uphill battle for Bro. Oftentimes in games like this is where you have the other team fighting back against Bro. But it wasn't actually the case because the early game was played out so much better by D+. And I think that their navigation of team fights in this series was actually really good. And the thing to take away, I guess, if you are a D+ fan, is that they are looking like they're ramping going back into the Gen G matchup, which is going to be a very tough one on Saturday.
All right, well, let's see who gets POG for game number 2 and the interview later on. It will be Aiming, the Boom Boom Damage. Wow, this is Aiming's first POG of the season.
Why is it back-to-back 1,200 DPMs for both players?
Had to vote Boom Boom Damage there.
It's a lot of Boom Boom. It is a lot of Boom Boom.
Aiming's early game was really good, and he was under a lot of pressure here as well. Like, Youngjae did surf the bottom lane quite heavily during the early parts of the game in the bottom lane there, but I do think that a lot of the game that we saw here was Aiming just kiting back and doing massive amounts of damage, picking Paulo on the top side, poking when they were doing Baron, just putting everyone at like half health before the fight even starts, getting out here with a nice flash. These types of plays I thought were really individually strong for Aiming, and when you have this much money, you got to play well, and he did.
Yeah, he was definitely the guy that they were leaning on. A few votes going over to Lucid. Myself and, obviously Chronicler was always going to, but VNcast there alongside us. I'm surprised there weren't more, to be perfectly honest, because I felt like, Aiming did actually aim some shots this time around, but I think that the peeling done by Lucid was phenomenal this game.
Yeah, VNcast loves their bot lane votes still going.
I know, maybe they actually heard us throwing shade and are like, well, we can't vote for bot lane ever again.
Yeah, even when it's a clear win, even when media gets it all right. Well, standing by with the interview right now is Deer. Deer, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Showmaker and Aiming on the side of D+ Kia, who just took a clean 2-0 victory over OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations! Thank you! Showmaker, you get to finish round 1 with a victory. How do you feel? I'm really happy that I'm able to finish off strong, and I really want to do well in round 2. And Aiming, and you finally got the POG you've been longing for. You've won the Gold King Award many times, but this is your first POG, so how do you feel? First of all, it feels great to get POG. And honestly, I really wanted a Gold King this week, or this past week, so what a shame. And Showmaker, in game 1, you took your comfort pick, LeBlanc, and banned 4 mid champions. So what was the meaning behind this? Pobe happens to be a really good player, and I really wanted to focus on the mid lane. So that really made it easier for me to play. And yeah, Bro actually flex picked Ezreal mid and kept playing mind games afterwards with some potential swaps. So did you expect to play against a mid Ezreal? To be honest, I really like the mid Ezreal pick, so I'm always wary of that pick. And I've always thought that I wanted to play him, but I feel like Pobe did a really good job playing Ezreal. And so, what is the Ezreal LeBlanc matchup like? So Ezreal is really strong early game. So LeBlanc is doesn't have the upper hand at first, but I feel like my teammates supported me so well throughout the game that made it easier for me. So Aiming, with the swap, you played Kai'Sa against Ashe and Braum. So did they give you trouble at all? With Ezreal, I really thought that they were going to play Ezreal mid. I had forgotten about it, but with the Ashe, I told myself as long as I'm able to farm CS really well during the laning phase, that I would be in a good place. And Showmaker, in game 1, you kept taking lots of resources, and compared to how you usually let your teammates take them, was hogging these resources in game 1 a better decision strategically? To be honest, I just had a lot of leisure to take these resources based on what was going on in the map. So that's why. So let's take a look at this next replay where the funneling of the LeBlanc really paid off. So what did you see here? So Kellen was actually positioned really well, and we had a really good Gnar Rage Bar. So I think we really wanted to take the risk and open up the team fight here. It's just that the support and our top had such great positioning, and we knew that we would win 100%. And aiming in game 5, game 2, it looks like for your R5 pick, you guys were stuck on picking your support, and then we noticed your Karma pick. So can you walk us through the drafting phase?
이제 뭐 할지 고민하다가 이제
So yeah, because we were able to see the enemy's comp, we were just really contemplating on which pick we should go for. We were really high in confidence, so I think Kellen was just feeling really confident with Karma, so we went with that. So aiming, this was your first Ezreal game of the year. So how was playing him on stage for after a long time? Ezreal is so fun to play. I really want to play Ezreal on stage more often, and I believe that I am the best Ezreal.
많이 뽑을 생각으로 하고 있어서
So yeah, honestly, you can expect me to play him a lot more in the future. So all the other teams out there, they better watch out. And in game 2, Showmaker Ziggs made a return after 1,491 days. And he was played in other regions, but it's been forever in the LCK. So what made you pick him? You know, since last year, I've really wanted to play Ziggs. And I noticed that APA in the other region, he really plays Ziggs very often. And even though Ziggs didn't really look very good, he made Ziggs look so good. And I've been really just waiting for this moment to pick Ziggs. So you got some inspiration from APA? Yeah, honestly, there's really no other way that I can utilize Ziggs most of the time. So yeah, I definitely got some inspiration. And let's take a look at the next replay. Were you sure that you're going to survive here, Amy?
거를 좀 못 나오는데 의미를 많이 뒀고요. 나오더라도 뭐 저희가
Honestly, we noticed that the enemy's positioning was that they're really crowded and they're also surrounded by our team. So I believe that as long as I can survive that, my team would be able to clean up. And Showmaker, you really channeled your inner Ziggs and became Ziggs himself. Let's take a look at this replay.
이 장면이었죠.
It was right at this moment.
성대모사 한번 해주세요. 다시 한번.
Do you want to do a Ziggs impression for us again? Where'd that bomb go?
마지막에도 그렇고 오늘 성대모사 제대로 해주시던데.
And also at the very end of the game, you were doing his impression. Would you like to reenact it in front of your fans? Where'd the bomb go?
모습을 이렇게 보여주셨습니다. 네, 또 내일 모레인 7월 19일이 킹겐 선수의
What a perfect impression. And so the day after tomorrow, July 19th, will be Kingen's 6th year anniversary. Would you like to congratulate him? Congratulations!
보여주셨습니다. 에이밍 선수도 부탁드립니다.
And Aiming,
했고 저 언제까지 할지.
you know, you've been around for a very long time. I'm looking forward to seeing how long you go.
네, 오래오래 함께하자고 이렇게 말씀해
You mean
주신
to
것
say
같습니다. 자, 이제
to play with you for a long time, right? Yep. I want him to play with me for a long time. And as your first opponent of round 2, you will meet Genji again. What is your resolution?
와, 정말요, 네.
The match day against Genji will be my birthday. And last year, Keen and Lehans asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I said, you know, I want to win for my birthday. And so this time around, again, I would like a victory as my birthday gift. And Showmaker, I'm sure you really want to get your revenge this time for good. So anything you'd like to say?
일단 뭐 저도 생일이 얼마 안 남아서 생일 선물로.
Well, first of all, my birthday is coming up as well, and I really want a victory against Genji for my birthday gift. And I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I really want to win. I really want to get this win, and I'm coming to get you, Canyon. And that's the end of the interview from Showmaker and Aiming, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah. As Love hearing Showmaker give the shout out to APA, the Ziggs one trick, you know?
Shout out to Jake Spawn Tiberi for allowing his team to play Ziggs. Am I right, guys?
It was really fun to watch it at EWC. It's rising up. Glad to see Showmaker give some credit because that was the first time it was really played on a big stage like that to great effect. D+, second place at the moment. You know, if they end up upsetting Gen G, I mean, there's a world where they end up maintaining that spot. Would be crazy to see.
Yep, and of course, for Bro, first mate Fate will have the opportunity to show off here in next matchup. But he's not the only ranked person that is here. We've got ourselves Private Hale, Private Hooney. That's his picture. Private Ho.
Pronounced Ha.
All right,
but
Private
you were
Ho.
close.
Yeah, that was very American of me. Private Ho showing up here. Hooney doing well after reporting to the military. So best thoughts to him as he continues his training. We miss him very, very much. Next up, we've got ourselves a new translated episode of Who Are You, Man? It's back.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's our favorite content.
This is actually the best. You will, like, it. Just stay and watch it. Just watch it. If you haven't seen it already, just watch it.
And then we've got ourselves Home Life Esports versus Kwangdong Freaks, a battle for that second place square, as we were talking about. We'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy the content.
갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리.
하나생명전을 이기고 지고에 따라서 순위에 좀 큰 영향을 줄 수 있다고 생각해서 이번 경기에선 복수하도록 하겠습니다.
T1을 상대로 결승 진출전에서 패배했던 기억들이 아직도 뚜렷하기 때문에 역으로 저도 상대에게 패배의 감정을 돌려주고 싶습니다.
정체를 숨기고 오직 실력만으로 승부를 가른다. 미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 시즌2로 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 진행을 맡은 당문 김윤중입니다. 반갑습니다. 여러 같은 성원에 힘입어 드디어 서머에도 후아유맨 시즌2를 진행하게 됐습니다. 박수! 와! 먼저 박진감 넘치는 중계를 위해서 두 분 자리해 주셨습니다. 고수진 임주환 해설 나와주셨습니다. 네. 그리고 오늘 패널분들이 나와주셨는데 먼저 운타라님 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
반갑다노. 안녕하세요. 운타라 박의진입니다.
뭐라고요?
반갑다노. 사실 지난 시즌 돌이켜보면 운테라님도 형편없었거든요.
아, 기억납니다.
네네. 오늘은 정말 활약상 기대해보겠습니다.
기대해달라고?
알았다노. 네.
고맙다모.
알겠습니다. 옆에 지금 저 눈을 가리고 계신 분이 계십니다. 본인 소개 직접 부탁드리겠습니다.
어디로 쏴야? 포킹이면 포킹, 퀴즈면 퀴즈 다 맞추는 남자 백발백중의 노페 정철입니다. 반갑습니다.
사실 근데 그렇게 눈 가리고 오늘 계속 진행하실 건가요?
가능합니다. 맞춰볼까요 그렇게?
어머, 그러시던가요? 괜찮겠어요?
아니요 안 괜찮습니다. 벗겠습니다. 네.
예. 사실 지난 시즌 1 보셨을 거 아니에요?
정독하고 왔습니다.
몇 명 정도 맞출 것 같나요?
말씀드린 것처럼 뭐 백발백중이라고 했으니까 8명 중에 한 7명 정도 맞추는 걸로.
기대해 보겠습니다.
아이 감사합니다. 열심히 해보겠습니다. 화이팅!
네, 고맙습니다. 이분은 또 누구신지.
어쩔 때는 요원, 어쩔 때는 여러 가지를 또 AP 헬리오스까지 필요한 거 다 할 수 있는 헬리오스 신동진입니다.
헬리오스님 워낙 또 냉철한 분석가 아니겠습니까?
저번에 뭐 시즌 1 그분들 하는 거 보니까 형편 없었어요.
와.
딱 맞추고 갈 자신 있습니다.
알겠습니다. 그럼 혹시 공약 있습니까?
네?
상의 탈의 그런 거 안 됩니까?
그런 거 제가 봤을 때 그 시청자분들이 안 좋아하기 때문에.
그럼 시청자분들 좋아하시면 해주시는 거죠?
네?
댓글에 막 좋은 의견
시청자들이 원하면은 가야들 있죠.
알겠습니다. 이짜오. 자, 이렇게 세 분 만나봤고, 자, 그 옆에는 신입 아기 토끼 이은빈 아나운서님 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 아나운서 이은빈입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 사실 또 걱정이 되는 게 잘 모르시지 않을까? 이런 또 의구심이 있을 수 있단 말이에요.
제 일상이 선수분들을 분석하고 공부하는 겁니다. 이거 제 비밀 노트인데요.
그럼 실례지만 그 노트 한번 살짝 펼쳐서 어떤 내용인지. 왜냐면 저희 또 주작이 있을 수 있으니까. 저희 또 그런 거 검증해야 되거든요.
좀 부끄러운데.
괜찮습니다.
이야.
뭐야?
혹시 아기 토끼.
이렇게.
진짜로 안에 뭐 어제 급하게 뭐 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠?
절대 아니죠.
절대 아니고.
절대 아닙니다.
알겠습니다. 그리고 옆에 악어인가요? 레네톤인가요?
안녕하세요, 레네톤입니다.
진짜 레네톤이 오신 거예요?
저희 형 찾습니다. 나왔어 어딨죠?
그럼 오늘 녹화 끝날 때까지 그 상태로 계속 계실 거예요? 괜찮으시겠어요?
죄송합니다. 벗겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 나라카엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 제이스 장인으로 또 유명한 나라카일인데 오늘 뭐 괜찮으시겠습니까?
제가 또 라이엇에서 계획한 솔전의 준우승자 출신으로 제가 면밀히 냉철하게 분석해서 다 맞춰버리겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 이제 본격적으로 시작을 해볼 텐데 경기 방식 간단하게 안내해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 8강 토너먼트 방식으로 진행을 하게 되고요. 승리 조건은 총 3가지가 있는데요. 퍼블 선취점 내기, 그리고 CS 100개, 첫 타워 파괴, 이 3개의 조건 중에 하나만 달성하게 되면 승리를 가져가게 됩니다. 그리고 귀환은 한 번만 가능합니다. 자, 과연 시즌2에는 누가 우승을 차지하게 될지 첫 번째 매치를 앞두고 있는 선수들을 모셔보겠습니다. 나와주세요. 머리부터 발끝까지 아장면조마 쓰레기 같은 놈들. 귤먹맨. 난 내가 없어. 너도 곧 그렇게 될 거야. 펌킨맨.
갱플랭크랑 피들스틱 같은.
네. 귤먹맨님 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다. 우승까지 바라보고 왔습니다.
말이 길지 않아요. 굉장히 좀 상남자스러운 그런 말투가 보이고 펌킨맨도 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 초반부터 바로 지옥으로 보내버리면서 시작하겠습니다.
질문 있습니다.
네, 운타라님.
킴맨님 혹시 운동하시나요?
운동을 해본 적이 없습니다.
혹시 그 귤먹맨님 선수 지금 몇 년 차이신가요?
오, 좋다 이거.
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
노코멘트 하겠다라고.
이거 진짜 예리했는데.
수정이 된다는 얘긴데?
이거 진짜 예리했는데.
펌킨맨님 군대 다녀오셨나요?
와.
아직 다녀오지 않았습니다.
국어 선수 아니다.
상대방에게 도발 멘트 한 번씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
바다 밑으로 수상시키겠습니다.
자, 얘기를 듣는 펌킨맨.
지옥의 사신이 너를 목을 벨 것이다.
목을 베겠다고. 연기력 좋습니다.
자, 오글거리는데 재밌다.
바로 귤먹맨과 펌킨이 펼치는 후아이맨 시즌2 첫 경기 시작하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 귤몽맨입니다. 1대0 그래도 좀 자신 있는 편이어서 제가 우승할 것 같습니다.
본인 가면이 좀 어떻게 마음에 드시는지.
제 실제 얼굴하고 싱크율이 좀 상당하더라고요. 제 얼굴을 아는 사람이라면 어느 정도 유추할 수 있지 않을까.
혹시 따로 준비한 전략이나 이런 게 있으실까요?
전략 그런 거는 사실 무력이 부족한 사람들이나 준비하는 거지 저 같은 사람은 이제 그런 거 준비 안 하고도 기본 실력으로 우승할 생각을 했습니다. 뽑아서 머리통을 작살내도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 펑킨맨입니다. 보안맨 시즌1에서 다들 좀 체력이 아쉬운 것 같아서 우승하려고 나왔습니다. 살면서 1대1을 접은 적이 없고요. 누가 상대든 다 박살내주겠습니다. 그냥 바다에 까때리고 제가 유유히 지나가겠습니다. 윤목맨, 넌 내 상대가 안 돼.
근데 시즌 1보다 지금이 더 어렵지.
어려워요. 아니 이게 목까지 가렸어요.
체격이 큰 사람 누군지 빨리 좁혀봐.
아 근데 비리디? 고성이다. 들려? 죄송합니다. 아닌 것 같은데.
자, 안녕하세요. 후야맨 중계를 맡은 포님 주한 역시 중계의 고수진 해설 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
반갑습니다.
목소리 들리나요?
준비 완료입니다.
아, 저 이제 벌써 빠르게 뱀픽이 들어가고 있는데요.
자갈갱인가? 자갈갱이네. 본인 챔피언을 밴을 하네?
그러네?
귤먹맨이 귤을 먹는 갱플랭크를 매렸다는 거 자체가 좀 오히려 갱플 같은 거 꺼낼 줄 알았는데 이렇게 가네요.
리신 미러전?
똑같은 게 나왔습니다.
좋아요. 미러전.
이게 1대1 대결에서 가장 정석적인 픽 중에 하나거든요.
기본룬 두 번째로 가시죠.
기본은 감전으로 가시죠.
점화 전멸로 가겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 감전 기본론이 뭐죠?
두 번째,
그리고 약간 뱀픽장에서부터 서로 전멸 위치가 달라요. 이런 게 약간 힌트도 될 수 있고요.
그렇죠.
D전멸. 왜 D전멸? D전멸? BDD F전멸인가? BDD가
D예요, D.
D예요?
네.
확실해요? BDD D예요?
확실한데?
확실해요?
아, 그래요?
네.
BDD. 과연 D전멸 플레이어는 누가 있는지 확인해 보시길 바랍니다.
자, 이제 이렇게 해서 양팀 선수들 리신 대 리신 점화 들고 경기 들어갑니다. 빠르게 경기에 들어왔습니다. 서로 지금 점화의 감전도 동일하고 잠깐 지나간 걸로는 스킨도 비슷해 보였는데
담전 리신 미드. 진짜 1대1 국룰로 간다.
일단 내가 확실하게 알아. 리신을 한다, 정글 아니야.
전 미드라이너 같아요.
귤먹맨과 펌킨맨 멋있는데요. 서로 세팅도 똑같고 노란 검만 들고 왔어요.
와! 팩이 봐 이거.
겁만 샀어요. 원래 팔면 돈 더 주지 않아요?
맞아요.
포션도 안 사고
그냥 한판 붙고 이길 사람이 가자.
맞습니다. 경기 오래 끌지 말자. 서로 밀고 빠지면서 체력 관리 해줍니다.
슬쩍 밀었다 빠졌다. 한 번씩 또 감전 터뜨리고.
근데 귤먹맨이 지금 딜교환을 라인을 당기면서 좀 잘해놨거든요.
약간 팩.
귤먹맨 리신 잘한다.
귤먹맨 약간 지능형이에요.
네, 디테일 살아있어요. 영재님 같은데요?
약간 침착해.
그래서 이거 펌킨맨이 지금 웨이브를 홀딩 당하면서 약간씩 밀려나요.
이게 지금 리신 플레이 하는 게 정글 유저가 좀 아닌 것 같기도 하고요.
그리고 또 약간 좀 시간을 거슬러 올라가면 탑라이너도 리신도 하고 그랬는데.
그렇죠.
근데 뭔가 약간 귤먹맨이 좀 더 숙련도가 있어 보여요.
맞습니다. 하는 게 약간 원딜 느낌도 나는 것 같고.
귤먹맨이요? 아니면 펌킨맨이요?
펌킨맨은 살짝 촐싹거려.
네, 촐싹거려.
실속이 없다?
실수 없는데 멋있어.
6렙 되면 순간 순간적으로 들어갈 수도 있어요.
그리고 키트도 뺏겼어요.
이거 펌킨맨 리신 어색한데요 지금 느낌이.
약간 뻣뻣하죠?
네.
라인전 하는 거 보니까 펌킨맨 이거 서포터인데?
그 생각하셨어요? 저도.
근데 그러면 엑스큐트 아니야?
그니까 서포터 엑스큐트야 이거.
진짜.
그러니까 덩치도 그렇고.
진짜로.
혹시 앞이 안 보이는 거 아닌가요?
약간 좀 패널 쪽에 계신 분도 생각이 나는데. 더 맞췄고 살짝 들어갔다가 깔끔하게.
일부러 이거 도발? 이거 와! 아니 감전 터트리고 바로 빼는 거 뭐야?
타워를 한 대 맞긴 했지만 진짜 터트리고 다 터트리고 나왔습니다. 귤먹맨.
어떡합니까 펌킨맨? 펌킨맨 지금 수세에 몰려있지 않나요? 펌킨맨!
한 대만!
정말 맛있다.
왼쪽은 라이너야.
라이너예요.
일단 호 불면서 일단 껐어요.
근데 이거 찍어서 이거 그냥 용의 분노
그대로 들어갔다.
저리 가. 펌킨맨 도망치고 있어요.
같이 찍었어요. 같이 6렙.
펌킨맨 도망치고 있어요.
같이 찍었어요. 같이 6렙. 뻥뻥.
이거 지타이밍?
이거 영화의 한 장면처럼
서로 그냥 발과 발이 딱 맞닿 왔습니다.
서로 날아가는 모습이 슬로우 모션으로 보였을 것 같습니다.
그래도 펌킨맨 위험해요.
근데 펌킨맨 지금 가진 게 아무것도 없어서 이게 어떻게 좀 잘 극복해.
이렇게 귤먹맨이 이깁니다.
GG.
끝난 건가요?
탈퇴각 잡는 거 뭐예요?
지지.
이거 펌킨맨.
이걸 지타이밍? 아니 엄청 침착해 귤먹맨.
귤먹맨 잘하네.
다 보면서 한다. 우와. 진짜 변수 1도 안 주네. 와, 근데 서로 집까지 안 가기로
이거
했나?
펌킨맨 집 안 가?
그러니까 펌킨맨 이거 이거 들어오나?
못 들어. 에이 못 들어.
와. 저는 엑소캐트.
근데 맞는 거 동의합니다.
진짜.
근거가 많아요.
승리를 가져간 귤먹맨은 멋진 세레머니와 함께 무대 뒤편으로 퇴장하시면 되겠고요.
어떠셨어요? 이왕 이긴 거 무슨 거 봐줘.
네, 앞으로 모셔봤는데 펑키맨님 마이크 어디 갔죠? 마이크가 무기는 꼭 챙겨오네.
죽은 자는 말이 없습니다.
라인전 하면서 느꼈는데 이게 좀 약간 초삭되시더라고요. 스킬을 쓰는 게 음파를 그냥 막 던지는 걸 제가 보고 일단 정글이랑 미드는 아니다.
질문 하나 더 해도 되나요?
그럼요.
데뷔 업다운으로 5년 업인지 다운인지.
업입니다.
그러니까 저희가 계속 토론을 했었는데 기본적으로 라인전에 대한 그 개념이 살짝 부족한 느낌이 있어서
맞아.
저희가 서포터일 것이다.
네.
그 서포터 중에 좀 덩치가 있으신 분들 몇 분을 추리다가 국어님을 거의
맞아요.
확정적으로 생각을 이제 우빈님이 추천하셨었거든요. 근데 아까 군대를 간 적이 없다라 해서 의도적으로 속였다.
그러면 다들 국어님이라고 생각하시는 건가요?
혹시 제 번호를 아십니까? 아니 왜냐면 국어 선수가 제 번호를 알거든요.
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
노코멘트 하겠다. 자, 다들 국어 선수라고 예측을 해주셨습니다. 자, 펑키맨은 지금 뒤를 돌아서 가면을 벗고 정체를 공개해 주세요.
나 너무 궁금해. 누구야?
뭐지?
펑키맨은 바로
누구시죠?
형님 아닌 것 같은데?
펑키맨은 바로 D+G의 탑라이너 킹기 선수였습니다.
운동했잖아요. 기계는 운동하시잖아요.
그러니까 운동에 대한 건 어떻게 된 거예요?
사실 이거를 솔직하게 말하면
너무 티나니까.
너무 티날 것 같아서
아까 뭐 출삭된다는 얘기 잘 들었고
죄송합니다.
팬분들 얘기 들었는데 어땠어요?
실스럽고요. 네. 이제 라이너가 아닐 것이다, 여러분.
누구야?
죄송합니다. 모든 발언을 취소하겠습니다.
네, 오늘 너무 고생 많이 하셨고요. 마지막 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
라이너 같은 모습으로 잘하는 탑 라이너로 다시 찾아뵐 거고요. 좋은 경기로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 킹기 선수 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 이번 서버도 멋진 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 네, 이제 퇴근. 네, 탈락하시면 되겠습니다. 탈락.
어떠셨어요?
재밌었습니다.
퇴근의 의지가 느껴지는 경기력이었다고 얘기를 하시는데 어떻게 생각하시는지.
정말 열심히 했고요. 너무 상대를 얕봤던 것 같습니다. 네,
감사합니다. 네, 고생 많으셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
일단 팬분들 첫 번째 예측 한번 들어봤는데 형편없었습니다.
아니 근데 거짓말을 할 거라고는
맞아요.
생각을 못했어요. 나는 우리 선수들이 되게 순수하고 착한 줄 알았어.
아니 근데 운동을 한 몸이면 그냥 보이는 대로 판단을 하셔야죠.
이런 식으로 나오겠다. 알겠습니다. 진짜 저도
운타라 씨,
그것까지 감안하고 하겠습니다.
저한테는 그러지 마시고 선수들한테 여러분들 좀 더 집중해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 8강 두 번째 경기를 준비하고 있는 선수들을 만나보겠습니다. 선수들 나와주세요. 호랑이의 분노다. 바보들을 먹어치워. 백호맨. 오늘 밤 사냥을 나선다. 킹스맨.
사자 대 호랑이.
백호맨님 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
좀 뭐 긴장을 지금 하고 계십니까? 아니면 좀 편안한 상태입니까?
앞 경기를 보니까 더 긴장이 없어졌어요.
쉬웠다 이건가 딱 봐도.
그 말은 앞 경기 형편없었다는 소린가요?
아니, 너무 재밌게 봤습니다.
네. 저희가 속마음은 좀 읽은 것 같고요. 자, 킹스맨 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 좀 어떻습니까?
열심히 해보겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 두 선수에게 궁금한 점 편안하게 말씀해 주시면 되겠습니다.
백호맨?
예?
저 본 적 있나요 혹시?
네, 본 적 있습니다.
본 적 있다? 따라 본 적 있다?
저 본 적 있다고요?
본 적 있어요. 근데 웬만하면 다 보지 않았을까요?
맞아요.
킹스맨님 그 혹시 생년월일이 00년보다 어린가요?
좋다.
V입니다.
비디디다. 진짜 비디디다.
또 비디디야?
99년생이에요.
또 비디디야? 또?
네, 비디디야 이거.
저요.
네.
백고맨님 혹시 팀이 그 호랑이와 연관이 있나요?
젠지 아니에요?
뭐 코멘트 하겠습니다.
젠지인데?
그래서 호랑이 탈을?
그럼 여기까지 질문 받도록 하겠습니다. 자, 서로 보면서 제수 한번 갈까요? 어흥.
이런 거에 수줍어 하시는 분들이다.
알겠습니다. 이것도 과연 힌트가 될 수가 있을지 백호맨과 킹스맨의 두 번째 대결 지금 바로 시작하겠습니다. 자리로 위치해 주시면 되겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 백호맨입니다.
백호랑인데 마음에 좀 드시나요?
제 이미지랑 나쁘지 않게 어우러지는 것 같아서 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
상대에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하세요?
당연히 호랑이가 이길 것 같습니다. 타자 갈기털이 많은데 제가 저거 다 뽑아버리겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 킹스맨입니다. 저도 1대1을 줘본 적이 없기 때문에 이번에도 재미있을 것 같아요. 얘도 호랑이가 사자를 못 이기거든요. 왜냐면 이 사자의 이 갈퀴, 이 남자의 상징이 털 아닙니까? 백호는 털이 없어요. 털이 없는 남자는 남자로 취급하지 않습니다. 제가 찔러드리겠습니다. 백호맨 찔러드리겠습니다.
백호맨?
기본적으로 좀 약간 어리버리하고 몸짓이 되게 이렇게 이런 느낌으로 잔잔한 거 보면 기인일 확률이 꽤 높아 보이긴 하는데.
킹스맨님 대충 하면 안 돼. 뭐고? 대충 하고 그러면 안 돼. 내가 소리야 백호맨님. 내가 다 보고 있는가? 대충 하시면 안 돼요.
킹스맨은
좀 친한 것 같고.
네, 일단 친해요.
키도 크고.
같은
덩치가
팀이었어.
근데 그러면은 비디디야.
비디디죠.
같은 팀에 있었고 덩치가 커.
구성아 화이팅! 오케이 사인 좋네요. 저.
에이 들켰어 벌써.
맞는 것 같은데?
에이, 둘 찾았네. 둘 찾아버렸어.
나 본다. 제대로 하는지 안 하는지. 근데 나 추워 어떡해? 밀정 깔지 말라고. 아니 정기적이고 안 추워? 나 이 정도까지는 아닌데 오늘 좀 에어컨이 깜깜한데? 이거 컴플레인 걸어. 너 정도면 걸 수 있잖아. 나 안 돼.
자 이제 두 선수 벤픽에 들어갔습니다. 패널들도 많은 추측이 나오고 있는데 이 수상할 정도로 털이 복실복실한 탈을 쓴 두 선수들 특히 이제 그 중에서 백호맨 선수에 대한 추측이 많이 나오고 있네요.
벤이 왜 똑같았어?
그니까.
왜 맞췄어?
가갈갱.
가갈 하고 이제 또 리신 나오겠죠?
일단 이번에도 카서스가 먼저 나왔고 백호맨이 약간 기다리고 있습니다.
맞습니다. 서로 합의하에 카서스 딱콩전을 준비하고 있는 걸까요?
또 미러전? 미러전?
맞춘 것 같아요 미러전으로.
카서스 미러죠.
마순팔, 깨달음, 주작. 한방에는 아무거나 해.
와, BDD 선수 제가 아까 D정렬이라고 했잖아요.
디네 맞네.
맞네. 아니 보성 있죠. 손짓 맞아. 왼손 항상 저렇게 턱 밑에 가 있어. 진짜로.
그럼 백호맨님은
긴 선수 맞아요.
맞는 것 같은데.
네.
그게 맞네.
이게 무조건이다 이게.
너무 잘 맞추는 거 아니에요, 저희?
우리 이러면은 뭐
아니 뭐 잘 맞춘다고 했는데 앞에 바로.
앞 경기도 보면은
네.
다들 추측했지만 못 맞췄어요.
맞습니다.
과연 어떻게 될지가 궁금한데 이번에는 카서스 딱콩전으로 두 선수가 명경기를 보여줄 예정이네요. 자 이제 백호맨과 킹스맨 사실 지금 패널들 쪽에서도 많은 추측이 나오고 있는데 그러니까 저희도 사실 선수들이 누군지는 몰라요.
그렇죠.
스킬 그냥 QW 찍는다? 증폭고소의 체력 물약 2개? 오케이. 증폭, 오케이.
근데 이거는.
근데 확실히 자세가 있긴 하다. 그
비디디 자세 이거 턱.
맞아. 이거.
추리력이 근데 납득이 간다.
아니 저는 이제 저 마우스만 봐도 알아요. 마우스를 한 번씩 휘저어요. 할 때.
웬일이었는데요?
스토커 아니에요?
아니 근데 이게 좀 옆에서 많이 봐가지고.
그리고 일단 이번엔 두 선수 다 물약도 들고 왔고 일단 룬은 유성이고요.
네.
이게 그리고 결국 카서스 딱콩이라는 게 리듬을 타야 돼요.
그렇죠.
리듬을 타면서 하나 맞추고
킹스맨!
오오오오
바로 들어가요. 1렙부터.
근데 이채가 안 켜요. 이채가 안 껴놓는다.
이채가 일단 빠졌고.
이득 봤는데?
너무 재밌다.
킹스맨.
백호맨 급한데?
그래서 굉장히 중요할 수 있는 스펠 중에 하나인 유채화가 백호맨은 벌써 빠졌습니다. 당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래 기선제압용 유채화 탑이 많이 쓰지 않나요?
백호맨 급한데? 백호맨? 유채화 들어간다.
당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래
근데 저만 걸면서 이거
백호맨 한 방에 쓰러졌습니다.
근데 야 너무 못한다. 진짜 넌 진짜 대충한다. 안 보여, 나 안 보여.
백호맨은 벌써 빠졌습니다. 당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래 기선제압용 유채화 탑이 많이 쓰지 않나요?
그러니까요.
백호맨 급한데? 백호맨? 유채화 들어간다.
킹스맨!
이거 킹스맨이 이겼어.
역시 한우 당황했는데 이거?
아니 근데 이거 기인 치곤 너무 급한 거 아니에요?
그니까요.
왜 이렇게 인지해? 정치가 안 보였어. 진짜 대충한다 너. 야 이거 정치가 안 보였다고. 저기 아래쪽이라서 그렇지 윗자리에서 안 보여. 내 이렇게가 안 보인다니까?
자, 이렇게 해서 8강 두 번째 매치 킹스맨이 백호맨을 상대로 승리를 가져가면서 4강 진출에 성공을 했습니다. 축하합니다. 네, 승리의 세레모니 부탁드리겠습니다. 알겠습니다.
너무 이지했는데요?
이제 다음 경기 어떻게 포구?
왕이 되겠습니다.
무슨 얘기를 그렇게 끝나고 계속한 거예요?
아니 이게 탑을 쓰니까 저거 맞는 큐가 안 보여가지고 억울합니다.
긴 아니에요?
긴 맞아요. 긴 맞아요.
지금 뭐 술렁술렁거리는데 혹시 예측되는 선수가 있나요?
몸짓이나 이 목소리 톤이 긴 선수 같아요. 손을 좀 이렇게 뒤로 좀 이렇게
부끄러워하면서
인터뷰할 때 봤어요.
결정적인 계기가요. 그 상대편을 저희가 추측을 했을 때 BDD 선수라고 추측을 좀 했거든요. 근데 유독 친한 느낌이었고 기인 선수로 좀 더 좁혀진 것 같습니다.
빼박일 것이다. 알겠습니다.
여기 앉으니까 근데 체형만 보고 그리고 스타일만 보고 잘 모르겠어요. 그래서 인게임으로 뭔가 예측하고 싶은데 실수도 나오는 것 같고 저도 이제 가스라이팅을 당해가지고 기인 선수가 맞는 것 같습니다.
기인 선수로 예측을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그러면 백호맨은 가면을 걷고 본인의 정체를 공개해주세요. 공개해주세요.
긴? 무조건
맞아요.
다 맞춰서 아예 프로그램 폐지까지 갈 수 있도록.
백호맨은 정체를 공개해주세요.
지금 역대급 미궁에 빠져 있습니다.
실수한 것 같아요 지금.
꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한강위에 슈퍼노바.
LCK에 저런 인재가
너무 쫄보다.
가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해주시기 바라겠습니다.
자자 여기 주목해봐요. 소라는 거기까지. 화가 난 맘들을 녹이는 귀여움을 한 방울. 모두 다 wanna be our squad. 준비해 애니마 우릴 부른다고. 이것 봐 혹시랑 꼬리팍 내게로 출발했어 출동무. 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니마 파. 따따따따따 애니마 스쿼드. 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니마 파. 따따따따따 애니마 스쿼드. 혼란스러운 틈에 깜짝 캔네스 빛을 머금고 등장. 툭 건들면 쓰러질 듯한 모습에 감춘 쥐한 발. Let's hit up 엉망인 곳을 rescue. 한 번에 잠재 울큰 baby를 kingdom. 봐봐 새로운 에픽 맞아 숨겨뒀었지 이게 우리들 power cute. 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니멀 power. 따따따따따 애니멀 squad. 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니멀 power. We are 애니멀 squad. 뚜뚜따라 뚜뚜따라 뚜뚜따따
darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are getting ready for our second match of the night. It will be Hanwha Life Esports up against the Kwangdong Freaks. And this one, I feel like if it were 2 weeks ago, we'd say, hey, this is a really close matchup. We don't really know who's going to win. But as of the last couple of weeks, Hanwha Life Esports have begun to separate themselves a bit from Kwangdong. We'll have to see if Kwangdong can step it up tonight.
Also important to take a look at who Kwangdong actually faced. They lost against DK. That was a close series. But then they got absolutely demolished by Gen G, which that's everyone. That's not. But we know that this is a team with a fragile mental ready. And to be fair, the series against DRX, it's a little shaky, just like my opening. But trust me, Valdez, I think Kwangdong here today are just looking to look competitive. Hanwha Life just come off the back of a really big win, and there is an opportunity here for Kwangdong if they do win to actually overtake Hanwha Life and reclaim that third place.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see what does happen tonight. But Hanwha Life Esports, they recently took a win over T1, and that win was a really good feel for them. You know, it was kind of a interesting way to end the series with, just one pick into everybody dying on the side of T1, and Hanwha Life Esports kind of ran away with the game right at the end. But it was a very close series, which proves that Hanwha Life Esports can match even the best.
Yeah. Really pulled a T1 on T1, which I think is definitely some karmic retribution. The players have been playing very well on Hanwha Life, and Doran has had some moments because he's Doran. And then we have Delight, who I think hasn't had his best season, but Viper, come up, self-explanatory, player of the week for a very good reason. Peanut's been stepping it up, hasn't really had a lot of the Peanut moments where he's just like, what if I get killed just before an Elder? And Zeka, this meta has been great for him. It's effectively AD mids, and Zeka loves AD mids, and mids that are very short range, and I know Tristana isn't really short range, but she kind of feels that way.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Leading us to our point of the match, Zeka the Super Soldier with 3-0 record on Yone versus Bulldog the Super Dog with a 6-0 record on Tristana.
And he was an early adopter of this Tristana. I think it should definitely not be given over. But yeah, Zeka in a meta that works for him is a really Really solid player.
Delight about to reach 3,000 LCK assists, and he is getting very close to Wolf, who obviously can't get any more unless he rejoins the LCK. So looking to climb the ranks here. Yeah, and again, to reiterate, 3,000 assists. The 300 is a typo, so very close to Wolf here.
Do note Lahens Carrier leading those charts, which is still insane given how short, relatively, they've been part of the LCK. Cool to see. For Delight, honestly, the same. It's hard to get a lot of assists on Brion, okay? And that's where he spent a lot of his time. Humble Life, definitely the favorite here today, particularly after their win against T1. We'll see if Kwangdong can actually match them. But that man right there, if he has any say, not going to be the case.
Yeah, he said, what do I got to do to get a POG? Well, he went and got a POG. He got 2 of them in a row on Kai'Sa, and, you know, he played Ezreal insanely well against T1 right before their series against BNK3RX. So this guy, you can't give him Ezreal. A little bit iffy about that Kai'Sa as well, and he's really kind of hitting his superhero stride here on Hanwha Life Esports. So everything really going well for the side of Hanwha. I feel like Doran was a slight weak point up against T1, but Pino was able to, you know, spare the blushes very well, was actually able to gank very well for him, especially in game number 1, and really just put Zeus very far behind, give Doran a good chance. But, yeah, besides that, everything seems to be going very well on their side, and they will be going up against the Kwangdong Freaks, who we do see lined up here.
And Kwangdong bringing in Leaper. Leaper and Ondale started off so insanely well, but especially looking back at the strength of schedule, you know, there were a couple of signs. They drop a game to Brion early on. Did beat KT 2-0, but we've, you know, definitely readjusted KT as to where they are in terms of power level, and I think they are also the biggest mismatch here today. Viper and Delight, absolutely exceptional. And it's the jungle and the top lane that I think we're looking towards. Bulldog, I still don't really have a grasp as to how consistent he's going to be able to match Zeka. I think Zeka has really stepped it up in the area that he lacked the most, but yeah, self-explanatory. Really key player. That's first.
First LCK ahead of every member of Gen G who have not lost a single game.
Yeah.
So Viper, I mean, he's had games where he's played a lot of Ezreal, at least recently, so that might help bolster the numbers, but I don't even want to give that excuse. Like, he is just that good.
And a team that's winning that much, being able to do that much damage per gold, like that's really impressive. That's something that we often talk about. You know, aiming, for example, very low damage per gold because he gets a lot of gold. On Gen G, getting a high damage percentage, really hard because you got Canyon on your team. You've got Chovy on your team.
But they should have high DPM, you know, if you win every single game.
And they can't match him.
And they can't match Viper.
Really, the only argument you can make, as with any League of Legends stat, is that Gen G generally wins too fast. Which, I'm not even joking. Yeah, that plays a part. But I think I speak for everyone. I think Lahens and Pace had a huge glow up during MSI. I still think they're playing well, but I think Viper, as he often does, in our opinion at least, stands alone. And it's going to be the top side of the map where Kwangdong are going to have to make the big jump. Because as good as Peanut is, I think Cuz is one of the few junglers that I trust to be able to stand up to this man. As long as, you know, you don't give him his Sejuani, or particularly his Maokai. I actually think the Sejuani, Cuz plays both an exceptional Sejuani and Viego. So I think the Vi actually is a little bit more manageable, but that top side, that's where they got to lock in. And Dudu, I think, is slowly climbing up, but every now and then has an off series. Fortunately, he's up against Doran, who gives you a lot of leeway in that regard.
Yeah, as I was saying before, that could be an angle for the side of Kwangdong Freaks based on what we've seen in the last week. Here's Bulldog playing a lot of Tristana. I feel like a lot of teams nowadays, though, we even saw it in our first series, just banning Tristana.
He's not
Tristana Corki.
No way.
Gone a lot of the time, so, you know, what else is he going to play? Is he going to play his way? Is he going to pull that out here? Maybe he does, but he's going to have to deal with almost definitely Zeka Zione. I just feel like there's too many things you have to ban away from some of the members of Hanwha Life Esports that Zeka always ends up on Yone or Tristana, you know, which is kind of the worst case scenario.
Or is Azir, which is also perfectly adequate.
Yeah.
That's kind of
just
the problem.
not the Corki.
No, it really,
please.
yeah, it really feels like Zeka is so low on the priority list, and it's because of players like Peanut, who we know just take over a complete game if they are able to get their picks. Viper, I mean, we talked about him at length. It's really something that can't be mentioned enough, and we'll see what Kwangdong are going to be able to bring it. They are going to be on red side here for game number 1, Valdez. That's already going to make the draft a little bit rough. We'll see what they end up with. Oh, love that. Yep. Because again, top side, I think, is the biggest risk that you're running into as Humble Life. That's where most of the inconsistencies have taken place. And yeah, I do not want to see Peanut on Nidalee. And Cuz's Nidalee has been great.
Yeah. So just take that off the board. The Sejuani actually going to be banned away from Peanut, a very common B1 pick.
Oh, okay. So I want to say they banned Maokai. But then Tristana is open, and yeah.
You got to ban Tristana.
So it's going to be B1 Maokai most likely. We'll see. Nara is also open, is a really high priority pick at the moment. But yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. But this is very expected, right? This is something Kwangdong must have seen coming. Does Cuz just go towards his Viego, which has been his other standout pick?
Yeah. I feel like you could run like a Viego Hui. It feels very Kwangdong Freaks.
It does.
You don't have to pick it up here. Maybe they do get that blind Nari we're talking about, especially now that Skarner's out of the meta. Okay, they're going to go an entirely different direction. They're going to pick up the Senna early, and there's the Viego that we were talking about.
So one of the big benefits of locking into Senna is that you force a pickup of the Nautilus, unless you want to give over the combo if you are Humble Life, which I think they'd rather avoid. This is a combination that has really dropped in priority over the course of the last couple of weeks. Obviously gained notoriety for the fact that it beat Gen G, and it's still one of the few combos that have done that throughout the year. Yeah, this is all completely obvious, I do think. I wonder if they want to go for something like the Jax, and this for Bulldog makes complete sense to me. This in the comp? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I feel like you also don't have to pick it here. I mean, they might want to pick up their mid laner as soon as possible, but I don't think Humble Life Esports were going to ban Ziggs. Although, you know, with an AD jungler, maybe they say, okay, well, Ziggs is rising in popularity. Either way, they're going to hover it. Maybe they put that idea in Humble Life Esports' mind and perhaps draw out a ban here.
Do you ban Braum here? Because if you ban Braum, I'm pretty sure you're going to get a Nautilus ban. Renata's another pick that I think you're going to be looking towards. Humble Life, like they're extremely happy. You have Peanut on his comfort pick, which is going to bring some form of AP damage, and then you have Doran with one of the best blind picks, at least in the minds of the LCK, and then obviously Dudu self-counter picks because he plays for the team. That is something that I'm a little bit worried about. I do think that Dudu is a player that at his best is one of the best top laners in the LCK. I don't think he's consistently hit that level, but this is a rough matchup that you opt into where you're not going to have a ton of prio, and I really like it when Kwangdong tries to play towards the top side of the map. They're going to ban the Ziggs themselves, which honestly makes sense looking at what Hanwha have right now, because Viper Ziggs would go really hard when you already have Maokai, when you have Yone, like the amount of setup, absolutely nuts.
Now, they are giving Viper Ezreal for free, and they're also giving potentially Ezreal Leona for free. So you're giving a lot of power away, and they're looking for a mid laner here for Bulldog. So you could take a Leona. I know you don't really want to play Senna Leona, but
yeah, then you go farming Senna.
Yeah,
if anything.
I mean, you're giving Viper Ezreal. That feels like just a mistake.
They must have something crazy at the ready here, because if it's just going to be Ornn, I don't think that's really going to hit the mark.
Well, it gets absolutely destroyed by Ezreal.
Well, that's my point, right?
Yeah.
It's good against the rest of the team. I'm wondering what... They have something drafted here. Andil is a guy with a very eclectic champion pool.
Yeah. I like the Seraphine ban. That's great.
100%, because that's, I think, what they could have gone towards, because this is a very, very short-range comp.
There it is.
Okay, it's going to be the Sion instead. I'm not going to lie. I think this is a big risk that they're taking, but one of the few weaknesses that Ezreal has is just dealing with giant health pools. So Sion, in theory, is the type of pick that if he can get to the point of the game where he can absorb a lot of the pressure, it's hard for the composition on Humble Life to take him down.
Is Leaper playing Sion? I guess so.
Really?
I mean, he is the kind of player, you know, a former streamer comes in, he's probably played all sorts of stuff.
No, I can definitely see
Andil's
it
a
from
great
that
Senna
regard.
player.
Huh, that's kind of cool.
All right. Well, AD carry Sion. I guess maybe we're going to see the first
graphic,
80 carry Scion in the LCK graphic, or we'll have the it's been 3,000 days since that happened.
So we knew for a fact that it was going to be a crazy pick. I think maybe the Seraphine ban caught them a little bit off guard. Is this really it? Is this really the answer? I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. I think the early laning phase is going to be really, really rough here.
I just can't believe they gave Viper Ezreal.
Yeah, like the performances that he's had. But I do think that, do you want to give him Kaisa instead?
Well, you could have banned Kaisa and Ezreal.
Yeah.
I'd take Viper Ziggs over either of those, but it is what it is. CV Max, he's known to take risks, and maybe they feel like this is the risk they had to take. We'll see if it works out for them, as we are almost ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 of Hanwha Life Esports up against the Kwangdong Freaks.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game number 1, and the dancing has begun.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Are you ready for some fun?
I think this series is going to be fun. Yeah, I actually have a good amount of faith that we're gonna enjoy ourselves here, Valdez, and we need it because last series was, as expected, a bit of a one-sided affair.
For Bro, I mean, they were able to secure their unwinning round,
yeah,
right?
The Bro and 9, yeah, I guess.
The Bro and 9, they did it.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I just want a team to really step up to Genji. I'll take either of these two teams if they can find a way, because just to put it in perspective, if you take the current positive game score of DK, although I guess DK just won, but at the start of the day, DK, Hanwha Life, and Kwangdong, and you add them up, that's one game ahead of Genji. One. Like, and that's these are some of our best teams.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the end of round robin 1. It's not like we're taking, you know, like how we do the graphic of like, oh man, DRX are like second because they've only played.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at as a grasp from Leaper as well.
Just to put an end on that note, Chronicler, it's Genji T1 finals again.
Wow,
Sion bot LCK debut. We call the 80 carry roll bot here.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which is pretty common, I guess. Yeah, first time ever.
Going Grasp is interesting, though. I kind of figured they would have gone for Comet. Can even go Spellbook, which is something we've seen a lot in situations like this. Imagine they expect the Lights to play very aggressive. Yeah, this early laning phase, there's no way around it. It's a disaster. You're not going to be able to match. One thing that is important to note is that Viper is playing Teleport as well, which does mean that there might be an opportunity to, even if you do find an opportunity to make a play, it is going to be tough to really lock him out of the lane. And do have a nice little invade there by the Light to set up vision. We do have Cuz moving towards the bot side, which he should, in case there was a dive set up. But I think Andil and Leap are playing this early game very respectful. And once you get a first back in, this is a pretty immovable brick bot lane. Really, I kind of wonder if you ever like go really crazy and you like leave open the Sejuani and then you go Maokai Senna. I feel like at this point I trust Leaper to play anything.
Yeah.
Could have been fun as well. Not going to be the case.
Did Leaper get a grasp stack there? Because I think eventually, I'm glad you raised it because I also wanted to talk about it. I think eventually Delight's just going to be out on the map, roaming around trying to make plays, and you're not getting grasp stacks on Ezreal. So I really would have liked to see the Unsealed Spellbook that you mentioned before. I think that was the right choice in this case. But yeah, we're getting the word that there are no stacks yet. And I'm very curious to see how many he's going to get over the course of this game, because I don't think it's going to be very many. Obviously, it's just a rune choice. It's not going to change the way the entire game plays out, but definitely something interesting to talk about here in this early game.
Yeah, I do think Resolve is still a great tree to go for, so I think in that light it does make sense. But we'll have to see. Sion is one of those characters that gets so much free health anyway that I do think you can get away with a bit more, because eventually once you start side laning against, really, then you look, like, who are you actually getting grasp stacks against? Like Zeka?
That's what I'm saying.
That's about, because even playing into Gnar, like that's also not the matchup that you really want to put your Sion into.
Yeah.
It's tough, Eldas. As you're saying, I don't think it's going to be the main difference maker, but I do think it's important to note, as we do take a look, is this matchup, Zeka is up a substantial amount of CS. Bulldog has already TP'd, and he's behind a good amount. He's really struggling in this matchup, which Zeka is definitely one of our best Yones, but even then, not really supposed to get a substantial lead in this 1v1 this early.
I think only Chovy is better than him, though. I think Zeka is number 2.
No,
in my mind.
I'd be happy. I mean, you can even argue that there are different parts of the game that they're better at. I think Zeka is actually contesting for first, but I do think he plays it a lot more. Chovy's like, if he does hit it, the angle is a little bit silly,
because he does have a much deeper champion pool.
Yeah, and Chovy is also, I don't know what his win rate is on Yona, but I imagine it's like 90% or something really dumb.
Something like that. This lane down here is kind of going as you would expect.
It's not that bad.
Quantum Freak's bottom lane is not dying. It's Sion, and he's got some heals, and just kind of hit the minions and ignore the Ezreal. But you're also giving the freest laning phase to Viper's Ezreal.
Yeah, you don't have lockdown. So I like the Kwangdong comp in that it's very beefy. I actually think they have a very respectable amount of damage, and they have good follow-up. But like starting a CC chain is actually kind of tough. Because who starts, right? Like you have great, like Senna root, Viego stun, Leaper with his Q, Cassante. There's a lot of stuff to follow up on, you know, normally would be a Dredge line or Glacial Prison. It's always something that I'm a little bit worried about, particularly when it comes to teams like Kwangdong, who haven't always excelled in objective control, setting up very early on, which can mitigate some of those engage issues. I think there's also a really big role for Cuz here, because the actual damage in this comp is pretty negligible until like later stages in the game, right? Like both Bulldog and Ando are going to need a good amount of time to actually reach the point where I think they're going to be really big damage threats, and then you have tanks outside of that.
Well,
hey!
Okay. Is that his first?
He got one! I'm pretty sure it is.
His
value,
first
baby.
Grasp stack. Yeah, I mean, as long as the light is here and he's making plays, then yes.
It was
Leaper will get grasp stacks. Woo! That's true. We did say that. So yeah, you got to start somewhere. He got his first. This is still happening in the mid lane, and Bulldog is going to get hit by that, but so does Zeka. So actually a decent trade here for Bulldog at the end of the day.
Actually, good timing there by Bulldog to knock Zeka out of his ult, or rather get hit by the ult, but then knock him away at the very last second.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you mistime that, then Zeka just is on top of you. It's a bit of a disaster as sums are used. Peanut looking for an angle.
Yeah, he's got level 6.
Be available, but yeah, Vliet looking at the back off. Should be fine, and I think key here is that Viper and the Light aren't actually that healthy, nor do they have that much mana.
He misses a Q there, Endurance just a little bit too fast, so just experiencing the Cassante versus Gnar lane. Not always that fun. Andil has Cleanse, if we did see any kind of...
Should be a Dragon here for Kwangdong, because they have tempo because of the TP that Leaper has, whereas Viper doesn't. But the window quickly closing, looks instead they're going to take a bolt or a recall here for Andil. Leaper now with Bombies should have a lot easier time, and this should free up Andil in theory to move around the map, try to make his presence known, because so far not a whole lot has happened yet. It's very rude there from Zeka.
Bulldog, man, he's really struggling. He doesn't have his TP yet, but he still has to back now. Probably a cannon wave. As Delight, he's going to give Leaper a grasp stack. But that's fine, as Leaper's in a little bit of trouble here. Actually, make that a lot of trouble, as, you know, they've got CC for days on the side of HLE Esports. They have very easy to hit CC. They've got the Leona, they have the Maokai, and they find the Sion in the river, and they press some buttons on him, and he dies.
Complete misread there of the early map state by Kwangdong. Leaper obviously felt very safe, but given that Andil was just on the back, can't really afford to be that far up. Especially on the live, they're really happy to just pull the trigger on a play like that. Gonna end up being an early kill given over, and this gold lead is quickly growing. Gold going over to Peanut. Normally, you'd say not ideal, but in this case, it's going for an early AP item, so gonna be too sad about this. Still the Dragon going over to Kwangdong, which is a big win. And this is the type of composition where, you know, I'm not feeling too bad about Kwangdong's chances in isolation. In practice,
just don't look at the blue side of the map.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because then you look at Viper on Ezreal. Really, this is everyone basically on one-off, if not their best champions. I think Delight's Rakan is better than his Leona. That's like Doran. I feel like
it's about it.
It never matters what Doran is playing, for my opinion. Of Doran.
He's a bit of a wild card. He's kind of, you know,
in so many ways.
Sometimes he's great. Like, he's absolutely dunking on this lane. I feel like there were some moments he could have played it better, but he's still doing his job.
Yeah, but what I want to say, like Peanut and Maokai, I'm like, I trust. You know, if you're a Hanwha fan, you trust.
Yeah.
Do you ever trust Doran? Like, is there a champion where if Doran's playing it, you're like, man.
Gragas.
Yeah, you know
the
what?
pick you should have gotten MVP, Finals MVP on?
Oh, yeah, the 2022 summer debate.
Yeah.
No, wait, it was 2023 spring. Because it was versus Pace. Because Pace ended up getting it.
Yeah.
Because that was the one they
right.
weren't supposed to win, where they were heavy underdogs, then ended up continuing what we now know to be an absolutely insane streak of winning the LCK. And I gotta say, Valdez, with them currently being plus 16, I don't know. I don't know if the streak's gonna get broken this time around. T1 got close.
They did.
But they didn't win.
DK also almost had that win against Shinji. Let's take a look at this fight here, though. As Quantum Freaks, they do want to go in. They're going to be happy that Leona missed, but they're right in front of the Mega Gnar, and now it's a free ult here for the Yone. Is Zeka going to line that one up? A very half-hearted engage from Quantum Freaks will immediately get punished as Hanwha Life Esports. Doran's like, yep, I'm ready. I will press my R button. And he did.
Actually, so well timed there from Doran. Not giving them a lot of opportunity to counterplay. And gets the sums. Andil will make it out, but then Zeka extends the play. And Doran, we haven't finished our sentence yet, or he's like, guys, I am like, how dare you? How dare you suggest?
I mean, he's Mega Gnar. Why are they here?
I don't know. I think his timing is great. Then Andil there, the flash, the heal, or the cleanse rather, but it doesn't matter. Zeka has the extension, and Bulldog is also there, like autoing stuff. But he also, like, realistically, I don't really think it matters. Even if he did go for something, is Dudu. That's, again, Mega Gnar.
Oh, the knockup no! He just assassinates him.
Okay.
Speaking of the wild card, Dudu as well, playing that out really well.
So first of all, credit to Dudu. Dusante strikes again. I thought he was going to hit Mega, but Dudu knows the timer better than I do, clearly. And then secondly, that's so Doran. That right there is Doran in a nutshell.
They can make a TV show about him. That's so Doran.
Oh, man. Wins the early Herald scuffle single-handedly and then disrespects and just dies.
Yeah.
Doran.
Just utilizing the just die strategy. And I'm sure Dudu did a good job to set that one up. We didn't get a look at the beginning of the trade, so I'm sure we will now. So Q3 on cooldown.
Yeah, just clips at the end with the W there. Then it's pretty straightforward from there.
Got him.
I really like that flash because specifically it limits the time which Doran had to transform. If he doesn't flash and he just goes for the Q4, even if he hits it, might not actually get the kill because the base stats will come in. It'll be a lot tougher.
Remember when you were talking about Sion laning into Gnar?
Well, he's fine. Like, he's not...
he's just not getting grasp.
at this point in the game, like, he's not going to suffer, but as we're saying, no stacks. I kind of would love a stack check if we can get one. As taking a look at the goal here, Peanut being this fed is kind of insane, really.
Yeah. He does have a couple of kills already.
Very true.
So it certainly helps him out in the gold department. Zeka doing very well for himself, 150 CS at 1345.
Yeah, so you look at Doran and you're like, okay, he's doing well, you know, 10 CS per minute. And then you look at Zeka and Viper, you're like, well, hold up.
Yeah.
That's it's a lot of creeps being taken. And it's the consistency that I think makes Hanwha such a threat. So we have the second Drake, would be big for Kwangdong. Individual Ocean. Still relatively early, so not too bad. Can they actually win a team fight, though? Because thus far, Hanwha Life lot better.
I know you want to talk about the team fight, but more importantly than that, he has 4 stacks of grasp. 4. Going into this team fight.
Well, you know, he'll get more as the game goes on, maybe. Could have had 2
Yeah, he probably should.
That would have been good.
So it looks like Hammer Life Esports do want to make a play on this dragon. And Quantum Freaks are just letting them have it. Looks like they want to go for the Rift Herald instead. Big rotation up from them. And meanwhile, Zeka is laning into Dusante.
Yeah, they're like, Doran, it's fine. We'll just put Zeka in. It's really hard to lock down Zeka. It's Cloud Soul. Look at that. That's fun.
Atlas subs in, Cloud Soul subs in. That's the way it works.
I like that.
We haven't had a Cloud Soul yet today, but, you know, better late than never. And Quantum Freaks didn't actually go for the Rift Herald. They just said we can't, and now Hammer Life will get both.
They're not doing a lot, Valdez.
Well, they tried to do the one thing on the Grubs, and then they died. So they're like, well, that didn't work out for us. Let's not do things.
Yeah, it's rough. Like, because your top lane was shoved in, so contesting Grubs or a Red or Herald when they're already there is obviously not going to be a thing. But I feel like there was definitely a window while the Dragon was being done, and I think Kwangdong. You look at this comp in isolation and saying we're going to go and skill for late and play for, you know, catches inside and then try to use the fact that it's a relatively less relevant Dragon individually, so we can give up 2 Drakes, get to the point where Azir hits like 2 free items, get to the point where Andil's relevant, but you're playing into Hanwha. Of all the teams that I wouldn't want to like Genji is obviously number 1, but Hanwha are extremely happy just going to late game and just waiting out their time and then trusting Viper's team fighting, Zeka's control, Peanut on Maokai, the lights engages, you name it, Valdez.
Hey, you didn't mention Doran, I noticed. Yeah, Bulldog's dead. Well, let's see. I mean, that's a nice divide. No, he's playing against Yone. Down he goes. And here comes Viper trying to go 1v2. Does have to flash away awkwardly, but does get a bit of damage, I guess, into Andil. Not so great for Viper, though, that he has to flash.
Such a good flank there. Hammer Life ahead of the curve. Kwangdong misread it. Oh,
They're still hiding on Bush.
Well, they used a lot of ultimates, but...
Oh, God. And Quantum Freaks are like, okay, we're running. And this means that Zeka gets not only another kill, but also another free turret for himself. He got one in the top lane. That was the first turret. Blood. Just given over. And now we're diving underneath this turret. I don't know about this one, Delight. Thankfully, he doesn't get the knock-up leaper, but Delight's still in a lot of trouble. As they're flashing on him, they do take him down. Dudu absorbs a bunch of damage on the bottom side, and now Doran has to hop away from them. So Quantum Freaks, they finally find a pick here in mid.
I'm pretty sure what happened there was Delight just wanted to walk up to Fred, and then he got hit by the Ando root. It died on a minion. So he was just rooted underneath the turret. As Doran, Soul Viper just take over a game. He's like, I can do that as Mininar.
What do I got to do to get POG as top laner? That's probably what he said.
Yeah, sorry, Doran. Again, really nicely done here by the team of Hammer Life, able to completely catch them off guard. They know Peanut's there. I don't know the rest of the team is there. And then, yeah, look at this. It's the Might.
I mean, he was going in anyway.
Well, yeah, I could have backed off before that.
Yeah.
But the moment the Might got rooted, probably want to get out before that. Dudu also, importantly, keeps away a couple of the other members that wanted to try and join in on the fight. It's a nice catch. It's a kill. Going over to, I think Cuz got that one. And that's something. That alone is not going to be enough, though. These turrets have fallen. Look at the health on the Hammer Life turrets. They're great. The structural integrity is off the charts, Valdez.
It's very nice to see. They haven't really lost control of the map at all at this point, and there's only been 6 kills, but they have 5,000 gold.
5,000.
Yeah, so just a lot of stuff going over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports. They've taken 3 turrets, and they're going to try to start stacking up some Cloud Drakes, which is going to be very difficult for Quantum Freaks to handle, actually.
It's just, they're just, oh god.
We're trying to bully this Ion, and it is Sion, but again, there's so much CC that Leaper, even though he has a decent amount of farm, he's alone and he's caught out. Down he goes, and now looking for a bit more was Peanut.
You know, the worst part of this is for Kwangdong, it's like I don't even feel like they're making super egregious mistakes. They're just getting gapped in every single role. Like, Zeka hard won mid in a matchup where Bulldog got counterpicked. So that's a bit of a disaster. Like, the bot lane, I think, played fine considering the matchup they were in, but obviously wasn't really able to get anything going. They're not supposed to. And then because it's kind of disjointed on this Viego, which ideally is a pick I think you want to play with. Again, aggressive picks. Ahri, LeBlanc, we saw the Lissandra, which right now is a meta, but that's kind of the direction that you want to go in if you really want to get maximum value out of this. And instead,
yeah.
It's rough. Valdez.
Look at Dorian, he's so fast. Cuz nearly dies. He was just sitting there. He was just standing, trying to do something. And then he nearly died because Viper was given Ezreal for some reason. And so this is going to be another Cloud Drake going over to Hanwha Life Esports. And Quantum Freaks, again, you know, they had that fight. They tried to have a fight on the Grubs. And after that, they're like, you know what? Never mind.
I just think it's so tough, though, because realistically, you look at the bans that Kwangdong put out. I agree with you, Ziggs should have been Ezreal, but would that have changed this game? If they played Ziggs instead of Ezreal, I don't think. I think Leaper and Andu would still get pushed in. I don't think the bot lane situation will be any better. Mid wouldn't be any better, that's for sure. It's nicely done there by Ondale.
Yeah.
Edge of Night. It's 6K. Like...
Yeah, and it's just happening. Like, it doesn't even really feel like that much is happening. It's just like, they're just gonna take a free Baron. They're just gonna do Baron. And there's nothing that Quantum Freaks can do. Jungler is not here, Cuz got pushed away. Ult is gonna miss, and Leaper, you know, he's gonna ult into the Baron, but that's not gonna do anything. Meanwhile, Yone is going to be pushed back, and now Dudu, you know, this front line is coming in for the Quantum Freaks, but Dorian gets a massive gnar to the wall, but that's 2 tanks. The follow-up not quite there. Viper desperate to do some damage. But again, these tanky members of Quantum Freaks still not going down. Bulldog is going to go over the wall, but now Cuz is going in. They're trying to take down Viper, and they finally do get him, but the rest of the team is right there. And the slows are coming down. Zeka on the flank, roaming all the way around the Baron pit, as now going to lock them down once again. Leaper, you know, again, he is very tanky, but Andil is not. And that's the Unbound Soul. Dodges the knock up here. Blast Cone, you know, he can try to disengage as well as he can, but it's not going to matter. This is just going to be a one fight going over to Hanwha Life Esports, as 4 kills now is the number for Zeka.
That one really better than I could have reasonably expected when that started. The problem is, again, 1 kill is all they need, because then Cuz can get going, then the resets come through. But look at how Hanwha played this out. Zeka has a crazy extension, but still effectively takes Andu out of this fight. And I think you can see the lack of damage that's there. Yes, Kwangdong are behind when it comes to gold, but they so desperately want a kill. And then they try end up going really deep to try and kill either Viper, either Doran. And yeah, they end up getting him, but after the battle was already lost. And I think a lot of that goes down to Zeka taking Andu out of the fight right from the get-go. The Senna autos could have been a difference maker. And instead, it's a very tough situation, made even worse. Hanwha Life, they just look better in every single position.
Yeah, like I said at the top of this matchup, I'm like, you look at this 2 weeks ago, you're like, hey, this could be even. Maybe Quantum Freaks have an angle here. This is another big matchup for them to potentially get a nice upset and continue their run. But this week, very heavily was favoring Hanwha Life Esports, and I think we're seeing a bit of why. As this first game is about as clean as it gets. Yes, there is a Drake and 3 kills and 1 turret over to the side of Quantum Freaks, but it's almost like those don't even exist. I don't even remember them.
I don't know what you do in the next game. Like, denying the Ezreal is going to be one thing, but there's just so many champions that it feels like you can't afford to give to Hanwha.
Oh, they're just they're hitting them with their wallets really hard. It's not a fun sight to see if you're a Quantum Freaks fan, because they're just so far ahead at this point. I mean, over 10,000 gold, and they're just going to end it here. 24 minutes. Hanwha Life Esports say, okay, we'll put you out of your misery. No group photos. we're just doing our job here. Zeka still looking for some extra picks as he will avoid the divide. And Viper just trying to up those DPM numbers even farther than they already are. So that's game number 1. 24 minutes, Homalife Esports just destroy them.
That's the type of game that you're going to think when you think of textbook League of Legends. Legitimately. Great CSing, prio in all lanes, great objective control, and at no point did it feel like there was any recourse after they made a couple of early mistakes. I don't know what you do after a game number 1 like that. You know, change up the Ziggs ban. You're going to go to blue side, that's going to maybe be something. Maybe you can get Tristana for Bulldog, you had to ban it yourself, which makes sense. Alternatively, maybe he'll marry it. Legitimately just leave up like Rumble, Tristana, Sejuani, and go to red side again, try and make something happen. But this makes complete sense, right? Like, how is Cuss supposed to play with all losing lanes? How is Leaper ever going to get to the point in the game where he's relevant? I was very worried looking at this draft going into the game, but the reality was, I think,
it went even further beyond. And you're exactly right. I mean, I feel like you mentioned they might have to go for a Hail Mary, but I almost feel like they already did in game number 1 with some of that drafting. We'll have to see what happens in game number 2, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down game number 1. We'll be right back.
이번에 바텀에 여기서 궁각 볼게 오른쪽에서 비드 깨는 좀 아직 상수 부대기 바텀 봐줄래? 야야 궁 한번 써볼게 산테부터 보자 산테 때려봐 산테 나 스택 좀 쌓아볼게 기다려봐 사이언 노공 사이언 내가 너플 하고 깼어 끝내자 점프 있고 아지르 너플 핑크 있으면 박아주면 핑크 없을까 없까? 끝내자 나이스
자자 여기 주목해봐요 소라는 거기까지 화가 나 맘들을 녹이는 귀여움을 한 방울 모두 다 wanna be our squad 준비해 애니마 우릴 부른다고 이것 봐 복실한 꼬리팝 내게로 출발했어 출동무 애니마 팝 애니마 스쿼드 애니마 팝 애니마 스쿼드 혼란스러운 틈에 깜짝 캔네스 빛을 머금고 등장 툭 건들면 쓰러져
A unique draft here by the Kwangdong Freaks and CV Max does not pay off as Hanwha Life Esports take a 1-0 lead here in our second match of the day. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Wolf and Atlas to break down the first match of this series. Sion down on the bottom side of the map. Senna didn't quite really pay off the Azir. There were a lot of thoughts that you had here, Wolf.
Well, I mean, look, it's a specific technique to prepare one style of drafting for a series, right? CV Max has kind of mastered this for better or for worse. But unfortunately, in this case, trying to force the Sion, which has some built-in synergy with Senna, you can boop a minion into somebody and like set up a route, and then maybe you can get the big Q smash. Not into Ezreal, by the way, though. And they knew they left the Ezreal and the Leon up. They left up the Maokai for Peanut, and then picked Sion into the Ezreal lane. There was just no way they were going to win on any lane. They also picked the Cassante into the Gnar face-up as well while they have this losing bottom lane.
Yeah, for me, it was like one of these drafts where it's like there's too much tunnel vision on trying to achieve a certain thing. You forget what the fundamentals of a draft are, and that is if you ever pick Viego, you need to have more than one winning lane, and they had less than one winning lane, unfortunately. And so therefore the whole thing fell apart, and it was impossible for them to win from minute one.
That's good caster math by Atlas right there. He's able to do it when he's here on the desk. Let's take a look at how this all shook up with some of the highlights that we had here. Leaper wanders up into the river, and this I don't know, this trying clearing a vision.
Even the map was against Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
Like, look at this.
He wanted to clear this ward, but he has no control over this zone.
A 4v1, the Drake combo.
and the Drake is also like aggroed, as you mentioned. But after a Leaper dies, let's pause because you can look at the game state. Like the Gnar is winning top side. Bulldog is getting crushed in mid lane. He's 20 CS behind. You can also see in the CS numbers as well, which is pretty obvious based on how the matchup plays out, that he's massively far behind against the Ezreal. And decided to go for Grasp, which he had 4 stacks of. Like, we checked it, like, I don't know, nearly 20 minutes into the game. It just isn't hitting anybody. It's just they're losing everything everywhere all the time. At this time, 3. So we got like 1 over the course of the next 10 minutes.
The next 7 minutes, it's 1 stack gained. Oh god, it's so sad. But yeah, like the highlight here is just that this is exactly what we expected the draft to play out as, and I don't know where the inroad was ever going to present itself. Like, maybe Azir can do better in the matchup against Yone, but I think you always expect that Zek is going to be able to navigate it really well.
And here's the second half of the highlight. Because they're this far behind, you try to contest over the grubs, and you get Yone ulted, and that was the fight.
They're just not in position to do anything. Bulldog is so far behind on the play, and trying to contest here without him is just, it's not going to be a recipe for success, but they're so far behind, I feel like they felt priced in. They've got the Azir ult. If he's there, maybe they can make it work, but he isn't, and it doesn't work. And for us, like, this was basically the moment the game ended. It was basically completely over at this point. They were massively behind. I mean, the game played out. Hanwha Life had massive edges everywhere, right? But it was at this moment, I think CV Max is probably going, shouldn't have hard forced this draft because it is just not working.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because it's Kwangdong Freaks versus Hanwha Life Esports, and yes, you might look at the standings thinking, oh, these teams are relatively close together, but I think we're now starting to see that there is a decent rift between the Kwangdong Freaks and our top teams here in the LCK.
Yeah, let's take a look at that final highlight that we have here for you. With the gold deficit, Kwangdong Freaks just not a really great look here. Almost steals it away, does Leaper, but really after this, the gold lead just...
He could have possibly had...
Unsealed spellbook.
Yeah, unsealed spellbook. But then he'd miss out on all of those grasp stacks, Degon, and that would have been a problem.
All 4 of them.
And I mean, look, you can just see this fight is a best attempt that Kwangdong could give, but the wallets are just too heavy. I mean, it was a really good play there from Dudu as well, the isolation, but they're just too far behind. And they weren't set up properly because they had to rush over and try to contest, but this was really just one of those games where it's a huge draft gap and it's a team coordination draft. It's just so unfathomable to me that they gave Viper Ezreal again after watching how that T1 series went. It just doesn't make sense.
And it would have made sense to me if they had have got something good somewhere else, anywhere else on the map. Like, if that had have opened up a window for them to get a Tristana pick, for example, if they managed to get a Rumble because they gave away an Ezreal or something like that. They didn't. They got... It was all bad everywhere.
Yeah. I have a Cope take. But
All right.
I'll share that after we take a look at the POG. Who's the POG from game number 1 for Hanwha Life? It is Zeka in the mid lane, his second one on the Yone. Had some crushing ults there that really changed the tide of the game.
I think you could have gone for a lot of different people in this game. I went for Zeka myself just because he crushed lane so hard that it really opened up the early game more than it already was with this trapped. But that was the one lane, as you mentioned, Atlas earlier, where we're like, okay, it could go better for Azir. Not against Zeka's Yone. Just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I probably should have voted for Zeka, but I honestly felt like the POG vote was kind of irrelevant in this game just because the POG should have gone to Dandy. Because he just kind of dominated the chess game at the start, and then from that point, like, they were basically in check the whole time.
I wonder if we're allowed to give those kind of votes out.
No, I don't think we are.
No.
And
What
see,
would it
look,
be?
I got a bit confused, VNcast got a bit confused, and Korean Analyst got a bit confused, but that's okay. At least media's got it, you know?
Your Cope take, though, I want to know.
All right,
Yeah, I
real
wanna
quick. Cope take is, they said you need a weird draft to go ahead, pull something out, pull out all the stops. If you do it early, now you can go back to standard and play straight up and surprise them. So we'll see if Kwangdong Freaks are able to do that here.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know yet. Let's send it on over to the casters. That'll get us into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, we'll see if we can surprise Hanwha Life Esports by playing standard into them. Quantum Freaks are going to go ahead and select the blue side.
Feldas, you didn't have to do the man like that. My God, I'm shocked we don't.
I think I had to because Max and Wolf really wanted to. So
Yeah, I'm shocked we don't get.
I had to get it in there.
The picture-in-picture of Degon just looking devastated.
I'm sure we can set that up. Let's see what this draft looks like. We're gonna start off with the Yone ban.
Yeah, right from the get-go. No surprises there. I do think Kwangdong want to get Tristana. So Hanwha, maybe you just ban Corki Tristana, call it a day. At the very least, take away Tristana here. If Kwangdong take away the Maokai here, you do put Hanwha in an awkward position, and you're always going to get either Tristana or Corki, which is not bad. I would like a Maokai ban. I think Peanut on that pick is just a little bit way too good in the way his team plays around it. It's really, really rough to deal with. Peanut in particular is just... When you have a player that's so good at always being relevant, I think picks like Maokai are just way too standard. The Ash ban, I'm pretty meh about Veldes. I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think Hanwha Life Esports care about that at all. You know, we were talking a lot. Everything you were saying was correct. The Tristana ban's going to come out here, so that does give Bulldog the option to play Corki with no Tristana available. But then maybe you just pick up Ezreal Leona. You don't have to pick your mid laner right away, and I mean they could even pick up an R.
Oh god, if they
right?
like so you get Corki, then they get Maokai Ezreal.
Yeah, or that.
And then you
that,
go...
that sounds better actually. And then you feel like
Viego Gnar? What? What?
Okay. So we're seeing this right. It's Zeri.
Well, okay.
Just wanna confirm.
Yeah. Hey, giving over Corki to Zeka is fine. That's my Cope take. I don't know, Veldas.
We have a lot of Cope takes here today.
I'll see what Kwangdong end up with. I will be carried away on CV Max wild ride of drafting shenanigans. This is...
Wait, they picked Ezreal.
Yeah, complete no-brainer on that one. Don't think anyone is shocked by this.
Zeri can find angles in team fights. The Maokai as well. You called.
What?
I know that's very surprising. Maybe they go for Ivern and they go double 80 carry. They could. I mean, maybe Cuz plays it. That's why they're hovering it.
I don't think you need to go. Peanut Ivern is not. It's not really it. And Peanut on Maokai has a, I don't know what the win rate is, but I'm sure it's dumb over the course of like the last 2-3 years. So Gnar is next on the prio list here, if we follow the LCK tier. Corki, yeah, Corki Gnar, and then Cuz just uses his large champion pool to get something good in second rotation. I think that's fine. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Corki at least is a big power pick.
If you don't pick Gnar here, then it gets picked up by Doran, and then they ban away 2 top laners. Or they just pick Leona. You know, that's another thing that's left available here that you kind of have to look at. So
we need to get a Cuz carry performance. I don't know what it's going to be, but it needs to be something good. Playing
Well, they want AP with 280 carries.
Brand's good. I like Brand. Brand's fine. I think Brand's good into Maokai. Zeka. Is gonna answer. And Zeka. Yeah. Well, this is my point, though, right? I think that this is something we run into with particularly Gen G and Hanwha Life, because I think T1 are a very free-form team, and they'll just kind of do whatever they feel like on the day. I think they are a lot more volatile in how they play, how they draft. But against Hanwha Life, it really does feel like there are just so many picks that make you go, oh no. I do think, again, that the Ashe ban should have been a Maokai ban, and I don't like the priority that we got here. But it feels to me that simultaneously there's so many picks that Hanwha can get that make you go, that's a little scary. This is the most obvious R4 Gnar that I've ever seen, and I do hope that Kwangdong ban it away.
Also should be, well, now they're stuck because they banned Karma. You could have banned Gnar Leona, and you're feeling somewhat okay. But, yeah, I mean, Alistair's banned now, and they're like, hey, well, we're going to get one. It's either Gnar or Leona, so you ban away Gnar, we'll play something else, that's fine, there's no Cassante. You ban away Leona, well, we play Gnar, and there's no Cassante to handle it.
Do you ban away Nautilus? And then you go Braum if you're Kwangdong? Nautilus specifically because you're playing Zeri. It's going to be the Gnar ban instead. Yeah, I think they're looking for a Braum here, like especially with Corki and Brand as well. I think that's the angle. Try and get the most value out of that. Not necessarily like Ezreal or rather Zeri, Braum, not a lane we're super excited about. We'll see. Do you think that something like that might be the answer here? Or we go like, if you really want to go crazy, you go Zeri top and look in the Seraphine lane here. I don't want to go that far.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. Sure. Why not? No, let's see what they do. I feel like they do need some kind of front line. No Leona pickup means that you could pick it yourself, but instead they're going to go for the Poppy. Looks like that's probably going top.
Yeah, most likely. I think it's a good matchup into the Renekton. It's a great Poppy angle, right? Into the Lucian and the Renekton. So one or two options. Leona is a lot stronger in isolation right now. But you might also take into account, what do you not want to play into? I think the Leona Ezreal is just such an insanely strong combo. You might end up facing... Oh god, yeah, we didn't even consider the possibility for Hanwha to go for the Braum, but yeah, double AD carry. When you have the Braum is also insanely strong. You have Culling, you have the poke from Peanut.
Yeah.
I do think this composition of Hanwha has a, you know, like it lacks a little bit of engage power. Outside of that, though, I think it's better for Kwangdong than it was. Okay, so you have a lot of relatively short-range characters, and you have Brand. You have Poppy, which does get a lot of value into this composition. So you have top lane winning. A jungle matchup should be fine. Bot lane, I'm obviously not going to be too stoked about. Mid lane, in theory, I think Corki is a lot stronger on this patch, but realistically, Zeka looks to be in much better shape than Bulldog is. So I think we're going to run into the same issue for Kwangdong. If their laning gets better, I think it might be playable. We'll see if that's actually going to be the case.
So we have Soup CEO Jung Chan-yong as well as Quantum Freak CEO Tae Jung-won. Mr. Che, you may know him if you are a long-time esports watcher. He was there on the left. Coming down to support Soup and Quantum Freaks. So we'll see if they can get the second game. And if it is going to work with this new draft with the first pick Zeri coming out.
Leaper better cash in on that one, Valdez. That's a big risk that they're taking. We'll have to see whether or not it's actually going to.
We'll see if it works out here as we are getting ready right now to hop onto the Rift for Hanwha Life Esports up against the Quantum Freaks for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2. And I'm very excited to see Zeka playing the Lucian here into Corki. We just had this matchup recently, right? Where the Lucian
I'm pretty
got
sure
really far ahead.
Lucian actually did really well.
I forget who that was for some reason. That happened...
Might have been Zeka as well. I feel like most mid laners, like I know it wasn't Chovy because Chovy's Lucian looks kind of whatever.
Was it Zeka
I don't know.
into closer?
Might be.
That sounds right.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Look, they did. Did they play recently? Yeah.
Yeah, on Sunday.
That makes sense.
Well,
it's
Lucian does have a very good matchup in Corki, especially early on.
Yeah, it's a Zeka matchup. Zeka on a short range AD character, I think was going to be feeling great. Level 1 of Braum, notoriously one of the best in the game. So I do think good call here by Kwangdong to back off at least a little bit. Where is Cuz going to go, though? I do wonder, because right now the answer is
Krugs.
Nowhere. I guess he does Krugs and then just accepts that his life is
Krugs and back. The Krugs into back angle. Now he could potentially come up here and challenge on the red buff, but I feel like the timing of this is a little bit out.
Why,
he does have a ward, right?
He might actually be able to do a... Oh my god. That was a bit dicey, but yeah, this is the problem. Like Brand's level 1 actually is really bad when it comes to his clear. So use standing side.
Got a little fight down here on the bottom side. The Braum eating a ton of damage in that trade.
Good level up. Yeah, Cuz is just gonna eat the loss, and I do think that Corki post first back, ends up getting steel caps. I think feels a lot better in this matchup. Very early on, particularly when you're playing into PTA and you're the one with Fleet, that's not going to feel great. I think Fleet also doesn't have nearly as much value as... Oh god.
Here we go again.
Yeah, Cuz is level 2.
Yeah, because he knows that Cuz is desperate to clear the rest of his jungle, and Peanut, he just feasts on junglers that get behind.
Oh my god. Yeah, and look at his lanes! Look at his lanes, Valdez! Dudu, like, even if he does actually come over, which I don't think he can, he's going to miss out on a ton of experience.
Yeah.
Mid lane's a disaster, and...
So the no buff and no Gromp and 2 camp Brand.
You know what the worst part is? If he tries to cross into Homolai's look at bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Peanut's going to cross as well. No! Valdez!
He's chasing him. He does this, man. Peanut just knows. He's like, okay, I know exactly where you're going.
No.
Because he knows this is the only camp that Cuz could do. And he even missed it.
He might have to flash.
Yeah, he has to flash, yeah.
Oh, God.
As Peanut's dabbing on the haters here. And
I want to look away.
I said it. Oh, look at this. It's a casual 14-game winning streak on Maokai. Huh, who could have seen this coming? Yeah, bottom lane going very well for Life Esports as well. You did give Viper Ezreal again. That did happen.
Maybe he'll get his Raptor camp. Maybe he'll get some Raptors. I'm losing it, Val.
Well, they did respond for him. Yay.
He didn't get to... I'm done.
He didn't get the...
I'm done. He didn't get the passive proc.
Yep.
I'm... Okay, good luck,
Goodbye,
Valdez.
Chronicler.
Take it away, Valdez.
I'll take it from here. We got the solo cast now. Chronicler is left. It's over. Yeah. So Peanut's back, by the way. He's back in Cuz's jungle. He says, well, you probably didn't get the Gromp because I know you were waiting for the Raptor respawn. Again, this is what Peanut does. He just feasts on junglers that get behind. I don't even want to call it weak junglers because Cuz is a fantastic jungler. All right. It doesn't really matter.
All right, I'm back.
Okay,
so,
he's back.
I've actually thought about this. The reason why Peanut is so good on Maokai is because Peanut, in his old age, Peanut's hands, not quite what they used to. Peanut in Italy, that used to be a thing that made you go, man, and now it makes you go, oh, man.
Oh, man.
But on Maokai, you need no hands, 0 hands, which means that all his energy goes to his brain. So he just sits there and he goes, oh, I have Braum, so a level 1 stronger. And then he just... especially being a jungler, everyone has had these games. And it just feels so horrible. 2 minutes, Valdez! 2
minutes from Peanut.
He's Maokai. He's a tree!
No, he's the invading tree. And that's what happens with the Braum.
Why? This is also a textbook example. Again, a textbook example in the previous series. This is a textbook example of how easy it is to jungle with 3 winning lanes. Because we give a lot of credit to Peanut, but I do think we need to also note that every single lane is winning again.
Yeah, and this isn't Cuz's fault at all. You know, like, don't get us wrong.
He plays it well.
He's just sitting here like, well, there's nothing I can do. I'm screwed. And that's it. And Bulldog is trying to CS next to Illusion, maybe trying to bait for Cuz? Not 100% sure. Cuz doesn't have flash, so that's not going to happen either. As we do get the stun here onto Ondil, who is in a bit of trouble, is going to have to flash. Instead, he goes in as a very apt time to show the Zeri on a 5-game losing streak during the first blood of Zeri not able to do anything. Not Zeri's fault either, but, you know, just kind of makes sense. Humble Life Esports are smacking him over the head with a giant red hammer right now.
Just doesn't feel like the two teams are even remotely the same level. Like, this is a colossal gap.
Is this more or less one-sided than our first series against Bro, who hasn't won a series yet?
Like, for sure. Remember game 1? Like, Brion actually got a lead early game. As we take another lead, gets tagged here, and
you just got a flash.
Well, I agree, but I think he actually dies no matter what. Because I think they get the activation, and like flashing the initial Q.
You have to flash before they get the activation, otherwise you just die.
Well, yeah.
No.
Yeah, but you see, it's like, well, maybe we go in. They didn't even have to use the heal. Leaper obviously isn't able to do any damage because Viper is standing behind the light. And now a kill over to Viper again. This game, 7.5 minutes in, 1.4k gold lead. I don't know, Feldas. Zeka doesn't care. What is this?
He did take a lot of damage for
free. Should.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cuz.
All right, here we go. Little angle. Cuz, the knockup. Doran in a lot of trouble, but now Dudu taking a bunch of damage, has to flash away. Doran knows he can't get away. And the one auto gets him a kill, and not even an assist for Cuz. Not even an assist.
If I was Cuz, after this game, we're calling our friends, we're calling our loved ones, we go outside, touch some grass.
Yeah.
Anything to play another game of League of Legends. The fact he doesn't even get the assist there, my God.
Uh-oh, Bulldog. In a little bit of trouble here. The calling's going to come out. He's going to have to flash away from Zeka. And that's going to be a big lead for him now. Going to mean that Bulldog has to play a lot more passively.
Yeah, I said it was going to get better once the boots were done. It's not, actually.
I think it did for a little bit, and then...
Yeah, marginally.
He's taking these trades. He's getting too close to Zeka, just desperately trying to farm because...
Well, he's corky.
It probably feels helpless because he fell behind in game 1, and now he's like, it's happening again. Like, what do I do? I have to try to keep up, but instead he just nearly dies. So...
Yeah.
Here comes Leaper, trying to go in. Viper immediately just going to Arcane Shift away, and they will respect the Zeri ultimate for now, as the Q is going to land on the Leaper. Now we've got
it's
flux, but...
Yeah, and Ondil, like if Ondil is 6, maybe you can extend the play, make it happen. Not going to be the case.
Get away from the Braum. Get away from the Braum. Viper has flash, and he's looking for more.
It's getting a little bit low in mana, but we'll be fine. Oh, God. There will no peanuts here. I don't think there is a... Oh, yeah. Now, because there should be a dive opportunity, maybe an angle here for...
Oh, trying to go on a Delight here, who is level 6, but he does get blown up, and now the turn trying to come out, but that's actually a nice play set up here by the side of Kwangdong Freaks, as Delight is not able to respect the lockdown from those two members.
Understandable as... Oh, this might be a bit... Oh, I actually was expecting Leaper to chase, but obviously Peanut could still be bare, so he can't realistically go for that. Viper also has his sums. That's a big win. That's some gold going into Cuz. And Humble Life, that's where I start to think you see a little bit of hubris, where they're like, we're spotted, we're still going. And you have Braum, so you feel really safe. One of the examples where we do actually see the value coming through from Cuz, who is no nonsense, just flashes in to ensure that he gets the ultimate off. And that ends up being, I think, the big difference maker. A lot of damage coming through here, even with everything going poorly for him. It's really one of the interesting things with Brand specifically, is that your base damages are also so high that as long as you get your passive activation off, have a respectable amount of damages, this bot wave is mostly gonna get missed.
Yeah, Viper, it looks like maybe he faked a back, and then he stayed and he pushed the cannon wave.
Yeah.
So at least it is a cannon wave for Leaper, but Viper gets a nice little push in. Meanwhile, we got a fight here over the Grubs. which Brand, okay. Couple of them going over to Cuz. Very nice.
Oh, man.
Tilt proof.
Yeah, Cuz actually... Oh, it's Dudu. It's fine.
Okay. We're going to make a play. Peanut doesn't have flash. The angle as down will go Peanut. Not able to do anything in that case. And Leaper's getting a plate down in bot. Quantum Freaks are coming back.
Quantum Freaks taking a page out of the Hanwha Life book. We know that this team is very consistent when it comes to finding comebacks from deficits. Peanut in particular, one of the best junglers to do so, and Cuz unfazed. We were, it seems like, much more tilted by what was happening to him than he was. Able to get the kill on bot lane, get the smite, because even if they don't end up winning that fight, just getting to those 2 grubs is like, that's a really big win. Not getting to 5 when they have Renekton, Ezreal, and Lucian is definitely a big win. And actually very nicely done. That TP from Dudu looked a little bit like it was, in Dutch we would say, mustard after your meal. So like, stuff's just too late. Like there's no, why is this here? What's the point? And
mustard after your meal.
Yeah, it's like when you're saying, oh, that's mustard after your meal. It's like, why would you bring out the mustard? The meal's already done.
Well, it's obviously for the dessert donuts.
A guy I can't even talk to right. So I think really
yeah,
nice.
It's a very common thing in America. I don't know about
nicely
you.
done there by Kwangdong. I thought you were going to say like dessert pretzel. I'm like that at least kind of.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Although I know what you would eat a sweet pretzel with mustard. That just sounds horrible.
It doesn't have to be sweet.
No, no.
Savory dessert.
I'm done with savory desserts. That's
yeah.
fine. I'm just
Sounds
making
good.
sure. Yeah, nicely done there by Undeal extending the play to do actually using his teleport aggressively. Ends up working on it now. All of a sudden, game playable in a playable state, which is much more than we could have expected. I think coming in to the early game in particular.
Yeah, I was very worried. I didn't think we were going to have League of Legends today. This was our only chance. Except when Bro got that lead, I guess, in the first game.
For the first 10 minutes of our team.
Yeah, that was some league. Yeah.
That did happen. This counter matchup, I swear it used to be a little bit better. I think it's the power of Eclipse specifically that has made a big difference. In like these short trades from Renekton are just so punchy. I remember back in the day, like the matchup was actually unplayable. Like Renekton just wasn't able to really do anything at any point. Remember when Ornn used to beat Renekton? That was fun. I like that. That was enjoyable.
That was fun. Uh-oh, Viper, little caught there. He is going to cleanse, as now we get the play onto Cuz. His Delight engage Braum, showing his face once again. And you see just about how well that's going to go. Cuz is going to get flashed on here, but immediately Zeka gets stunned and the combo comes out. Zeka is dead, but no trade on the Bulldog. Quantum Freaks just trading up once again. Little ult. Uh-oh. Ooh. Stone Cold is Bulldog.
Bulldog not in the slightest impressed. He has TP as well, so he can actually TP into this play if Hanwha Life overstep, and there he comes. That should be the Dragon. And Kwangdong in the second game coming alive, Eldest.
Some real League of Legends.
Zeka helped them a little bit.
Yeah. Just a bit. And it's Infernal Soul. So, going to be fighting over this Soul in this game. Hanwha Life Esports going to go and take the Rift Herald as a little consolation prize for themselves. And they're still ahead at this point in time. I think especially because Viper's in a really good spot. You definitely say that they're ahead. I think that, well, Andel's going to try to find an engage onto Braum. Not going to happen.
Yeah, it's actually the slow from Peanut, which ends up being the difference maker there. So taking a look at this play, starts up Undeal, I think doing a great job. It's really hard with Leona to actually have a consistent impact into Ezreal because he's so slippery. And then Cuz throws his cooldowns in. Oh, Zeka again?
Yep, he is dead. Absolutely. Gets close to the Poppy. And the Poppy eats Lucian for free. And that's going to be the end of him. So Zeka started off pretty well, but now it's not.
And man, Cuz farming his way back into this matchup. He was already getting the 4 honor for you know, unsaltable, even if they would end up losing. But looking very crisp right now. And might actually be worth slowly starting to talk about the fact that the composition of Kwangdong scales insanely well. And this is just very well done by Dudu. Sets it up. Cuz just has to walk in. And look at that, they even had an insurance policy. We had Ondil waiting in the wings as they're not stopping. They're not giving Hanwha Live the opportunity to you know, recuperate. And this play not quite working out though, as the light is very slippery.
Yeah. And now Doran's going to return to his lane. He says, I shouldn't have let Zeka try to handle the Poppy. I will deal with this.
Yeah, he's very big, because I think he got the first turret blood, so he's like 2 items Renekton. Very scary Crocodile Veldas.
Yeah. And with Black Cleaver, the front line will be shredded. Mostly Poppy, but also Leona. She'll eventually get some armor.
You know, down the line though, if Kwangno starts stacking armor, eventually the Hanwha Live damage is really going to fall off. And they have Corki, they have Zeri, they have a Brand, they have great front line. It might be playable, Veldas.
It definitely feels playable. I think the second that the lanes were so one-sided, and the jungle, for Hanwha Life Esports, we were very worried, but now it has changed.
And now Cuz, substantially ahead, finishes his Leandries.
That is Peanut flanking from their own jungle. Ondil's in a lot of trouble. Will flash the wall and gets the disengage cone eventually. He doesn't even really need it. As Doran getting to work here on both the turret and Dudu.
Doran?
Gonna take a bunch of turret shots. Now the Steadfast Presence comes in, and yeah, he's just dead. Not respecting it, as everybody just gonna roam up top and kill him.
If only they knew that Leona was in the area. But they couldn't have possibly known, right? Oh, Hanwha Life, just as we sing their praises. They're getting a little bit silly with it, Veldas. I'm not gonna lie. I think that Kwangdong are taking great care to use this opportunity. It goes down to the play in mid. I feel like that's where things went a little bit off the rails. Not done by any means. Kwangdong is still, you know, technically behind in gold as Peanut. Should be fine. Just play it a little bit of a gamble there. And this next Dragon Fight, I think, is going to be the big differentiator. Because I do want to know, mid lane turret still standing for Hanwha Life. As Doran, you knew. You knew that. You knew there were at least Leona was on the way. Oh, Doran.
He knew, but he didn't care. And
yeah, so maybe the call. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Maybe his call is like, I'm dying anyway because I'm this far up the turret and it's a Poppy, so like getting away is really hard. So I might as well trade for the turret and try to get a 1v1 kill before they arrive. Maybe.
Sure.
I don't know if that's true.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I know it's Doran.
Good job, Doran. Made the best of a rough situation.
It's Doran. I don't know. It's equally likely, Veldas.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, look at Dudu. So he built Frozen Heart. Then I imagine he's going to go Jackshaw's next. And then he's going to go Randuin's. And he is not going to die. Like, Black Cleaver, be damned, doesn't matter. Peanut's going to have to go tank from here on out. He can't afford to actually go AP. Not the lost place because that build is kind of bad now. So I think Kwangdong have a great shot. And if they get this dragon, start stacking Drakes on Brand, Zeri.
There's just no vision here for Hanwha Life Esports. I'm going to dodge that, but now the engage is going to come in here right on top of the Maokai. Peanut pretty tanky himself, but the damage is there. He has to flash, and now he's burning down. Peanut, desperate for a passive. It's not going to happen as the Kwangdong Freaks roar, and they take him down. They're also going to get this dragon. First Infernal going over to Kwangdong.
And just like how the first 10 minutes of this game were a pathing masterclass, the second half is going to be coaches saying, guys, do not relent. Do not think lightly of your opponent. As Ondil might be in some trouble here. Oh, he gets tagged.
Yeah, he does get tagged. He doesn't have flash, so he's just kind of dead. And Viper once more. He was looking for another kill there on the Leaper. And that gets kind of a half-hearted clap from the Hanwha Life Esports fans.
Yeah, this is some vintage Hanwha Life Esports. I want you to look at everyone's score, and then Viper. To be fair, I don't think the Lights made any major mistakes this game, but his
not really, no.
His top side is having a fun one, Veldas.
Yeah, they certainly came into this one thinking they were just going to be gifted another win.
It's just such a good lesson into why a League of Legends game isn't won. This is a solo queue lesson for all of you. Be like Cuz. It's not done. If you know, you're what? He was like half the CS at.
He did the classic 0 buff start. No red, no blue.
Take another look here. Actually, really nicely done there by Ondale to get the angle so that he actually gets on top of Peanut, and then yeah, it's Brand. Like you don't have any. He doesn't have a tank item. Actually tries to stay alive there with his W to dodge some of the damage, go untargetable. Like maybe if he got another passive auto off, but not the case. And then here, nicely done there by Viper and the Light, just using the power of Braum. The Light hits the ultimate, but I think realistically they would have gotten anyway. We did see both Corki and Brand in the area, so maybe if he doesn't hit the ult, they can't chase, but I think they were fine as Doran has found Dudu, or the other way around.
Yeah, Dudu's pretty tanky at this point, as you mentioned. Actually even went and picked up a Bramble vest.
I mean, Thornmail is great here.
Yeah, and I think eventually he will finish that item. Zeka, you know, after the pretty good laning phase, hasn't had much effect on this game, especially after we saw some whoopsies, is the nicest way to say it. Now, there is vision of this. They will clear it out, but a start on the Baron for Home Life Esports, and immediately a pull-off as they say, hey, we were spotted, not going to go for it, not going to risk it this time.
Interesting. I thought that they at least, I don't think you ever actually want to do it, but like stick around until you get the TP from Dudu. But the Kwangdong composition is really good at having these long extended chases. As yeah, no one should be surprised by this. It is indeed Viper Life Esports.
Yep.
In the flash,
it's back.
It is back.
And
I love
it never
that
left.
they highlight it. Oh, and Humble Life might still end up winning this game. I think their team fighting remains one of the best in the LCK, and now I think Kwangdong need to be very careful not to get, you know, ahead of themselves. But this is still, I think, a really important moment for Kwangdong, and I really want to highlight it. If they would have gone down mercilessly 2-0 to Humble Life, we've seen this team have a lot of mid-season collapses.
Yeah.
And I think this is, even this, if they don't end up winning, I think this is important for this team. If they want to continue being at the very least, you know, a dark horse where you can be the cool hipster and be like, you know what, if they get it together in playoffs, it could happen. And you give it some looks, but that's appropriate, right? It's a dark horse. It shouldn't make sense. Just enough.
They're not the favorites to win by any means in the playoffs, but, you know, you are right. They do have to deal with Viper's Ezreal in this game. We'll see how this one is going to play out.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of point-and-click CC. That, you know, like Dudu can obviously try to slam into a wall, but I don't think Viper's going to be that easy to catch.
No.
Next fight is going to be huge, though. Like, looking at the spikes, Leaper is quite strong. Cuz is going to have his stopwatch available. Also, look at that, Sorks. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Bulldog should have hit, yeah, with this, I think, has hit his fully stacked Jack of all trades, so he gets 25 adaptive power as well. So it's actually quite strong, even though he struggled in the early game. Like, this is a big spike, I think, for the Corki at this point in time. So I think things are looking up for Kwangdong, and if they can get themselves a very early Infernal Soul point, would be big. Oh my god, again?
Yeah, I mean, they're setting up the same pick as Peanut. This time he will dodge a lot of the Brand damage. And Ondel slowed up a bit. At least Ondel does have his flash this time. So, but he does get out alive. The only issue is that this does allow Home Life Esports now to move in and clear out the vision and actually stake their claim over the river.
Dudu, nice ward there. Look at that, middle of the lane. They got to be careful of the poke, though.
Yeah, that they
don't know!
The flank is coming in, and Viper, he's going to get engaged on a huge knockup comes in, but look at the Renekton in the backline door, and it's huge. Does get the one kill, and now the peel comes in for Viper. Dudu very, very low, and he should be going down here as well. The follow-up comes in for Humble Life Esports. And Bulldog and Leaper, yes, they killed the Renekton, but that was about it. As, yep, you got Braum as well, and Viper survives. The flank does not work, and now he's 5-0.
Oh, this is exactly what we talked about. Kwangdong, they understand the assignment. Kill Viper! But they do take the adult cost a little bit too literal there, Valdez, as they dive so deep. If they play this a little bit slower, I think this is a one fight. Because Viper doesn't actually need to die. Like, just him being out of the fight is enough, but Doran, with his heroics there, legitimately wins this fight for Humble Life. Like 100%. Immediately flashes on top of the back line. Without Cuz actually doing damage, Like, he didn't even get his ultimate off. If he flash ults, that's a free win. That's Infernal Drake. And instead, they lose the fight. They lose the Baron. I imagine they're going to lose the Dragon as well. Maybe they can get an angle here, which with the backs could be enough. Like, that'll be something to hold on to this game.
Maybe. Peanut is here, and he's right on top of the Dragon now.
Just walks in.
And yeah, he's just going to smite it. There it is. Q smite. Now Doran might have to eat it, but he is Renekton, and he is very fed. As we do have the Keeper's Verdict there on Azeka, and now HLE Esports will be forced to back away. But Leaper nearly dies just to a little bit of poke. Has to back over the wall. And now HLE Esports, they're getting everything. Just the entire map is theirs.
And I can't believe, fellas, if Humble Life end up getting this win, I'm not going to be allowed to vote for Doran. I'm really going to want to because of these fights, but...
Not allowed.
We all know. We all know who's going to get that POG is Viper.
Yep. Viper Life Esports continuing to try to push. They get the pick here onto Zeka. But, you know, Zeka doesn't have any kills. He doesn't have any shutdown gold. There's nothing.
He's irrelevant.
You kill Lucian. That's not the real AD carry. He's just a substitute at this point.
Yeah, I think this is the point in the game where you're like, man, maybe we should have picked Nautilus. Maybe that would have been better. And you know what?
Or maybe they should have banned Ezreal instead of Ashe.
Yeah, well, that's... I got nothing. I'm with you on that one. Guangdong, they're not giving up, though. They keep on looking, keep on fighting. But it's so hard to lock them down, so mobile. Big thing, though, and I do want to reiterate, is that this was only a second Dragon for Humble Life, and there isn't actually any inhibs that have gone down. As we take another look here, Doran tries to redo what he did last game, ends up, you know, taking a good amount of damage, but they can't chase. Like, they don't have the tools. Leaper gets tagged and is like, oh god, no. And Zeka wasn't even there. I think Dudu has been having an incredible game here on the Poppy. And that's the one thing that I do think you can always trust, is if that Poppy can find a good ultimate at any point, it might be playable. As Dudu tries to go for Viper there, doesn't end up working out, as we do have, again, the Blast Cone.
Yeah, this one is a Engage Cone, very rare. Dudu is going to take a ton of damage, though, as he tries to make it work, and he nearly dies to the True Shot Barrage. And Viper, he's not done! He's going to take him down at an insane angle! And Dudu, you can't get away from him! As now they're looking for more. The Engage Brawl also coming up, as Bulldog is Corky, so easily gets away from that one. But man, I guess CV Max didn't get the memo, and Viper's here to prove it again. He doesn't care what his team does. He'll just put the game on his back.
Yep, that's a Korean Ezreal right there. Veldis, we are very lucky. As Viper, unbothered, unburdened, just eeing forward to his heart's content.
Yeah.
This man has too much power.
Oh no. Oh no. And Zeka's like, oh, maybe I get to play the game a little bit. Perhaps a kill for me? Nope, not gonna happen. 8-0 is Viper. And yeah, Zeka got the turret aggro. So
oh, the TP. The deep flank.
Well, Zeka's out of there. The rest of the team is going the opposite way.
Well, maybe they can still get him.
I don't think they win this fight. They don't have Zerial.
No, I think you have to keep... yeah, no, Bulldog doesn't have TP. If Bulldog had TP, maybe it was playable. But it's not. And that's a TP invested. Nothing to come out of it. Humble Life, they didn't get the actual kill. So that's on the inhib. So that's nice, but... I think Dudu looking for this play, understandable, but definitely oversteps. Look at this E.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's the safety of the rest of the team as well, right? Peanut and his Maokai showing why that pick is so high priority. Viper, he can move forward because what are they going to do? Run into the
Maokai Braum?
Yeah, no, not happening.
Yeah.
It's really one of those occasions where you have the perfect setup for an AD carry to go absolutely insane because you have Braum, you have Maokai. And you even have Renekton, you know, which kind of can act as
always a huge threat, you know.
You always have to take it into account. But then there is the second step, and that's where a lot of AD carries will struggle, which is you have to walk the line between, am I a genius or am I insane?
Mm-hmm.
Viper's a genius.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward. I don't even think...
You know who's really great at playing both sides of that line is Jackie Love.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think really, recently, to me, he's been almost only genius.
Yeah.
And then
sometimes
I thought you were just gonna go for aiming. That's the
that's
the
a
LCK.
Well, a little bit
the
more
LCK
genius
one.
for Jackie Love, we'll say.
Yeah, fair enough.
In that comparison, Viper is just doing insane damage, and they don't have any lockdown for him. They don't have any hard engage. They have, well, they do have Leona.
Maybe the poke. Maybe Cuz can get an ult off this time around. Will be big.
Yeah.
But Viper is just out poking everyone.
Now, I like this wraparound from Kwangdong. Really trying to force Hamalife Esports into one corner of the river. But Delight's doing a good job clearing vision, coming back here, covering the flank. Viper, they're not going to hit that one.
I mean, Kwangdong are playing this well, but they just don't have the time.
They don't have the time. Cuz has to get into the pit. Dudu looking to get the knockaway, and Peanut goes flying, but now the fight is taken here by Hamalife Esports. Andal is way ahead of his team, as now Doran going to that backline. He is just so tanky. They can't burn the Renekton, and that is going to do it for this game. Hamalife Esports cleaned them up in the river. They said, we didn't even want that dragon. We'll take it anyway. Hamalife Esports ace Kwangdong in the bottom river. Another triple kill here for Viper, and a double kill for Zeka. How about that? He finally gets a kill. Hamalife Esports will win it, and Delight will pick up his 3,000th assist here at the LCK. Huge congrats to him. And we'll definitely be seeing a lot more where that came from in the coming years.
Early pathing masterclass from Peanut. Doran with some great impactful team fights, but we all know the main character is here today, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's the 11-0 Ezreal. Maybe let him have the Ashe next time around. Kwangdong Freaks, the second game, a whole lot better. And Hamalife says, is this all you got? That's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Viper Life Esports rears its head again, and you see a little hug there from Viper and Dudu. Yeah, I mean, what else can we say? Don't give him Ezreal, and you might have an easier time, but he's just fantastic. He's just so good at the game, and I feel like he's really on form right now. He's done it a lot on Kaisa, he's done it a lot on Ezreal, and in fact, if he plays like that, he'll get a lot more POGs. Where that came from, I'm sure he's getting one for the second game. He got it in the first game, right? Didn't he? Yeah, he did, right? No, it was Zeka, sorry.
It was Zeka.
Excuse me, I'm like, no, that doesn't sound right. So it will be Zeka and Viper, no doubt.
Drawing a black as I'm seeing Peanut. I'm like, is it? Peanut always makes sense.
It was Zione.
Even in this game, if you just look at the first 10 minutes, free is Peanut POG vote of your life.
Sure.
As Hamalife, I think in this one, really showing why they're a team that isn't just a playoffs team. They are contending. They beat T1, and they want to finally actually contest Gen G. They want to surpass T1. And I know you and I, Valdez, are extremely strong believers in the inevitability of a T1 and Gen G finals. Again, for the umpteenth time. Hamalife, with games like this, maybe they can shake some people's faith. Not ours.
Yeah.
But man,
past
what
the
a
LCK for long
here.
enough, you know.
You
some
know.
things just feel inevitable. But yeah, this one, from start to finish, it did feel like Viper was just unchecked, right? It didn't feel like a start-to-finish victory for Hamalife Esports because they got a lead and then they were like, you know what? You know what would be fun? Let's give them a chance. And they certainly did. Zeka didn't have the best game. Got caught a couple of times. And shout out to Quantum Freaks for actually fighting back. Cuz very much untiltable. Got so far behind, didn't get a single buff in his own jungle, and yet still was able to come back in a huge way. It was like 3-0 and 3 at one point, and was pretty massive on the brand. But then eventually they just overstep.
Yeah, this fight right here, and it's so telling how close this is. Legitimately, if Cuz just gets there and presses R, I think this fight 100% Doran and an overextension from Kwangdong, right? You're still playing into Braum, even with the great angle that Dudu found. But man, Kwangdong Freaks showing some great moments here. Showing, I think, team fighting that has consistently improved. I think Ando actually ended up having a great game as well. A lot of impact. It just didn't matter. It just wasn't enough. And I think that here, this is why the desperation had set in. And they're like, we got to try something. And something it was not enough.
Yeah.
It was not the right thing.
And You know, Ezreal can deal with the high health bar if you give him enough time. Just go for the fight, they say. It's Delight doing most of the shot calling here. Just calling targets, they're all dead. Go. I have Root, says Peanut. And then he said, I am Groot. Kind of weird. No, he didn't actually say that. And then they just say, we go top. Viper, carry. 80, carry.
I think we heard Zeka do like, oh. Look at that gold graph.
Oh, no.
That's justified. Yeah,
that's almost 2k DPM. That's, you can get POG that way.
Oh, Viper.
That's one way to do it. Zeka, same damage as Peanut on the Maokai. Just didn't matter.
Yeah. Even I think Cuz again, unfortunately, the early pathing was rough. He recuperated, but then the actual team fighting on brand, you got to be really crisp, and Doran got the better of him.
He absolutely did. Shout out to Doran. He wasn't the main character, but a couple of big team fights was able to help his team get across the line after a really rough mid-game there. But HLE Esports with the clean 2-0, nothing to see here, and they do take the victory tonight. Let's throw it over to the space to break down this series.
I'm glad we got to see you guys cast it, as it was a 2-0 here as Hanwha Life Esports take down Kwangdong Freaks. That wasn't boom damage that Viper put down. That was boom damage. It was in the 50,000s of damage there. Welcome to the space. We're breaking it down.
Yeah, I mean, we got draft problems again, small ones. Viper has now played his 5th game of Ezreal in a row because they first picked Zeri. They didn't ban the Ezreal, they banned Ashe. They could have first picked Maokai.
And last week, we were talking about Leaper using Ezreal as a crutch pick. Like, he plays this. He's looked pretty
good. It's
good.
his best champion. I would argue it's his best champion.
Yeah. And I think the rest of the draft actually kind of fine from Kwangdong Freaks. I think this time a little bit more cohesive. You saw in the early game, if Peanut's going to do the things that he can do, then things can certainly be rough. But outside of that, I think that it was kind of okay. We've seen drafts like this work. That wasn't as much of the problem until you sort of got into the game.
And my final thought on the draft, too, is I feel like it was really smart by HLE Life Esports to take the Maokai instead of taking the Corki away, because I do think that Zeka was confident that he'd be able to play the Lucian into the Corki. There's other picks he could have chosen as well. But with Bulldog's landing phase in Game 1, how he dominated there, I think trusting in the Lucian matchup, which is very strong in the Corki, he'd get advantages again. He did in-game. He didn't have the greatest mid-game. He wasn't the main character, as the casters said, but in the laning phase, he got them control, which allowed Peanut to do more Peanut things in the early game.
All right, well, for our first highlight, it's for all of us that are not junglers, because we use this term way too much, but this is a masterclass of jungling here by Peanut.
Yeah, so Peanut knows, obviously, he has the Braum at level 1, so comes over here. There's a ward, but Cuz isn't going to try to flash smite. If you fail that, you're so doomed. You just die and the game is over. It's basically over anyways, though, because he doesn't go for it. Goes up here, he's like, oh, I got to go clear. And, Peanut, he's going to go over here, take these Raptors, then come invade him. Again, he gets 4 buffed at the end of this, as Cuz is just not able to match him and doesn't have any prio. In mid lane, no prio. Top lane, no prio. Bottom lane, no prio.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, winning lanes really allows your jungler to do whatever he wants, but Peanut is probably the best at taking advantage of it of anyone else. And also the communication that he has with Delight as well. You see Delight in a little bit will come over and check the blue side of Peanut's jungle just to make sure there's no pesky brand making his way in. But Peanut's already downloaded Cuz. Of course, Peanut was the guy that came on to Longzhu after Cuz had debuted, right, to replace him. It feels like the brain has certainly remembered some of those times, right?
He has double buff, and Cuz is level 2, so there's just literally nothing a brand can do in this situation because he's going to get slowed by the Maokai and dies 100%. Loses his flash there as well while trying to take Scuttle. Peanut could have, a lot of junglers would just go, all right, well, it's done. I'm going to go to my top side of my jungle. I'm going to take those camps. But he knows that this brand at level 2 can't contest Scuttle, and that's the one single place on the map where that he might think, okay, if Peanut's probably going to go top, I can get this. And Peanut's like, no, I don't, because I know you have one option, and I'm going to deny it. I'm going to get your flash. It's just super smart play.
Yeah, just love the fact that it was a full read. Cuz was so tilted, he missed his abilities on the scuttle, and he was just like, all right, I'm out. But to his credit, he fought back, and so did Kwangdong Freaks to the point where they had the gold lead. But this fight here was the one where Hanwha Life said, we're the better team, we're going to take this one.
Yeah, this was like, there was a lot of happy gaming for Hanwha Life Esports, but this is the first real team fight that sort of broke out, and I think this is where Hanwha Life just went straight back to business.
And unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, they wanted to set up Dudu to actually get that flank angle there, get on top of Viper, but this just gave Doran all the space he wanted to get into the other side of the fight and keep the DPSs out, namely Leaper in this case. So it was just a really nice turn by Hanwha Life Esports. A good game plan there with the TP from Dudu, but Hanwha just smarter on the day. Doran made a clutch play, and the Hanwha Life were just back in the driver's seat again. And Viper, man, he just does not miss. There were a ton of other highlights we could have had of him. His snipe of Dudu with the E. It's just, I mean, he had such great accuracy. This game gets over 50k damage. We'll see what his DPM was, because it was probably like 1.7 or something like that, because he's definitely in a POG, right?
Yeah, 100%. And we say Viper Life Esports. It's not that anymore. It's Viper Delight Esports. You know, we're having a really good time on the Rift while Viper's just hard carrying.
Thank you, Atlas. Let's take a look at the POG here. Who is it? Yeah, it's Viper. Of course it is. 15. Almost 1.7.
Yeah.
Almost 1.7.
You got close.
He already has the highest DPM in the league. Is it up to 900 average now? Like, he keeps pumping it up.
And teams just keep giving this guy Ezreal, and he takes the game into his own hands. And, you know, we watched this earlier, but we'll get to see that snipe, I imagine, in this highlight reel as well. It happens on the top side of the blue jungle. His damage numbers are insane because he knows just how much space he needs to escape any sort of engage, and then when the turn comes through and he trusts his team,
oh,
this is
one.
it. Yep. Watch this. Oh my god, wait for it. Thread the needle. Yeah.
Oh, man. The spacing as well to make sure that he's out of range of anything while he goes for that play as well. Like, I don't think he was in, even if there was a Zenith blade to come in, like, it wasn't even going to hit. The most obvious 12 out of 12. Even I figured this one out. Viper's just too good.
I mean, I'm not surprised by this. I thought maybe we'd see a Peanut vote just because of his early game, but it was the lanes that gave him that opportunity. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think when it's that dominant performance, he's going to get all of them. POG here for Viper, and on the way to maybe possibly another Uri Bank Gold King, another.
Yeah, if there's an Uri Bank Damage King, I reckon he's probably going to grab that one as well. He's just doing a whole lot. And I think now, to make up for my Viper vote last game, he played so well in this game that the vote overflowed into the previous game for me.
All right, well, we get to hear from him right now as our interview is ready. Standing by with Deer, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeka and Viper on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, who just took down the Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! Thank you. Zeka, with today's victory, Hanwha Life Esports has reclaimed second place. How does it feel to reach 7 wins? It's great that we're able to keep our consecutive victories, and I think being able to win with a clean 2-0 also feels great. And Viper, you're following your solo POG from last week. You got POG once again. So how sweet is this POG today? Honestly, for today, being able to win a game that was a little rough to win, it's going to be more memorable for me. And Zeka, you were against Bulldog in his improved form today, so what was your overall game plan? Yeah, Bulldog tends to play really well, so I really wanted to make sure that we take the upper hand, to make sure that we set up mid so that we win the mid lane. So that was the overall game plan for us. So, it looks like you're playing Yone against Azir. Yeah, Yone has actually been really good against Azir, but with the patch lately, I feel like it was a little more challenging. So you got your POGs with Yone, and your Yone has a 4-0 record. So when you noticed your Yone was open, how did it make you feel? Yeah, it was pretty open, and I think I really just ended up going for Yone because it fit our team comp, and it worked out really well. And yeah, after your Yone game, Cloud Temper was talking about how Yone isn't an easy champion to play, that he quit after playing 100 games of Yone. So do you want to send him a word of consolation? Honestly, Yone is really highly dependent on your team as well. So I would say that it's not really easy. I'm sure it's not just you. And in game 2, with Corki left open, you gave the Corki away and picked Lucian instead. So was this intentional? In this meta, we've been seeing a lot more AD champions. So I thought that Lucian would be really advantageous against Corki, so that's why I picked Lucian instead. And at the very end of that game, we heard you say, okay, what a hopeless Lucian game. So what did you mean by that? You know, a champion like Lucian is not exactly useful in terms of utilities, right? So I really tried to build it up so that I can actually have a lot of influence in the game, but I feel like everything just fell apart, so that's why I think I said that. And Viper, in game 2, Kwangdong picked blue side and you took Ezreal as the red side blind pick. So of course, Ezreal is good right now, but it's like Viper's Ezreal's movements are quite different. So what do you think? This is a champion that I've been playing for a very long time, so I definitely pick it pretty comfortably, and I think he fits the meta right now. He's very easy to sort of build the comp around, so I think he's a very overall well-rounded champion currently. So Viper, in game 2, the team had a successful invade early, and Peanut even invaded the enemy jungle as if it's his own. Yet the enemy brand caught up very fast. So what do you think you guys had to ultimately turn the game around? Yeah, I think the enemy was able to find a good angle, and we were trying to skirmish, and they took some upper hand. I feel like in the end, it was really the difference in our comps that let us win and get the decisive edge. And you really shocked the analysts in this next replay. So let's take a look. How did you manage to position so well? To be honest, right here, I think the enemy Poppy was really overextended in this part. So I knew that we could definitely get her. And I think everything else was just sort of like a cleanup. And yeah, your Q just hits different. What's your secret? I think it's because of all the CCs that I have, like with Magai and Renekton, and even when we were behind, there were a lot of things that my teammates were able to do well, and they had so much to contribute in all the team fights, and I think that's what allowed me to do so well. And there's another good news to celebrate. Delight has reached all-time LCK 3,000 assists. Would you like to say congratulations? Yeah. Delight, he is definitely ancient at this point, so I want to tell you, good work. And Viper, yeah, congratulations on 3,000 assists. I'm really glad, and it makes me happy that we are synergizing so well. I hope that we can build it up even more in the future. And so now you finished round 1 with 7 wins and 2 losses. So looking back, are you satisfied? Zeka? There are a lot of mistakes and a lot to be left desired in week 1, but I think we were able to finish off pretty strong in the end in round 1, and that makes me really happy. And your first opponent for round 2 will be T1, so what is your resolution? You know, whenever we face T1, I feel like they're the type of opponent that we can never get our guard down, so I believe that regardless of the past results, we can definitely have, and we are capable of taking them down, so I want to make sure that we're ready. And Zeka, yeah, they're going to be a really tough opponent, so we'll be sure to be ready for our next match and make sure that we can win. And that's the end of the interview from Zeka and Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those translations. Dear, as Hanwha Life Esports move on up to second place, Kwangdong Freaks ruined the, what is it called? The square Oh, the trestle? Yeah, the trestle of tribulation as Kwangdo Freeze. They needed to get the win against Home Life to keep it going. But there you have it. Also, congratulations to Delight for the 3,000 assists that he hit as well. But a important matchup goes the way of Hanwha Life Esports in today's games. Now, tomorrow will bring us BNK versus T1 and Gen G versus the Noodle Boys, Nongshim Red Force. It was a quick one, guys. Quick thoughts?
I mean, those matches tomorrow look pretty straightforward, just like today's. I would expect the same results, sadly to say it.
But it is a precursor for Saturday, which is going to be a massive one. We will have seen all 4 of those teams heading into that day. And if one of them trips up, then it could mess things up completely. So they're going to have to keep their guards up.
All right. Well, there you have it, y'all. That was Wednesday, just the beginning of week number 5. Thanks again to Atlas for filling on in. Ox, hope you're feeling better. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more LCK action.
이것이 하나생명 방해조차 갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리.
하나생명전을 이기고 지고에 따라서 순위에 좀 큰 영향을 줄 수 있다고 생각해서 이번 경기에선 복수하도록 하겠습니다.
T1을 상대로 결승 진출전에서 패배했던 기억들이 아직도 뚜렷하기 때문에 역으로 저도 상대에게 패배 감정을 돌려주고 싶습니다.